And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to more. Here it is. We go again. Here I am again. Hope you're there. The session starts. Your company required. That thing that seems to be happening twice a day now, courtesy of a VA, is happening for the second installment of the day. So if going on here, one man went to more. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Cbn. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno. Hey, Emefiele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano, it's another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano, it's another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 it's another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 it's another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster. Yeah, for freedom. It's another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano, it's another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Cbn. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno. Hey, Emefiele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there, the Holy Holy song from the eastern parts of the country. So there it is, the Holy Holy song from the Igbo people. So, holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. House of Representatives bar CBN from secret sale of Polaris Bank. So, there it is right there. So, a lot of you that has been following that space will be aware, of course, that this guy has his eye on this bank. This guy, I mean, of course, the chairman of the central bank, who no rule or law seems to apply to, wanted to run for president once upon a time, but in the absence, in the failure of that, now looking to take a bank in his pocket on his way out of that seat. So he's been trying to buy this bank via about 3 or 4 proxies over the last few months. And it looks as though the lawmakers have now intervened in the situation. House of Reps bars CBN from secret sale of Polaris Bank. So quite what is in play there, we find out shortly. PDP suspends campaign over Atiku Wike rift. So the one thing, if and when Atiku loses that election, one of the key central reasons that they will be attributing, they will be adducing, would be Wike the factor of. So it looks as though now it's a point of no return now for this skirmish, which is now a full-blown battle within the PDP. And it's now having real impact on the party, by the way, because this is quite a seismic impact. PDP suspends campaign over Atiku Wike rift. So quite what the latest installment is with that never-ending saga, we find out shortly. 2023, 95 million voters to decide Buhari's successor, INEC. So this must be, I'm going to go and check what the last count was. But this seems to me at least twice over as many people that has ever been registered to participate in an election in Nigeria. But how much of these 95 million are actually going to turn out to cast their vote are quite impressive. In fact, this is almost the entirety of West African voters twice over. 95 million voters to decide Buhari's successor, INEC. So quite what that means, we find out shortly. Pardon me. Kola Ologbodiyan to Nigerians. Peter Obi amongst ruling class. He's not a new face. So this is something that a lot of people have been inviting that we pause and actually reflect on this. All this narrative of Peter Obi being the new broom in an Naman zoo that is coming to cleanse the space. How is that a possible thing to say, that Peter Obi is the new paradigm, that is the new kid on the block that is coming on a cleansing mission? Peter Obi is central and cheek by jowl with the problems that we want to escape. Please remember, please remember, 4 years ago, Peter Obi was the running mate to the most corrupt Nigerian politician by none, which is Atiku. So why is it now this new dynamism that we're hearing, that is the fresh face that is coming to cleanse the Uji's table? I mean, what is the meaning of all this? A total and a categorical nonsense is what this guy is inviting us to conclude. Kola Ologbondiyan to Nigerians. Peter Obi amongst ruling class. He's not a new face. So if you needed reminding, and sadly some people do need reminding, and there is the reminder right there. Peter Obi part of the problem and certainly not anything to do with the solution. So this is just some empty noise in the ethers that refuses to go away, continues to constitute himself a nuisance to the space. We expected that he would have caved in by now. Gridlock as Kwakwanso unveils NMPP Secretariat in Lagos. So quite how Kwakwanso will cause a gridlock in Lagos is befuddles me. Absolutely befuddles me. Who knows that he even exists as a human being outside of Kano? Gridlock as Kwakwanso unveils NMPP Secretariat in Lagos. So quite what they mean by gridlock, we'll find out shortly. Back with Peter Obi again. Peter Obi, DATTI, Baba Ahmed absent as Labour Party unveils campaign council. So there it is right there. In itself, not a real entity, but if you set it against the backdrop of the narrative that we have been hearing from the Ipobians, if you substituted Peter Obi for Tinubu and substitute Labour Party for APC, the whole place would have blown up. That yes, he was too sick, he's dead. That is why he could not turn up for his own. And what is more important to Peter Obi, by the way, than the official launch of his own campaign cancelled that he could not turn up. So if that had been Tinubu, of course, the narrative would have been different. The attack would have been visceral and vicious, and the lust for blood would have been just gnashing at the teeth. So there it is right there. But I wonder what the commentaries of the Biafrans will be regarding this. Peter Obi, Datti Baba Ahmed, absent as Labour Party unveils party campaign council. So what's more important that he was doing that did not avail him of that is the question. So from that we go to Tinubu. 2023 APC approves Tinubu's manifesto to consult Buhari on campaign commencement date. So there it is right there. Tinubu presents a manifesto. So we have to, at one session, maybe in the afternoon tomorrow, I'll go through that manifesto and reflect on what we're making of it. APC approves Tinubu's manifesto to consult Buhari on campaign commencement date. So quite what that means, we find out shortly. Still staying with Tinubu, Tinubu has not sidelined Oshibanjo. Senator Gaya opens up. So quite what this means and what is being said, we'll find out shortly. Tinubu has not sidelined Oshibanjo. Senator Gaya opens up. So quite what is opening up on, we'll find out shortly. So just to cover the mix, let's go back to Atiku. Why Atiku has no right to claim the achievements of Obasanjo? This is Festus Keyamo making the headline here. But then, of course, the whole of the Atiku campaign hope is predicated on the premise that he's going to claim as much as he can credit for the achievement of the Obasanjo space, because he has not administered he has not administered any space in Nigeria as a principal. Not once has he ever governed any space in Nigeria. They tell you that he won Adamawa State governorship at some point, but he never administered Adamawa State at any point. So he has no antecedent in governance or in administration of a state or a people. And his first incursion into administering spaces and people will actually be the foremost job in the country. So his first incursion into being a primary administrator, the sole responsible person, his first incursion into sole responsibility in governance of Atiku will be the presidency. So just pause for a moment and reflect on that. He has never been a senator, not a local council chairman. He's never, of course, been a state governor, nor presided over any country. And his first attempt at being the alpha person is the presidency. And of course, he has to straddle then the achievement of his own principle to try and cajole the Nigerian space. Why Atiku has no right to claim the achievement of Obasanjo? Festus Keyamo sticking it in to the Malam from Adamawa. Back to Peter Obi. Breaking, Peter Obi's presidential bid faces huge threat as Labour Party rejects Donyo Okukwe's campaign list. So it looks as though that happy family, something that they're trying to present, is starting to hemorrhage at the seams. So hemorrhaging at the seams, we may or may not land on that because we seem to have plentiful already, but certainly a rich and diverse mix, as always is the case around about this part. So kick back, lean back, take it easy, relax into it. Just surrender yourself to however long the session lasts. So charge yourself up. Click on the like button if you haven't done that already. Click on the subscribe button if you're not already subscribed. And I've put especially a link to the Facebook page of the platform. We want to get the numbers up on Facebook. So if you want to help out the platform, then go follow it on Facebook. So go follow it on Facebook. And if you want to come join live on the screen, of course, to interact with any of these talking points, click on this hyperlink that I'm posting here now, says StreamYard. So if you click on this, it brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, engage you in a conversation. So there it is right there. It's the last item in the comment section. So if you click on that, that brings you to a studio space. And then as soon as I finish reading out talking points, then I'll let you onto the screen and a conversation ensues. So that's how it works. So here it is. The care guys. Let's come in via the care guys. Your calabash to the ready.
Water, only water, water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé ṣọ́bí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bọ́bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. But a powerful, potent prayer by the care guides. So as guys, I bring you this. House of Representatives bar CBN from secret sale of Polaris Bank. The House of Representatives on Wednesday directed the Central Bank of Nigeria CBN to immediately suspend the sale of Polaris Bank PLC. The House said the suspension should be until the CBN, Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation, and the Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria conclude all processes for an open, transparent, and competitive bid process. This, the House said, should be in line with the best practice and procedure for divestment of this nature. This followed the adoption of a motion of urgent public importance by Henry Nwaba Abga Imo at the plenary on Wednesday. He said public attention had been drawn through a circulation currently on social media in respect of the proposed sale of Polaris Bank for 40 billion naira. Correspondents had in an exclusive report had in August exclusively reported a plot by Central Bank Governor Emefiele to secretly sell the bank, which was nationalized with 1.2. So listen to this. By the way, this is quite alarming. But this is Emefiele all over. This is outright armed robber highway theft. Correspondents had in August exclusively reported a plot by Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Godwin Emefiele to secretly sell the bank, which was nationalized with 1.2 trillion naira of taxpayers' funds in 2018 for a paltry 40 billion naira to Awal Gombe, a son-in-law to former head of state Ibrahim Babangida. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. A bank that the country bailed out to the tune of 1.2 trillion naira. This guy is selling it for 40 billion naira to himself, of course, and his cronies. Following the report, renowned lawyer Femi Falana wrote to the Apex Bank demanding details of the proposed sale. It was not immediately clear if the bank had responded to Mr. Falana's query. Mr. Nwamba said in plenary that there was need to ensure that the divestment in the bank did not jeopardize the core reason for the central bank intervention in the bank in the overall public interest. He added that the divestment should be done most transparently following the required due process. He said that this is necessary to avert public outcry and untoward reaction from critical stakeholders in the economy, foreign business partners, banking communities, depositors, correspondent banks. The lawmaker added that it was crucial to avoid the shortcomings of the previous similar exercise undertaken in the past. He said that Polaris Bank was born out of the bailout of the defunct Sky Bank PLC that failed due to poor corporate governance and non-performing loans. The lawmaker said the defunct Sky Bank was a systematically important bank with a large pool of employees, customers, and other stakeholders. He said that the bank, without a bailout, would have had a serious contagion effect on the economy and global perception and reputation. The House therefore set up an ad hoc committee to, within 20 days, review the total outlay by the federal government of Nigeria in Polaris Bank and account for the entire financial input in the bank by the federal government. The House said this should be through the CBN, NDIC, and AMCON to determine whether the conditions and terms of sale were likely to ensure positive return on public funds, thus further committed to the bank, whether as bailout funds or other investments. The House urged the committee to take action necessary to ensure that the public funds committed to Polaris Bank were appropriately documented and accounted for. So there it is right there. Is it a theft prevented or a theft paused is the question. Is it a theft presented or a theft paused? You might well want to suggest that it is a theft paused because, of course, Emefiele has set his eyes on that bank and is going to steal it, whether you like it or not. PDP suspends campaign over Atiku Wike rift. The People's Democratic Party PDP may have temporarily suspended its presidential campaign, apparently over the protracted rift between the PDP presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar and Rivers State Governor Yemsin Wike. It was learned that the campaign rally was suspended at the instance of Atiku, who, party sources said, had drafted three prominent PDP stakeholders to mediate in the standoff between him and the Rivers State Governor. Atiku was reported to have drafted a former Senate President, David Mark, a former Rivers State Governor, Peter Odili, and a former Delta State Governor, James Ibori, as mediators. It was further gathered that the campaign was suspended to give the three new arbitrators a chance to undertake and conclude their assignment. Consequently, the campaign rally, which was scheduled to hold in Kebbi on Wednesday, October the 12th, was cancelled. The rally slated was for Zamfara for Thursday, October the 13th, and Kaduna on October the 15th have also been rescheduled. One of the PDP presidential campaign spokesperson, Kola Olobodiyan, confirmed the cancellation of the rally. in the three states. Ologbondiyan told correspondents the rally rescheduled to hold in Kaduna on Friday. The rally scheduled to hold in Kaduna on Friday has been shifted to Monday, October the 17th. He, however, could not give definitive dates for the rallies in Kebbi and Zamfara. The party flagged off its presidential campaign in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State on Monday, October the 10th. 5 of the 13 PDP governors, including Yemsen Wike, Samuel Otom, Sheyi Makinde, Ifeanyi, Egwayi, and Okezia Akwazu, did not attend the event. The governors also boycotted the inauguration ceremony of the PDP Presidential Campaign Council at the International Conference Center in Abuja on September the 28th. Led by Wike, the governors are protesting the continued retention of Dr. Iyorchia Ayu as PDP national chair and the alleged shoddy treatment of Rivers governor and his loyalists by Atiku and Ayu. So I'm not quite sure what mission they are sending these emissaries on, because there's absolutely, Wike's stance is quite clear and Atiku's position is quite firm. So if there's no give, and there will be no give, Ike wants Ayu out of that position, and he wants a southerner in that position. Atiku insists that he's going to hold Ayu in that position until after the elections. So if Atiku is not willing to give up Ayu, I'm not quite sure what this emissaries will really look to achieve, unless Wike bends. And Wike is not looking like a band to bend. So there it is right there. The impact of it now coming on frontally, to the electoral space. 95 million voters to decide Buhari's successor. This is INEC making the headline. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has said not less than 95 million eligible voters would participate in the 2023 general elections. The INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, said this on Wednesday at an event organized by the National Endowment for Democracy, the International Foundation for Electoral Systems, and YAGA Africa at the NED headquarters, Washington, D.C. According to the INEC boss, there are 15 countries, including Nigeria, in West Africa, but the total number of registered voters in the 14 countries combined is 73 million voters. It is exactly 136 days to the 2023 general elections. It is the 7th successful general election since the restoration of democracy in Nigeria 23 years ago in 1999. This is the longest unbroken period of democracy and democratic elections since independence from British colonial rule 62 years ago in 1960. We have never had this long spell of unbroken period of democracy, democratic governance, and elections. The election is significant because the incumbent president is not eligible to run, this being his second and final term. There are 18 political parties in the race to produce the next president to be elected by 95 million voters. We have over 84 million registered voters in 2019, but with last continuous registration of voters, we are going to add at least 10 million Nigerians. That will take the registered voters to 95 million, Yakubu said. He said that by this development, there will be 22 million more voters in Nigeria than the whole of West Africa put together. Each time Nigeria goes to the poll, it is like the whole of West Africa is voting. These 95 million citizens will vote in 196,846 polling units, PUs, he said. He added that beyond the presidential election, Governorship elections will also hold in 28 out of the 36 states of the country, whilst elections are held off-season in 8 states. But there will also be elections for all 109 senatorial districts in the country, 360 federal constituencies, 993 state constituencies, and the presidency, making a total of 1,491 constituencies, for which 18 political parties are sponsoring 12,163 candidates, Yakubu said. Yakubu also raised concerns about the rising level of insecurity across the country, saying the commission has its fingers crossed. He said, it is a perennial issue because at the end of the day, it is not new, but the dimension of the insecurity is new in the sense that in the past, it was localized or confined to a particular part of the country, the Northeast, but now it's more widespread. We are keeping our eyes particularly on the Northwest and Southeastern parts of the country. Elections are being conducted by human beings. We worry about the security of our officials, materials, and even the voters themselves. Without them, elections cannot be conducted. We, however, have spoken to the security agencies and they have assured us that the situation will improve before the elections. So, fingers crossed. So, fingers crossed, but quite eye-opening. Just the volume that the election is going to contend with. So 95 million people registered to vote, which is significantly, which is what there are 73 in the whole of the rest of West Africa. So that's what a good 15 million more really than the whole of West Africa just voting for one country. So that's quite significant. So 196,846 polling units. So we're talking about the manpower to manage all these. It's quite a thing. And the totality of the candidates contesting for one position of the other, 12,163. So I'm not quite sure. That certainly must be an African record. I'm not quite sure if that would be a world record. So there it is right there, a juggernaut of an endeavor. Kola Ologbodinyo to Nigerians. Kola Ologbodinyo to Nigerians. Peter Obi amongst ruling class is not a new face. So this nonsense that we're hearing from the Biafrans, that Peter Obi is this fresh face that is coming to cleanse the stench. Peter Obi, one of the ones that stinks the most, according to Kola Ologbodinyo. Kola Ologbodinyo, former PDP spokesperson, says Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party, is part of the ruling class. The Obi campaign has been branded as the third force that is bent on wresting power from the ruling elite. Speaking on Sunrise Daily, a channel's television program on Wednesday, Ologbodinyo said Obi is part and parcel of the establishment. Ologbodinyo said Obi only walked away from the People's Democratic Party over a disagreement, adding that it wasn't his first time the campaign. Peter Obi is part and parcel of the establishment party. He only took a walk over disagreement, he said. He is not a new face. For anybody to say this is a new face, I don't understand it, because he is part of the process. He has been governor for 8 years. He has left a political party for another before he left for this. On October 2014, Peter Obi left the All Progressives Grand Alliance APGA to the then ruling party, citing the need to be a competitor and not a spectator in national affairs. So there it is right there. In 2018, Atiku Abubakar, presidential candidate of the PDP, said he chose Obi as his running mate owing to the governor's vast knowledge of the economy. So there it is right there. So just to establish what is already documented fact, Peter Obi is not a new or fresh anything. He is fully, wholly an integral part of the stench that we're trying to cleanse Nigeria of. If you are looking for a new dynamic, then you vote for Sowore. If you are voting for anybody outside of Sowore, then really you are voting for status quo. Gridlock as Kwakwanso unveils NNPP Secretariat in Lagos. The news agency of Nigeria reports that the Secretariat, hold on, let me take that. Senator Rabiu Kwakwanso, the new Nigeria People's Party NNPP presidential candidate on Wednesday, inaugurated the Lagos State Secretariat of the party. The news agency of Nigeria reports that the secretariat is located at Fadeyi bus stop along Ikorodu Road in Lagos. Before the arrival of Kwakwanso at the location, before the arrival of Kwakwanso at the location, thousands of his supporters wearing red caps had gathered at the secretariat, hoisting the party's flags and posters of the former governor of Kano State. The crowd, comprising members of Kwakwasiya movement, obstructed the free flow of traffic along Ikorodu Road for some hours before dispersing. Whilst inaugurating the secretariat, the elated Kwakwanso cheered at the crowd and promised to protect their interest. Kwakwanso, who said that he was motivated by their love and support, urged them to maintain peace and order before, during, and after the elections. Speaking to News Agency of Nigeria, the Lagos State NNPP Public Secretary, Mr. Richard Benson, said that a lot of people were still defecting in droves from other parties into the NNPP. Benson described the inauguration of NNPP Secretariat in the state as the mark of another new beginning in the politics of Lagos State. The huge crowd still gathered, though we informed our members not to come en masse so as not to cause unnecessary traffic gridlock here on the major highway. Despite this, the crowd affected the traffic. This is a signal that NNPP is on the ground in Lagos State. We are here to contest elections in 2023 and win. And as it stands today, Senator Rabiu Kwakwanso will become the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria come 2023. Our structures are all over the country and we are going out to win, he said. News Agency of Nigeria reports that the event had in attendance members of the Kwakwasiya group, party chieftains, and candidates for the 2023 general elections. So when he says, pardon me, when he says party chieftains and candidates, then you start to speculate actually what that means. I'm not aware that NNPP has any candidate outside of Rabiu Kwakwanso for the presidency, but there it is. The Malam continues to play the long game. Peter Obi, Datti Ahmed, absent as Labour Party unveils party campaign council. Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi and his running mate Datti Ahmed were absent at the unveiling of the party's campaign council for the 2023 election. Labour Party on Wednesday announced the composition of its 2023 Labour Party on Wednesday announced the composition of its 2023 presidential campaign council, comprising 1,234 people in Abuja. Peter Obi and his running mate Yusuf Baba Ahmed were not in attendance. The presidential candidate had disclosed that he was attending the ICANN 22nd Annual Accountants Conference. Speaking at the event, the Director General of the Campaign Council, Donyi Okokwe, expressed confidence that Obi will poll a minimum of 15 million votes during the election. He urged the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to be fair, impartial, fearless, and patriotic umpire. Already we have seen earlier this year in this very dispensation how corrupt money politics and evil political conspiracies have destroyed unity, peace, and cohesion and stifled healthy democratic determination in the internal structures of political parties, leading to heightened tensions and political disaffections, Okukwe said. But we cannot allow these unhealthy practices to continue to truncate the destiny of our country. As leaders who profess love for the country and the people we aspire to lead, we must resolve to put a stop to these practices this time and commit to playing fairly by the rules. So there it is right there. The absence really of Peter Obi is really so. He claims he was at ICANN, but then of course when Tinubu did not turn up for some lawyers conference because he attended another event, the Biafrans, they were sparking cutlass all over the streets in Nigeria looking for heads to take off. So there it is right there. I wonder what their response, of course, to this will be tepid and reasoned, but if it was Tinubu, of course, off with his head. Still with Tinubu, 2023, APC approves Tinubu's manifesto to consult Buhari on campaign commencement. So Tinubu has a manifesto where there's articles and Peter Obi's. The All Progressives Congress APC on Wednesday reviewed and approved the draft manifesto of its presidential candidate, Bola Tinubu. Speaking of the APC Presidential Campaign Council, Festus Kiyamo disclosed this to journalists after a meeting of the council. The Progressive Governors Forum and the National Working Committee of the ruling party in Abuja. He said the draft manifesto was presented by Mr. Tinubu to the organs of the party and that it got 90% pass from most of the people that attended the closed-door meeting. Mr. Kiyamo said a committee has been set up to reduce the document to a simple presentation that everyone, irrespective of educational background, could relate with. He did not, however, disclose the date of the release of the manifesto. He said Mr. Tinubu will be the one to release the manifesto. What we did today was to review the draft of our manifesto. Our candidate is not a candidate that operates on his own. He tries to carry everybody along. He presented a draft of the manifesto to all the stakeholders of the party. We looked at it. Almost all the stakeholders gave the draft a 90% pass mark. We are not going to take away the thunder from our candidate. He is going to present the manifesto on a particular day at a particular occasion. After that, a small committee has been set up to reduce the documents to highlights, major highlights. We want to deliver and sell the manifesto to even market women, to street traders. Hold on. Sorry. After that, a small committee has been set up to reduce the document to highlights, major highlights. We want to deliver and sell the manifesto to market women, to street traders in the most simple language. We don't want to present a complicated document that they cannot understand, he said. He said the commencement of the presidential campaign will be determined by the availability of President Mohamed Buhari, who is the chairman of the PCC. He said the president's diary will be checked for the purpose. He likened the APC campaign to the maneuvering of a 50-ton trailer, which cannot be compared to the campaigns of other parties, which is said are like kick and start cars. Our campaign is like maneuvering a 50-ton trailer into the highway. Once we hit the highway, we hit the highway. The president is the chairman of the campaign council. We are going to take his diary into consideration in picking the date. We have agreed on the region we're going to start from, but we are not going to say that now. We have agreed on all the issues. We just want to carry the leader of the party, President Buhari, along, he said. Meanwhile, the national chairman of the party, Abdullahi Adamu, was conspicuously missing at the meeting, though the deputy national chairman, North Suleiman Kyari, and the deputy national chairman, South, Ima Anakwo, were in attendance. Explaining Mr. Adamu's absence, the spokesperson of the party, Felix Moka, said the national chairman informed the relevant persons that he was not going to be in attendance at the meeting. The national chairman is not missing. He was adequately represented by the deputy national chairman North and deputy national chairman South, and he was in touch with every stakeholder who was here. The candidate, he did inform them of his inability to be here. He was effectively represented, he said. Mr. Moka said the party is united and in sync to prosecute the 2023 presidential campaign. PCC Director of New Media, Femi Fani-Kayode, whilst addressing journalists, also spoke on the allegation by a group that the ruling party is presenting the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to drop its pressuring, I should say, it's not presenting but pressuring, to drop the biomodal voter accreditation system in the coming general election. Our correspondents have reported that a group, the Coalition of United Political Parties, raised the alarm over alleged plots to compromise annex voter register. Mr. Fani-Kayode described the allegation as nonsense and added that the ruling party is above board. He said, "We are above board. We are serious about what we're trying to do. We are going to achieve our objective and we are going to win this election fair and square." Mr. Fani-Kayode stated that the party is gradually coming together ahead of the commencement of the campaigns. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. And then there's just this new, just not new, but there's this appendage to the readout, which it speaks to the areas of concerns that Nigerians have. So this is just a short little poll that they did. So it says, among Nigeria's numerous national challenges, which one do you think the next president should focus on? So that was the poll that is Premium Times that I'm reading from, by the way. So this is the poll that they put to Nigerians. And of all of the things that are concerning Nigerians, at the topmost is insecurity. No surprises there. So 42.2% of the people polled, they've insisted that insecurity is the most paramount of their concerns. And the second most paramount is the economy, 30.1%. And then the fourth most paramount is electricity, 14.2%, and corruption, 13.5%. So you'd have thought corruption would have rated higher, but there it is right there. So there it is right there. So let's go on. Just three more readouts, and then I'll come into the room to see if there's anyone there to take it on. Tinubu has not sidelined Oshibanjo, Senator Gaya. Kabiru Gaya, Senator representing Kano South District, has said Vice President Professor Yemi Oshibanjo was not sidelined in the formation of the Presidential Campaign Council of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. As correspondence reports that Gaya, who is an ally of Oshibanjo, stated that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, presidential candidate of the APC for the 2023 election, and the vice president are working together. I am a member of Tinubu campaign team, so the issue of sidelining anyone does not arise. Even the president has said he wants Oshibanjo to be with him in running the affairs of the country to ensure a seamless handover. There is nothing like Oshibanjo is sidelined because after the primaries, We were in Oshibanjo's house when Tinubu came and said he needed our support. We had over 2 hours discussion. They are working together. Politics should not divide us, Gaya says. So there it is right there. But we've not seen Oshibanjo frontal in support of Tinubu is the thing. Why Atiku has no right to claim the achievements of Obasanjo, Festus Keyamo. The Director of Public Affairs and spokesperson, Bola Tinubu, Kashim Shettima Presidential Campaign Council, and Minister of State for Labor and Employment, Festus Keyamo, SAN, on Tuesday, said Atiku Abubakar, presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, for the 2023 election, has no right to claim the achievements of his former boss, Olusegun Obasanjo. Correspondence reports that Atiku served as the vice president of Nigeria from 1999 to 2007 during the presidency of Obasanjo, referencing a past tweet by Atiku where the Adamawa-born politician seemed to explain the subordination of his former position. Keyamo said it is a pointer that Atiku has no single achievement in public sector which he can use to campaign. The APC chieftain also accused the former vice president of undermining former President Obasanjo in the 2 terms they spent together in office. In 2014, Atiku Abubakar made this confession below. It justifies my position that Atiku Abubakar has no single achievement in public sector with which to campaign. He has no right to claim the achievement of his boss, more so as he tried to undermine that boss for 8 years. So he's referencing then an Atiku tweet, which he has been able to dig out. The VP cannot drive change. Honestly, a VP executes the president's agenda as assigned by the president. So this is what Oshibanjo said on February the 17th, 2014. In 2014, Atiku Abubakar made this confession below. It justifies my position that Atiku has no single achievement in the public sector with which to campaign. He has no right to claim the achievements of his boss, more so as he tried to undermine that boss for 8 years. Keyamo wrote on his verified Twitter handle. So that's Keyamo on his verified Twitter handle. But it really goes to highlight that this guy that is aspiring to be the president of Nigeria, he has no public record. Just pause for a moment and reflect on that. And there is a 50-50 chance that this guy is going to be the president of Nigeria, because it's a toss of a coin between the APC and the PDP. Either one of those spaces will be president of Nigeria. And if it lands, if the coin flicks up and it lands on PDP, a man that has no history or documentable or verifiable antecedents in public service, he is going to be your president. So for the first time being the main administrator, this guy is going to be a president. So there it is. And that is what we're looking at in Nigeria. So this is now the last readout, and then we come into the room. Peter Obi's presidential bid faces huge threats as Labour Party rejects Okupe's campaign list. Pardon me. The Labour Party LP has dismissed the Presidential Campaign Council unveiled by Donye Okupe in Abuja on Wednesday, October the 12th. The list indicates that Okupe, a former aide to ex-President Goodluck Jonathan, was named the Director General of the 1,234-member Campaign Council. Also, Clement Ojukwu and Yanusa Tanko were named the Secretary and Chief Spokesperson of the Council, respectively. It was gathered that the chairman of the party, Julius Abure, was represented by the secretary of the party, Umar Farouk, at the unveiling event. However, the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi and his running mate Yusuf Babadati were conspicuously absent. We were not involved, Labour Party spokesperson. Commenting on the development, the National Publicity Secretary of the Labour Party, Comrade Arambabi Abayomi, said the party was not involved in the campaign council composition. So let me take that again. Commenting on the development, the National Publicity Secretary of the Labour Party, Comrade Arambabi Abayomi, said the party was not involved in the campaign council composition. His words: "We are not involved in Dr. Okugbe." But listen to this. So listen to the wording. So pay attention to this. So these are fighting words. "We are not involved in Dr. Okukpe's mischievous political shenanigans. That is not the party's program. He can't be talking about our party all the time. Which party? Is he the leader of the Labour Party now to announce himself as the DG? It is an anomaly. Who announced the DG of Atiku? Atiku did. When Tinubu announced his DG, the party did it. Where is Peter Obi? Okukpe doesn't know what he's doing. I want to be quoted. The DG ought to go to the Northeast or North Central. We are not a sectional political party. Our presidential candidate is pan-Nigerian. How can we have a presidential candidate from the South and the campaign DG coming from the South? Meanwhile, correspondents previously reported that Mukhtar Shagari, a former deputy governor of Sokoto State, said the Labour Party contacted him to serve as Peter Obi's running mate. Shagari, however, said he rejected the offer because he did not have the conviction that Obi could win the 2023 presidential election. So we dealt with that in the afternoon session. So let's go to now what we're doing now. All right, settle down, Abdul Momoni. So here is your panelist. Thomas, I see you. The Progressives, I see you. Ovie, I see you. Man of Prestige, I see you. And Enigmatic Hondi, I see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. Always a delight in your company. Let's kick it off with Enigmatic if he's ready to go. Enigmatic, are you ready to go? Enigmatic.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So
Hello.
yeah, good to have you, Enigmatic.
Good to have you, sir.
All right. Are you ready to go, or do you want me to start with someone else? If you're not ready, I can start with someone else.
Yes, let me go. No problem. So
all right. So let's kick it off with this. PDP suspends campaign over Atiku Wike rift. So this is, and this, by the way, was at the behest, and these are scheduled campaign spaces. So they've already sequenced their campaigns state by state, the dates booked and everything scheduled. But then, of course, they've had to pause it now, with Atiku now forming yet another committee to address this skirmish that is having with Yemsen Wike. So, I mean, is it worth the effort? Or should they make the effort to give themselves the best chance? So what are you then making then of this development, Enigmatic?
all right. Prior to making my comment, I would say hi to everyone. Whatever geolocation you are, I greet you within the context of that. And then I want to say to everyone, my opinion on this platform is mine. And if I say anything, everybody is obligated to digest it, to define it, and to understand it within the context of their intellectual faculty. I am not responsible for how they understand it. So going forward, I would say when Keyamo said jungle don't they mature or jungle we mature, So basically what he meant then was the chicken will come up to roost. Of course, the train has taken off. The chickens are back home to roost. And then the reality is set for almost all the political parties now. You know, I 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I said a couple of things about Wike's politics and the consequences of Atiku's camp not finding a way to mend fences with Wike's camp. If you are fighting with Wike alone, that is basically well defined. It's understandable. But when you are gifted with a discerning mind, and then you are gifted also with the compassionate, let me say, mindset of reading politics without emotion, and then with the scientific theory that politics brings, you will understand the fact that Atiku is not serious by the conduct by which and at which he has been addressing this weakest issue. Unfortunately, Nigerians want a paradigm shift, but Atiku has claimed to bring a paradigm shift, or is riding on the crest of being a unifier. And then up until this moment, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 3 months or thereabout now, this imbroglio, this brouhaha has been, facing this guy. He's been transitioning from one horrible phase to almost an absolute irrevocable phase now. What have you been doing? To run a political party is it's not a Tea Party affair. It's not a kumbaya affair. You got to be serious. I had a very robust conversation yesterday with a couple of friends in the North, a lot of them, because I have a couple of people that are very close to me, including a lot of family folks and friends running for offices. The North is not easy. One man, if anybody tells you, how would I say it? The determinate factor or where the decision of this election will be made is in the North. Let me just put it that way. An article, he's probably seen the handwriting on the wall. The oligarchs in the North are basically telling him, we will find it difficult to support you if you cannot bring your base together. They are accusing Atiku of two things. That regardless of what you think, you are coming with this arrogance of you could be the Northern candidate, or you already have the entitlement of another candidate. So you are not putting in the work. Immediately after you finish your parties, or when you claim your party's primary presidential slot, albeit controversially, you jetted, you left the country for more than a month. You were in Dubai, you were in the US, you were in Switzerland for over a month, and you left your party disunited. Wike's team was there. You snatched a ticket from a region that has been loyal to your party for over 23 years. They are somebody who was probably thinking he was going to be, or somebody who is probably thinking he was going to be your running mate. Last minute, with no consultation, found out he wasn't going to be your running mate. I'm referring to Peter Obi now. And then eventually he had to leave the party. Now you have a polarized party in your hand. The core value of a leader is, regardless of the circumstances, regardless of the situation, always find a common ground. Nobody's going to tell you everything is going to be perfect. Look at the situation that Obi and Labour Party has found themselves now. That is just the reality of party politics. If anybody is telling you everything is going to be rosy in the political system, no, because these are human. These are humans, right? Yearning for self-interest. Self-interest comes or predates any national interest. So you will not tell me you want to be a president of Nigeria because you are the savior or the messiah of Nigeria. No. Tinubu will not tell me that. I wouldn't believe it. Atiku wouldn't do that. I wouldn't believe it. None of them, Obi, Kwakwanso, all of them, they are in need first for their personal ambition. Personal ambition basically is a corresponding ecosystem of a personal interest. So what does that mean? You left your party disunited, you left the country, while other candidates were on ground immediately after their primaries. For instance, Asiwaju crisscrossed the whole country. If you don't know this one man, know this for the first time. Because what these people are saying in the north is you guys are saying this guy is sick, but immediately after the primaries, without having a chance, from the presidency down to the cabal that controls even the president himself, nobody gave him a chance. He was sick. He won landslide, right? He was sick or he's sick. He had 22 trips before the primaries and after the primaries. He visited some northern states almost 3 times during the primaries. What were you doing then? He was campaigning for party delegate votes. That is on the side, because you and Tinubu, when they put you side by side, they want to see how serious you are. Now, on the part of your own political party, Obi left, Kwakwanso left. Wike, that is in the party now, you are not sure of his where he belongs. So Obi is taking the votes in the southeast that belongs to you naturally for PDP. Kwakwanso is disturbing, eating deep into your votes in the north. And then Wike is about causing another catastrophe for you now in PDP South. Regardless of the fact that some people hate Wike, they have to understand the fact that Wike is going with a trend on his own. He has like 3 governors with him. And then the most significant factor now is a whole region, almost, let me say 3 regions now. The southeast region is off the table for you. The southwest is almost off the table for you because the #1 PDP man in southwest, Bode George, is not on your side. The only governor you have in the southwest is not on your side. In Ekiti State, in Ondo State, all the southwest states, except for maybe some fringe political party leaders like Jandor and Adeleke in Osun State. Those are the people on your side. The core folks within those 2 regions are not on your side. Then nobody is forcing you to kickstart your campaign. The day that INEC flagged off officially, constitutionally, the campaign does not mean you should start your campaign on that day. It just says by the Constitution, this is the day you can start your campaign officially. When you know your house is not yet in order, why are you rushing? Now you have to suspend it. And the folks that you are sending to Wike, those are the guys that Wike does not even trust. They are part of your team that betrayed Wike ab initio. If I get the list right, Saraki, former Senate President David Mark, and then who is the 3rd person? James Ibori, right? Wike does not trust David Mark because he believes David Mark is the man that is behind Ayu, that he actually wanted out of the party. Saraki, you know his stand about Saraki already. He calls Saraki two-faced guy, a hypocrite and a liar. So I don't know how he wants to do that. He has his list. #1 on the list is Ayu must go. why are you keeping Ayu in the party up to now?
Do you think it is too late for Atiku to let Ayu go?
Of course, it's too late now. If it does that,
and do you think Peter Yemson Wike rather, do you think he would give up that request that Ayu must go?
One man, if Wike will give, if you're gonna have a sweet dinner, right? Your lunch will probably be the window dresser for that. Look at what Wike is doing in Rivers State. Wike is systematically destabilizing PDP in Rivers State. He has unveiled a team of 14,000 local, how did he call them? He called them something. So those ones are, they are replacing, one way or the other, they're going to be replacing the loopholes or the lacuna that PDP folks will be having. So he's ready for PDP in Rivers State. And then every human who is within the PDP family that is subservient one way or the other, or that is linked to Atiku one way or the other, Wike is trashing them. Look at what he did to Celestine Omehia. You know, so this politics it has gotten to the place where, I mean, this game has it is gone to the place, or to the momentum, or to the platform already, that Atiku has lost it. Atiku had a chance before now, but he was listening to those people that Wike called the hypocrites and sycophants around him. And then look at what is happening now. What could be worse than you kicking off your
enigmatic? You've spoken well. What of this analogy, or with this? They are saying that if Ayu resigned, the person that can take that post is still from the north, and they can't have any primaries or any convention again before the election. Are you not seeing an article in that aspect? Because that is their excuse.
Well, bro, like I said, right? Everything I'm saying now, I'm not trying to disagree with anybody, but I'm just saying it by the purview of what I'm seeing and by the purview of what I think. Already, under the law, there are always an exception to every rule. If there could be an exception to the rules that, originally the ticket of PDP by their constitution should be going to the south. And when we say south, when we micromanage it, it should be originally going to the southeast. The southeast should be having the ticket that belongs to Atiku now under normal circumstances. So if they could use the wisdom to turn it around, under that same rule, under that same constitution, to hand it to Atiku, and you are very serious with this presidency, Atiku will find a way to get Ayu out. Atiku will find a way with the BOT and the NWC of the team to get things work out. So the guy that could have been the successor to Ayu now is from the north. Atiku will find a way to placate him, and then they can have a temporary chairman to do this electionary assignment. And after that, provided they win, then you can always come around, except you are not serious, which Atiku has basically demonstrated. And the onus that is on Atiku now, right, is that onus of a unifier. You have to always think about that. When you carry the toga of a unifier and you are not unifying your party at this level, how do you want to unify the country at the larger scale? First of all, you are having issues in the south. Let's look at the mathematics now. In the southeast, Obi has taken everything that belongs to you. Good. In the southwest, the number one man of PDP, Bode George, is not on your team. The only governor you have in the southwest is not on your team. Then you are having problem again with Wike and his team. So what are you doing? He's playing this politics like a baby politician, like an amateurish one, which is very surprising to everybody. I don't understand what he wants to do, but it's already late. Whatever action is taken now, he had the choice, right, to go abroad for a week, call 3 of his very dependable, reliable associates. I want Ayu out. I want to go to Aso Rock. The only reason I'm not going to have that smooth ride is if I have polarization in the party. I do not want that. What does Wike want? Wike came up with a list. You went to London to meet Wike, to ambush Wike, and you promised Wike within a week, I will find a solution to get Ayu out. And you couldn't do that.
Do you think it is ego that is at play? What do you think is at play here? Because I'm not sure how many emissaries this guy has to send to Wike for him to understand. Wike has made himself very clear that the only thing that he will that will begin to thaw the situation is if Ayu is gotten rid of. He has said that so many times, almost impossible for Wike to leave that position. Because he will look very foolish if he does. So he has said that. So if you are not willing to sacrifice Ayu, then you must be willing to sacrifice Wike. So Atiku has to make one sacrifice. But which one will be the most painful? Is it the sacrifice of Wike that will be the most painful, that will cost him more electorally, or the sacrifice of Ayu, which Ayu has no electoral constituency? So the only thing that will be bruised is his ego. So this is a toss-up between his ego and his ambition. So how does he play it, enigmatic?
Okay, Atiku is playing a very simple but dangerous game in this sense. You are playing with Wike on one side, and the other side you are playing with Ayu. Okay, let's put it on a mathematical scale. Ayu does not have a value, does not bring anything to the table for you. Whatever he had to do, he has delivered. Then find a way to get him out of the way. On the other side, on the flip side, you have Wike right here. Look at the value Wike is bringing to the table. If Wike does not mean anything to you, one man, politically, right now, Atiku would have moved on. He's not moving on because Wike represents, valuable metrics for him in this election. So when you understand that type of let me say lacuna that Wike will create with his team, then what are you doing with Ayu? What are you doing with all those sycophants, advising you against Wike? Because when you put it side by side, when you put emotion out of it, right? Detach yourself with emotion. Who has been more valuable to PDP? It's been Wike. So when people want to think about that, you have history of being a political harlot, prostitute to PDP. When things does not go your way, you move out. When you come back, you want to come back to snatch a ticket. Wike has been there toiling day and night, and he has been able. Wike came almost. I think he was the last person to pick up the presidential candidacy form, and then you see what he did at the presidential primaries. That should have given you a rethink. Even though you do not want to work with Wike, but you want to win an election. You must win an election first before you become a CNC. So you have to do what to get you to the office first. If Wike is one of those people, right, that means a lot to you getting to Aso Rock, why not take care of Wike's side and then look at how to deal with the situation afterwards? So right now, he has lost it. And then it's very clear to him, he's not stupid, right? Regardless of the sycophancy around him, within the recess of his mind, he knows he's acting very stupid already, because he should be wiser than what he's doing. Do not mistake the fact that there will be misunderstandings, there will be mistakes, but when the great, even within the family, right, even within husband and wife, they have issues. But the capacity and the ability for you to always resolve issues amicably, give what belongs to Caesar's, and then let everybody, be happy. You have to find a compromise. Wike is not. I'm not seeing Wike relegation is stance. It's not compromising at this level. It's not going back. it is Atiku now that will have to be the big daddy now, be the big masquerade, to say, look, ego or no ego, I want to be a president. I cannot have ego. I cannot become I cannot be so egocentric to the point of that to the detriment of my own ambition. So whoever that is giving him that confidence, he needs to cut them off and find a solution with this weakest, quagmire. He needs to do that. But unfortunately, the train has taken off and it's too late already. I don't know how he's gonna do that.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, in addition to enigmatic, I think Atiku, I don't see the pathway. I don't see any pathway for him to victory in 2023, because 3 states in Nigeria that produces largest votes, he's not going to win any one of the states. He's not going to win Rivers State. If he didn't settle with Wike, he's not going to win Rivers State. He's not going to win Kano State. He's not going to win Lagos State. And Rivers State in particular is the state that, if we have to go by record, giving PDP among all states the highest vote at all the time. Highest vote come from PDP. I mean, in all the PDP states, among all the PDP states, rather,
from Rivers
State. And this man is taking a big risk to lose it. However, we don't know his game. We don't know the game he's playing. Maybe he's still going to act to let you go. But I think so far it looks like he's not handling the situation well, because
he's having to suspend and reschedule campaigns just because of Wike. So that already tells us that he has mismanaged the situation. Now, reflect on that for a moment. They were meant to kick off their campaigns, going from state to state to sell their candidature. But he has had to put that on hold to set up a committee to resolve this situation with Wike, something that he has been trying to manage ever since he got that ticket. So that tells you then that he's not fit for purpose. He's not fit.
Wike has made his own stand. Wike and their group have made their stand clear that Ayu must go. And if Ayu does not go, I don't know what Ayu is bringing to the table for him. Ayu doesn't have electoral value compared to that of Wike, that we give him about 600,000 votes or close to 800,000 votes. What is Ayu going to bring in terms of electoral value to him? I don't know. Or is he comparing loyalty? Is he playing a gamble? Is he trying to gamble between loyalty and electoral victory? I don't get him, because if for the reason that he can secure the strongest loyalty from the number one person in the party against Wike, that we give him that vote that can take him to presidency. So I don't know. I don't know the game. I don't know the game that man is playing. So there's no way, if it doesn't resolve this, if Ayu does not go, if they don't reorganize that, restructure the leadership position in that party, I don't see the way that I don't see that man winning the election, because he
But
won't get the
is it
full.
too late? Even is the question. Is it too late to let you go, and then to find a substitute? Is it an unnecessary distraction when we are now at the thick of it, the campaigning?
It's not too late. There's never a time that for anything that is too late for politicians. Sometimes politicians can drag situation to 24 hours or some few hours before the election. They will strike a deal and go to the poll with common purpose and go and win election. So there's never time that is too late for a politician to strike a deal. So if they have that willingness, if they have that commitment to really resolve the problem, they can still do it. They can still organize. Well, this idea of saying, oh, they can't do another, what do you call this thing? Convention to restructure, it could be done. If they really want to win, if they really believe that, look, it's the only thing that can give us victory is if we go to battle with one force, one unity, one purpose, one commitment. That is the only thing that can grab. But the way it is, as divided as they are, forget about it. Look, APC, whether we like it or not, APC is at the advantage side than any other party.
But Adanle Koko and enigmatic. If Atiku steps down, argue after all of the drama that has played down, would that not be an embarrassing climb down for him?
I don't think so. I think it's going to be, it's going to reposition him as a man that really wants the party to win election, and as a man that really, to the Southerner, particularly those that are supporting Wike, it will reposition himself as a leader that listens, a leader that really, as a unifier, as being called, that will reposition him that, okay, he's a unifier, he finally listens, he finally, want that party to win the presidency in 2030. That will speak more of him as a unifier. That's the way I see it. I don't know how enigmatic we view it, but that's my own position on that.
Yeah, I think I think I'll concur with you, but yes, with the proviso that if Wike, of course, we understand Wike's position now. Now everything is in Atiku's hand. They're not forgetting the fact that either we like it or not, APC, they have this incumbency capital that is going for them. And then there is this cloud of, let me say, misunderstanding and disunity now among the whole opposition. When I mean opposition now, it's like things are not pulling the effect, or they are not really pulling it well to actually tackle these folks. They've forgotten the fact that they are dealing with an APC with a president at the national level, governors, senators, up to what levels they have this structure. And then you have one of your key, a very staunch member of your team, two staunch members of that PDP already out of the structure, which I'm talking about Kwankwaso now and Obi. So a whole region is gone, completely gone now. The whole of Southeast is gone for PDP. And then what should have been your political capital in the North? The fight that should have been two-way fight between you and APC. Now it's going to be between you, APC, and Kwakwanso in the north, right? And then you are still alienating the southwest. And this you from every indice, you see these people are not shifting their ground. Of course, an article is very, he can be stubborn too, and we see why he did not shoot Wike in the first instance, because you can just imagine Wike and Atiku working as president and vice president. It's going to be a polarized country because none of them will be willing to compromise. So Atiku will have to eat the humble pie. Like I said, be the big masquerade who wants to be president. You know, shoot the sword with Wike's camp, and then find a common ground, because there's no way, even with Wike in the team, it's not really sure for you that you will win. Then Wike is out of the team when you've lost the whole of Southeast. When Kwakwanso is eating it deep into your votes in the north.
All right.
So,
let me take you to that. Let me take you to that Southeast for reasons of time, enigmatic, and it's just a reminder it's a reminder by Kola Ologbondiyan, because I think the space is somewhat losing touch with reality. So this guy tries to infuse a dose of reality. Kola Ologbondiyan to Nigerians, Peter Obi amongst ruling class. He's not a new face. So this needs to be stated enigmatic, because the way the politics has been going is almost as though Peter Obi has just parachuted in from Mars to come and save these earthlings from themselves. Peter Obi is not a new quantity in the political space. He's long and heavy within Nigerian politics, and is part of the rot that people, if you're saying the Nigerian political elites are rotting, then Peter Obi certainly at the front row of the Nigerian political elite. So he's not a new paradigm. He's not a fresh breath of air. He's not a new quantity in the space. He's part of the old guard. So this is the reminder that Kola Ologbondiyan is bringing to Nigerians' attention. Do you think it's right to remind people that, look, this guy is not new to space?
Well, whatever Kola Ologbondiyan is saying is just an understatement. It may be a fallacy, to political neophytes or those who just want to call black white. Remember that Obi started his politics. He was in PDP before he even went to ABGA, and then from ABGA he moved back to PDP, and he has moved maybe here and there up until now that he landed himself in Labour Party. So there's nothing this guy is saying that is out of the ordinary. We all know. So he's part of the establishment, is part of the quote unquote ruining class, is part of the political criminals, is part of the political parasites, is part of the thieves, is part of the looters, is part of everything that has been bad to Nigeria in the past. And those who have ruined Nigeria in the past cannot come to say they are wearing a garb of honor now to redeem Nigeria, because it's part of them. So when you come all of a sudden, it's just like we are saying, Kwakwanso not being in PDP or APC now, that we can equally define Kwakwanso the same way, the folks from the Southeast are defining their Messiah and their Savior now, right? That Kwakwanso is an angel too, because it's not in PDP or it's not running under PDP or under APC. We can actually say that to Kwakwanso. And then
can I interject?
Then go ahead.
Okay, when you're saying that Peter Obi is part of the old system, and you're saying that he's been a criminal, because whenever we say something here, we need to have the facts and evidence. to say that he's been a criminal, part of the old system. Now, saying that, I know that P2B has been in PDP and back to now in Labour Party. Has P2B actually had a position while in PDP, be it governor, be it senator, be it House of Rep? Has he actually have any position in PDP for you to say that
Yes.
he is part of the which position, please? Executive position, please.
Okay, executive. No.
Position in PDP. Thank you. So
hold on, bro.
so
Just a
okay.
second. One man. Hello.
Hello. So he hasn't had any executive
Are you
post
asking a
as
question,
part of
or
PDP.
you just want to so that I can give you the
I
floor
asked
to
the
talk?
question. So I asked the question
Okay.
if he has had any executive post as part of PDP.
All right. Let me go on. So
Hey,
once again,
can I
bro.
make a point?
Okay.
So you can put everything together, It's a
Okay.
question again from my own angle. I don't know the person that spoke, but it's part of what I was going to say. So
I think
that's
it's a rational mind, right?
okay. I don't know who it is, but I was going to make that statement before today. Yeah. So I'm gonna make it a little bit more broader. Then you can answer that, But nice to see you again, man. No problem.
Right, bro.
So yeah, I know he has been part of the political paradise in Nigeria and everything. So, but I beg to deviate a little bit in that regard, because like the guy just spoke here anyway, he has not had any political portfolio. What I mean by portfolio, I know he was a vice president, but they didn't come to govern the country. So he has not had any governing portfolio in Nigeria space. I know he was a governor of Anambra State, so his antecedent is just for Anambra specific. But in a federal space, he has not had any governor, any kind of governorship in that area. So you can put him with other people. So that's the way I'm looking at it. You can accuse him of everything. I'm not talking about being a crook or whatever. That's not the area I'm looking at it. I'm just looking to be part of the people that bring this country to where they are right now. So go ahead, man.
All right. So once again, for clarity, for clarification, right? One man, I don't know. I've been sending you some stuff. I don't know why you are not receiving it. I'll probably find a way, maybe to screenshot it and find a way to send it to you. Under PDP, from 2014 up until Peter Obi left last 3 months, you will see all the roles which Obi has played in PDP. So once again, when I'm speaking to the political parasites, the looters, the criminals, those ones that have been a part of either APC or PDP, the two legacy parties in the past. When I say they are looters, when I say they are criminals, so if my brother is part of that thing, he will be one of them. So Obi, take it or leave it. On my own, like I said, subjective opinion. So what we make an Atiku a looter, what we make a Kwakwanso a looter, under normal circumstances, what we make any politician at all in Nigeria to be any of those, Obi is not an exception. Today, I'm not pontificating to the fact, going to deal with Obi's treasury in office or whatever he did or not. I'm not here to do that. But what everybody knows, except by the hindsight of hypocrisy, is the fact that he's one of the political ruiners of this country, having been, a part of this system. So the only people that I will probably extricate from this list, of course, it will be Sowore and Adewale, that I know. Those ones, they speak to the paradigm shift that Nigeria seeks. And if Nigerian youth actually in their right senses, thinking they want the Eldorado of humans and the political capital of angels, they shouldn't be looking at any of these folks at all. So no exception except those two. So once again, what we've been saying over here, what a lot of people knows, Obi, there was a man who came on channel yesterday, or whatever was it, Mukhtar Shagari. He said he declined been Obi's running mate. Mukhtar Chagari, go and check his record. He's been deputy governor for 8 years. He's been minister. He's been this under PDP. When we claim that PDP ruined Nigeria for 16 years, APC has ruined Nigeria for 7.5 years, going to 8 years. And then we say somebody who has been a part of this system has not been a part of the people that ruin Nigeria. How does that explain any, any probity of a sound mind? I don't see it. So this is not about Obi. It is about all of them, because Obi is one of them.
Enigmatic. He has exemption. Well,
like I said, right? It could be exempted by hypocritical mind, not me. I'm not speaking because I am subservient or I need anything or any favor from any of these folks. I want a good Nigeria. So if I want a good Nigeria, if I have my way, anyone from them, anyone from even from 10 years ago, you've been PDP or APC, get out of the boat. We need new people. Okay, we are talking about age over here. How old is Adewale Adebayo? Adewale Adebayo is in his 50s, if I'm not wrong. Shuore is 50 or 51.
Can I ask you a question, Enigmatic?
Yeah, just a second, please. 50 or 51. And then Kashi Kudu maybe is in his maybe 50 equally. Southeast in this, out of the 18 presidential candidates, there are like 3 Igbos on the list. So, and they are maybe between 50 and 55 or thereabout. And they've never been a part of the system. And we say we want a paradigm shift. And some people are preaching a paradigm shift in the name of one of the thieves, one of the looters. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that at all.
Okay, Kulata.
Hold on. Saki Father wanted to come in. Saki Father, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, Enigmatic, I understand your own view of everything. You have right to make your own claims, but at the same time, we have to claim objectively. I will come from a very logical or philosophical point of view. All of us here, we will agree that the Nigerian system is flawed and corrupt. We will agree that the system in Nigeria is corrupt already. But does it mean that anybody that serves in this Nigerian corrupt system is corrupt? I can cite an example. Some of us might see everybody like INEC system as maybe part of the corrupt system. But yet, in that same INEC, someone like Mike Igidi served under that, and we know he's a good man. Can we now, on the basis of saying that the Nigerian system is corrupt, can we now conclude that anybody at all that serves in this Nigerian system is corrupt?
Has Mike Igini been indicted for anything?
No, he has not.
But Peter Obi has.
What has he been indicted?
Pandora Papers, Dasuki Gate, 250 million, etc., etc.
No. You will say Pandora Paper. He has always explained everything about it.
It was part of the Dasuki loot too.
Why do we want to go?
Have you proved it beyond doubt?
So far, so good. One man.
What is the
you see why I don't really want to go deep? Because why I don't really want to delve
enigmatic
into this stuff.
What you are saying is your own view.
Which I respect your own view too.
Oh, you are right to talk your own view.
Yeah.
But when you make claims that are very, very weighty, we have to be very careful the way we talk.
Okay, let me make this, okay? To all the Igbo people who are probably gonna be interrupting maybe when I keep saying this. Peter Gregory Obi, right? Is an angel from heaven. He's not a Nigerian politician.
Nobody is angel. There is no.
Okay, he's as clean as he's as white as a snow.
There is no
clean as a whistle.
There is no
he has never been he has stayed in one party all his life. He has never done any. Atiku is a devil.
The reason we should not vote for him is too clear. He's an angel.
Tinubu is a devil.
Kwakwanso is a devil. Everybody, they are all devils except one. Our own honorary Peter Gregory Obi. Are you guys okay now? So one man, let me move on.
I want to correct you, Enigmatic.
I don't want to go. Can I make a point? Can I make a point about what Kulata said? Can I make a point about what Kulata said? Kulata said he was a chairman of the SEC. That is just an honorary position. It's not any kind of.
You are not understanding what I say.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about what Kulata posted. It's trying to,
maybe Kulata will answer that, but on my own part,
SEC is just an honorary position. I just read it, so I don't know where he's coming from. He just tried to debunk what our position. But go ahead.
Yes, on my own part, Kulata is very right. When probably one man finally brings out the list of what the positions, the committees, the presidential, high-level presidential committees that Obi has been a part, being maybe a chairman or whatever, under Goodluck Jonathan, under PDP, maybe
he was
at that
appointed
time.
in 2015.
But for now, right? For now until the end of the world, Peter Obi is the only politician in this world that is Jesus Christ, that is Mary, the mother of. So let's move forward.
Why are we acting like this? That's very good.
Enigmatic, you're acting like a kid.
I don't like. I do not want to go to that rabbit hole today.
Enigmatic.
One man, I do not want to go, and he said I shouldn't act like a kid.
Please allow me to
do not go there, bro. If you ask me not to act like a kid, why are you acting like a willful nuisance here? I said, let me move on. I don't want to go into this rabbit hole.
Just a little correction, please. Enigmatic, please. There is a statement you will make, and it might conjure up some ethnic sensibilities. It is wrong to say, let me talk to all Igbos.
When you say the guy is a devil,
wait.
They say no. Okay, you say it's a Jesus. They say no. What do you want me to say? Okay, is Almighty Allah then?
It's Moses.
When you say, let
in
me talk
magic, you see, you always wind people up. You see what you do?
These Igbo people, and now God know what you want. Nnamdi Kanu was here. Nnamdi Kanu was here the other time.
You always want people
off. Because I said I don't want to go there, but you guys want to go there.
Enigmatic, I'm not Igbo. Enigmatic, I'm not Igbo. So
you all want to go there.
Rubbish.
Each time Enigmatic want to speak, it is the only one group that
I am not Igbo. Stop saying that.
I don't care what you are. I said before I started my comment, okay? Whatever you feel, you have right to that, and that is not my problem. I'm just gonna make my own speech and move on. I say, is Jesus Christ? You say no. Is devil? You say no. Is it Almighty Allah? It cannot be Almighty Allah. It's not. So I want to move on from that nonsense.
I think you have been psychiatric, but that's fine. Go ahead. You always cause trouble when you come here.
Well, I stay in my lane. You guys want to jam my car. So period.
Of course, we're not going to let it. We're not going to let it.
Okay, Ọlọ́run ẹni kì í ṣe Ọlọ́run. Waiting.
All right, Enigmatic. Let me take you to a different space. But just for the purposes of before I move you on, this is to the platform. Over the next few days, weeks, and months, we will be discussing Peter Obi endlessly. We will be, just for reasons that is aspiring to be the president of Nigeria. I
think we should stop discussing him here and focus on
No. We are discussing all the candidates.
No. Like, I want to say something because people are giving what do we call it, jaundice view of the truth. The only person I know here that talks objectively when he makes analysis is Ajay Koko. But people are putting some. But how can Enigmatic come here and say, "Let me talk to all Igbos who see him as if to say every Igbo see him as an angel"? I think it is a very, very wrong statement to make.
That's how enigmatic he is. So that's why I won't let him get away when he come here and talk all those bad words statements.
Well, like I said,
I'm going to counter you.
Like I said, you are very, very, very much, entitled to your opinions, but you cannot control the fact that
we should always mind what we say, so that we don't.
Can you let people talk?
But what I would say over here, I started this comment. I believe if you want to, you can play it back and then listen to what I said prior to making my comment. Okay, whatever you feel at all, good or bad,
you can put it in a pipe and smoke it.
Yeah, he started very objective. I mean, I don't have an issue, but it's when he go to that sectional ego stuff, he becomes very sectional. That's where
I will just say this, and then I want us to move on. Enigmatic spoke for about a good 25 to 35 minutes about article. It made some endless, outlandish, controversial comments. Nobody pushed him back. And so now we've gone on to the Peter Obi space. And the commentaries are not as controversial as he made about article. So he must be entitled to make those comments. But let me take you from Peter Obi then and take you to Tinubu. APC approves Tinubu's manifesto to consult Buhari on campaign commencement. So this seems to be a structured unfurling of their sequencing towards this presidency. So what they have done as the party is Tinubu has gotten his team together to put together a manifesto for this campaign. And what he has then done is to gather the party together and present that manifesto for their approval, which had a 90% rating amongst the totality of the people present. And then what they are then going to do as a follow-on action, because it's a complex draft that he presented to the party. So what they are going to do as a follow-on action is to digest it into bite size and sound bites so that the everyday man can understand what Tinubu is offering them. So the birthing of Tinubu's manifesto, and then they are waiting on Buhari's diary to see when they will commence fully their campaign launch. So what are you making then of this sequencing by the APC? Enigmatic, a brief commentary on that.
Sure. So what I would say about APC is, APC is in the eye of the storm. They are the cynosure of all eyes in this election, and they have to lead. They have to lead the way. And then you can see, of course, if you are maybe from a political family, or you've seen real raw electionary process, you will understand the phases, how it transitions, and then you understand when to put a stop to certain deliberations, how to proceed, and how to basically bring things and align ideas. Because take it or leave it, politics is a science, not an art. It is those who actually understand politics as an art that will come, that will be the one to wallow in frenzy and just basic all this frenzy all over the place. It is real business. So real business in the sense that, do you think APC is not having their own share of issues within the family? Of course they do. Every political family will have one issue or the other. Even husband and wife, they have issues. Like I said, now it depends on the leader and then those who are actually spearheaded with that affair to put everybody together and understand the common ground, how to reach that common ground, right? So now, where is APC's manifesto? Where is their presidential candidate? Where is this? Where is that? The party has already, they are putting forward their manifesto. When are they doing this? When are they doing that? Basically, one way or the other, they are gradually covering the ground, right? That is politics for you. Politics 101, like I say again, it goes back to structure, money, and strategy. So when you lose one of those three tripods, you've missed it from the beginning. So the strategy comes most of the time from maybe the leader most of the time. Now, APC, they have their presidential candidate. How is the presidential candidate finding common ground among, dissenting voices or dissenting groups or dissenting, camps within the fold of the party to go to the election with a united party? And what I've seen they've done is those who could be stumbling blocks or who could come with with some whimsical encumbrances here and there, they've been able to look at their political capital values and they see these people do not really pull any weight. So we can take the risk of, leaving them behind, because it's either you join the train or you move out of the way, you'll be crushed. Either you sink or you swim. Like Dogara, Babashe Lawa, and then Elisha Abu now, I believe he's been expelled from his local ward. Dogara and Babashe, they were basically coming out to say, please come and speak to us, because they know they've overreached their boundary. They do not have political weight, right? They do not have any value. And then the party has taken a position, they've moved on. So the people they cannot move on with or without, they found a way to compromise and they've been able to work with them. So this actually speaks to the volume that these political oppositions, it's like they are not serious. They've forgotten the fact that they are dealing with an incumbent party that has a stake in this election. They just have to get serious. And then I wish all of them the very best. APC, PDP, Labour Party, NMPP, Peter Obi, Atiku, Tinubu, Kwakwanso, they are all looters, they are all criminals, they are all thieves. Showore and Adewale are the paradigm shift. If you want a new paradigm shift, that's it, one man.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always well put by Enigmatic. So thank you. Thank you, Enigmatic. So Enigmatic, 4 times. Let me go from you to Ajale Koko if it's ready to go. Ajale Koko, are you with us or do you want me to? All right, let me go to Ovie then, who's raising his hand. All right, let me come to you then, Ovie, and let me take you to the space. Your principal, Kwakwanso, so he sets up his secretariat in Lagos, and they are saying thousands of people turned up, which of course, you imagine that they were all busting from Kano. So what are you then making of this character that is not, when the music is over, and the DJ has called the last dance, that is your cue to get your coat and order your taxi. The madam from the Kano, he's not ordering his taxi. So gridlock as Kwakwanso unveils NMPP secretariat in Lagos. So what are you then making then? Is this guy just wasting his money? What are you making of this guy that is not refusing just to get out of the space?
Hey, I was when you said that.
Yes.
Just let me say a good word to this guy. This what's his name? Ovie, real quick.
This dreadlock guy, yes.
Ovie, I just want to commend the effort of your man, Kwakwanso. I heard a lot about what he pulled today in Lagos. That's politics. That's boot on the ground. That's what we're talking about. So good job, bro.
Who are you contrasting it against, Enigmatic?
No, I'm just making a statement.
Look at this guy. You are a mischief maker.
Thank you.
All right. So Kwakwanso in Lagos. I mean, Kwakwanso has no followership in Lagos. We know that. So whatever that he's demonstrated in Lagos is at a spend. So we know that too. But what is really even curious is why he's still pretending as though he's in. And so what are you just making of this guy? He should just be making media utterances until he's able to cash out. Why is he making this effort, constituting himself a nuisance in a place like Lagos?
Well, but I'm laughing because a lot has happened, a lot has been said. You remember the last time I had a back and forth with a Rational Mind? If you remember, the last time me and Rational Mind were going back and forth, and everybody was like, "Oh, the blah blah." It was based on Lagos crowd. When I said that, when the last time Kwankwaso was in Lagos, it was a crazy crowd. Then I remember Abba Bobo Galadima had an interview a day before, something like that. And the assumption was that it was what he said, and I was retaliating. I think this just proof, yes, that I know what I was talking about. So what do you say, one man? If that is what they are saying, what do you say? I know you must have seen a clips or a video or anybody. What do you think?
To be honest with you, Ovie, and you be honest with me as well. Kwakwanso is not a quantity in Lagos. It is not a no. Be honest. Kwakwanso is not a quantity either in Lagos or the southwest or the southeast. Political aficionados like yourself and I, we may know who Kwakwanso is, but really nobody, you have to be honest, nobody knows Kwakwanso either in Lagos, anywhere in the southwest, and certainly not in the southeast. So for you to be saying he's pulling a crowd in Lagos, who would those crowd be? Is it the Okada riders?
You said they came from Kano.
You said they of course they would have busting people, paid people, all those Okada riders from the Niger Republic that were trying to get out of Lagos. You know, the guy is just clowning himself, isn't it? Really,
that's funny. That's when they bust themselves all the way from Kano. One man, when Prestige was saying about the 42% Igbo percent in Lagos. And I said something, but because we are all going back and forth, nobody is saying. Do you know the numbers of the Hausas? Hausa Fulanis in Lagos, Alabara, Go, Alaba.
I know their numbers. I know their numbers.
Yeah, what is their number?
Oh, okay, let me tell you their numbers. The numbers of the Hausa Fulani Lagos are the cattle selling space. So you take the number from that. The Okada space, you take the number from that, and the Suya space. So that doesn't give you even that doesn't give you 250,000, if anything.
One man, you don't forget even the Saleko himself, the main international market. You don't forget Ijora. You don't forget Alaba International Market.
No. What presence do they have outside of that? The cattle, the meat business. So that's their size, which is not a size. The Okada space, that's their size, which is not really a size. The Suya space, that's their size, which is not a size. The Megad space and the dollar changers. So those spaces, those 5 spaces, that's the size of the
one man. That's one man.
That's one man. Balogun market. What of real estate in Aja by
one man. These Hausa people plenty for Lagos too. You know, say it's rare for Mushi, you know, say na their town. And even my 12 and some other places, then plenty. If they come out to support, I mean, for Kwakwanso rally, people go say then they there too. So then plenty. Don't undermine their population in Lagos. They're plenty. You know. So, but can they win election? Can they deliver Lagos for Kwakwanso or any part of the southwest? No. Or in the east? No. Or in the south? No. But for show up for rally, oh yes, they can perform. They can really perform well as well. They can really show that yes, they are there as well. There are plenty, but they cannot win election for Kwakwanso. Not at all.
No.
Now, it's
No.
not about winning election or Kwangoso. But again, one man, I go back to your second thought that you don't even know why the guy is still alive. I mean, politically speaking, why he's still going. I told you from the onset that we are going all the way. All the way. Now you say go collapse, blah, blah, blah. This guy, you need to take time and shine your searchlight on this man called Kwangoso and do your research and study about this guy. Maybe your vocabulary could change. How you go tell the address
But
the guy.
okay, how come all of the main political outlets in Nigeria, they are only talking about Obi, Tinubu, and Atiku?
No,
are you saying you know something that all the professionals don't know?
Mama, do you know that there are about 16 to 17 million BBC outside listener in the north on daily basis? Now, we just pay attention to our side. We are just too loud. You think that's where the only action is? No. That's why Nigeria is bigger than the way we analyze it at times. So just because the noise of him is not there doesn't mean it's not making.
I'm not sure that anybody knows Nigerian politics better than the Nigerian professional political pundits.
Oh, okay.
So because it is their job, they do it daily. You know, they understand the place in totality. So they understand that space. They understand it more than you and I. They certainly understand it more than the BBC, and they understand it to the fullest. And they are telling us that our president is coming from 3 people. So this guy,
to be honest, most of us here pay attention to Arise and channels. Jide is one guy that analyzes the northern space when it comes to politics among all the major television network. If you pay attention to Jide, this is their journalist hangout. He analyzed that space, not just Congo, so the northern space in general. When it comes to what is happening day-to-day activity, he knows that very well. Do you listen to AIT? You don't. You listen to NTA? You don't. We only pay attention to Ruben Abati and the 2 soldiers. Then Sheung, and we think that's where it starts and ends. Do you listen to Trust TV? That's more like an Arewa production, but they do in English. They are the owner of a Daily Trust and the rest. Do you pay attention to their space? It's bigger than the way we are seeing one man. I just use that BBC house just as an example. This Kokoso was always on the road. Every week is on the road to one local government or the other within the space of that northern state. You understand that he knows the election is not going to be 2 ways, 4 ways. So if I can get 10 million in the north, that put me in a good space. This is a math, just like medicine and science.
All right. So how come the political space is not making the calculation that Kwakwanso is making? Are you saying that the political space, they don't understand the Kwakwansia movement? They don't understand the connect between Kwakwansia and that movement? They don't know the size of the people? Are you saying all of these things are unknown quantities that will come as a surprise? Are you saying that the political space, the pundits, and the political elites, they don't understand all of this?
No, I'm saying that the political elite, the political pundit are saying Obi is going to win the election. They are saying Obi has 75%. Do you believe that?
No, they are not saying that. Hold on. They are not saying that. That was an American publication that said that.
People came out and they all put the guy ahead. So why should I believe in what the pundits are saying? I do my own research by myself.
The pundits are not the polls. The pundits are not the polls. No pundit is saying Peter Obi will. I've never heard any serious political aficionado or somebody that politics professionally saying Peter Obi will win anything. They all know that Peter Obi is a joke.
But if I understand what you are saying, one man, but because everybody is talking about you, I mean, all the points are talking about me, that means you stand a chance. Because they don't talk about Konkoso, then that means nothing is happening in his
No,
own
no,
space.
they are talking about Peter Obi because his space highlights him. They are not talking about him as a real prospect for the night. Do you think anybody that is serious in politics thinks Peter Obi is going to be president?
No, but
so that's the thing. But so they are
man.
talking about Peter Obi because his space, they highlight him all the time. So they have to talk about him because he flashes up in the news cycle. But the political space, they really see Atiku Tinubu as the potential president and Peter Obi as the new
when you say
space.
Political space, when you say political space,
can I ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Why is it that it is only Labour Party people that they are being attacked now in Lagos and even in Delta States and some part of Enugu? Why? Like in Lagos, we have been hearing cases of attack only on Labour Party. Why?
What are you adducing it to?
So
what are you adducing?
If they are not seeing P2B as an important candidate in this election, why all these attacks? Because they are attacking Labour people very well in Lagos, very well in Delta State, and even in Enugu State.
I'm not aware of any attack, but the way the
you are not aware of any attack in Lagos. 3 attacks have been.
Don't worry, everybody has been attacked in Lagos. The way the Ipobians constitute a nuisance.
No,
you can see
about 4 attacks have been carried out in Lagos already. 4 attacks. Labour Party office was.
Are you aware they killed 2? Are you aware they killed 2 youth leaders of APC in Enugu State? But they've not killed anybody in Lagos.
I had that one.
So what about that?
No. But before then, listen.
But they've not killed all those people in Lagos now.
No,
let's wait until they kill them first.
Wait. Before then, 3 attacks have already happened on Labour Party.
Enigmatic.
No. But what do you have to say about what?
Do you know why everybody is using him as a punching bag? Because the goal of APC and PDP, their highest chance is to split the country along our fault lines. And Obi has every quality. Anytime you hit Obi, you are eating one of those fault lines. Either you won't hit them by saying a tribal candidate in B, you don't hit one. Hit them saying a religious person in B, you don't hit one. So everything that anybody needs to distract the populace, Obi possess it. And that's why you are seeing what is happening to him. Not because he now any threat or anything. Trust me, it's not any threat to those guys.
It's not a threat to the political space. I'm even, sometimes I scratch my head. It's as though we are functioning in parallel universe, in parallel universes with some people living in reality and some people living in some sort of a matrix. Peter Obi is not going to be president now. And nobody is afraid of him. Nobody is attacking him. Nobody is doing anything. His followership, they flash him up heavily within the news cycles. And people tap into that cloud to sell their own message. But nobody, and I don't think anybody of a serious mind considers Peter Obi of anything other than an also ran.
One man. Now,
answer this question for me if you don't mind, please. Real quick. Okay, you've seen the way the Obi people, right, in Lagos, they carry their banners. There are some flag boys going everywhere in Lagos now. Is that possible in the southeast, in the Igbo land? Is it possible for anybody, as you know, the level of abhorrence of Tinubu in the southeast, somebody will carry Tinubu's placard and APC stuff and be rolling up all over the place? Especially like maybe somewhere like up Iweka, that person will be lynched on the spot. They are not doing that. But how would you?
I don't know about that, though. I don't know about that.
I
don't know.
When you put it side by side, when you are looking for death, you go and see it.
Okay, hold on. You say you don't know about it. Do you want to test it, Ovie? Why don't you go to Abakaliki and hold Tinubu's poster high and march up and down their high street and then see what happens to you?
One man, and Igbo men will approach me and say,
they will behead you.
Wait.
Don't
worry about that. Igbo man will approach me and go say, how much they pay you? More share am. Now business move they go enter. They don't go, I'm not sure they go mob me. They go no say na
no.
bar be that. Anything will make me do an a bar. And a fact be that. I don't
Let me tell you enigmatic. Let me tell you enigmatic. That flag boy, he was one before. They were like he was one person before carrying flag in Lagos until they attacked him about last 2 weeks. They wanted to even kill him in Lagos. So the Labour Party supporters advised him to bring in more people that will be following him so that there will be many whenever they are going to carry flag. So that if these people come to attack, they can always resist them. That boy was almost lynched in Lagos last 2 weeks. So he was one before. It was just today that they came en masse just to be sure that they are more protected. No,
I'm just speaking to the optics. I'm talking to the optics of that.
Yeah, sorry,
but that's crazy though. Why would say maybe Konkozo flag or Atiku flag will cause that thing in that area? Why Tinubu flag will bring or Obi flag will be causing that kind of excuse me. I'm not endorsing that kind of violence, but why would it even be south and east?
No, I think it's just a minor skirmish. You know how they play their politics.
Yeah, but one man. They going back to history. Awolowo helicopter has been actually stoned in Enugu during that's in the 30s, I guess. I mean, the early 50s.
You see all these, where were they attacked? Why were they attacked? These are minor skirmishes that happens in a large gathering within Nigeria. It's not anything big or significant, but these people, they want to heighten it up in order to say that, oh, they see us as a threat because we are above the fray, and we play this high functioning politics. We are clean cut. They are dirty. It's the tonality of the politics that they are bringing,
The problem is that the whole thing is repeating itself.
Yeah, but Enigmatic just told you now about two APCs that were killed in Enugu, and you just dismissed it out of hand.
No, I said I had
label that somebody punched an Igbo man in Lagos.
I think it was in 1948 when all the cutlasses in Lagos were brought up by both the Igbos and Yorubas, and they're just waiting for go ahead before they start slashing themselves, all in the name of politics. So no, there's a background to it, not just today. I don't know why.
No, but did you see though how we underplayed when Kulata mentioned two people that were killed, and he's trying to label that some Igbo supporter of Peter Obi was punched in Lagos. That seems to label him more than two people APC killed in Enugu. Do you see? So that's.
Did I dismiss that?
One man who killed them? Who killed those people?
No, it was Fulani headsmen now. Was it not Fulani headsmen?
No.
Look at this guy.
No. Who killed those people?
I told you that Fulani headsmen. Fulani headsmen in Enugu.
I think you've been funny, okay? You've been funny.
No, but you are the one being funny. Is Enugu branch of Fulani headsmen that killed them? What are you talking about?
Go and pull out your data, you call yourself data specialist. Pull it out and see who killed, and then we can analyze it.
All right.
And you have to stop making up things.
Yeah, there is Fulani headsmen that killed him. But there it is. Back to your VA. We were talking about Kwakwanso, of course. Back to Kwakwanso and when he's going to give up this rebel route, this something.
For what just happened in Lagos should tell you a lot about our pundits. That they are just one-sided with their politics. I mean, if it's a fact that the votes, the deciding vote of any president is actually considered in the Northwest, how come they don't even spend time analyzing what is going on around there in terms of the movement of people from one party to another? PDP is getting a lot. I'm not even saying NPP now. PDP is getting a lot, but nobody is talking about it. So that's to tell you, once you are listening to those people, just listen to them, okay, but try as much as you can to listen to variety of other pundits from other different platforms. Then you form your own, you will see a robust opinion, because all these two guys, APC and Arise and Shehu, I mean, they know where their buy is coming from. Now they're SB that, and I don't hold it against them. But if you listen to NTA, which a lot of us don't disagree with, in our government channels, but forget about government channels, just listen to what the person is telling. You don't have to agree with everything the person is saying, but they have different opinions. By the time you join everything, you understand clearly. And again, just like this guy that left, I think channels, it's now in Central TV or Central African TV. It's from Mokpela. I forget his name. Something Ida or something. He too has very good. Yeah, he's been interviewing all these political heavyweights, but a lot of us don't actually pay attention to places like that. So, what am I trying to say? Kwankwaso has been working hard, going from one local government to another. He's always on the road every week, always on the road, but we don't care about that one. But surprise is coming. Lagos now. That one, this one I just say is wrong. I just say just open an office in the road and everybody is screaming already. But
all right, it's just the way he disrupts traffic, stopping people from going to work. You know? So
can I ask you
some Malam from the north.
Can I ask you something, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, obvious. So do you think Kwankwaso can, make win 25% in any state in the South general? I'm not talking about winning, I'm talking about at least getting about 25%. Can you boast of that?
Yes.
Okay, what state in the South?
I'm guarantee we'll get Lagos, 25% in Lagos.
In Lagos?
Yes.
Okay, that's your opinion. But anyway, I just want to pose that question.
No, you can't say that though, because people are just dishing out all this 25%. Lagos has a set amount of voters, which is just over about maybe, I don't know.
Okay.
What about the amount?
Let me rephrase it.
The obedience, they are telling you that Obi will get 25%. The articulates, they'll tell you that article will get 25%. And then you are telling us that Kwankwaso will get 25%. So that's already 75% of the vote. Where is Kwankwaso going to find 25% of the vote?
Let me rephrase it.
Everybody getting to everybody giving out 25%.
Let me rephrase it. Kwankwaso will come second in Lagos. How about that?
What's that?
Whatever the percentage is going to be.
Sorry, repeat that.
Kwankwaso will come second in Lagos.
Second? But Ovib, let's be serious. Let's be serious. The Igbos are the second largest population in Lagos, and they're in huge volumes in Lagos.
Right.
And the Peter Obi is their adopted candidate. The majority in Lagos are Yorubas, and Lagos is Tinubu space. So Tinubu is overwhelmingly going to win Lagos. So for Kwankwaso to come second, then he has to cut heavily both into the Yoruba votes and the Igbo votes. So, and PDP, of course, is the second most popular party in Lagos, probably the most popular, but Tinubu really the most popular candidate. So PDP, the second. So, how does Kwankwaso even come in for you to say that he will come second in Lagos?
This is why I said that. You are right. You are correct in your analysis about the Igbos being the second majority tribe in Lagos, and now religiously they are going to follow Obi. But there's one thing that I know is going to happen. The group led by Emefiele, what's his name? Luomo, will do what they know how to do best. I doubt if 20 to 30% of Igbos in Lagos will be allowed to vote, or they will vote on that day.
Of course they will vote.
This is me just projecting.
Don't worry about that.
Okay. So that will affect the vote. That's why I'm giving that man second chance. Not because if everything all go well. I know everything is not going to go well. That's the certain, because that's the only way Tinubu will win landslide.
Who is more popular in Yoruba land, Atiku or Kwakwanso?
You said what?
Who is more popular in Yoruba land, Atiku or Kwakwanso?
In popularity, of course. I mean,
popularity doesn't matter in politics.
No. When it comes to popularity, generally Atiku is more popular than any candidate among all of them. He's the most popular candidate.
In Lagos, in Yoruba land,
on the whole country.
No, I'm talking about no. He's not because we've seen data that told us that Tinubu is the most recognized name in the political field.
No, one man. I mean,
do you remember when we covered that?
One man, no, one man. Even from you, I mean, you don't follow these people now for a minute. You don't follow this for a minute.
Ovie, you said he is the most known among all the candidates. That's
and Atiku the second most known.
One man, let's be serious here. Let's be realistic.
What do you mean let's be serious? This was
Atiku not be my guy. Atiku is not my guy. But when it comes to the most known, most popular candidate in this election, Nigeria nationwide, na Atiku.
No, look, this is not me saying it. These are statisticians that have done the survey. We have discussed it as a topic on this platform. You may not have been around for that session, but Dan Dekoko will tell you.
We covered it here. I mean, there's no difference. It's just 1 point.
It was a marginal. Thank you, Dan Dekoko, for remembering that. That tells me you remember that session. It was a very, very marginal difference. But Tinubu, the most known of the names.
Where are you even getting your data from, one man? I don't understand.
Yoruba man go say Motigbo Amami Ogba.
But that doesn't alter the facts. The facts are sacred. Facts are sacrosanct.
Seriously. That's a very tough one to
if I can find it, I'll bring it up during the course of this session. But we covered it as a topic here, so it's not me even guessing at it. We covered it as a topic. So people have actually.
Is the NOI poll? That's where we covered it.
Oh, do you remember? You remember as well. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So that's it. It is based on polling.
I agree, you guys cover it, but as I said, well,
that's up to you now. Or you can disagree with facts now. You're entitled there. So there it is. But Ovie, let me take you to a different space just to move things on. Why Atiku has no right to claim achievement of Obasanjo. So this is Festus Kiyamo now. So with that headline, it highlights the fact that this article that we're actually talking about, in the history of Nigeria, he has never held any administrative space, any political space as the lead. He has never won an election in Nigeria to govern any space. You will say he won yes, but he never governed it.
Yeah.
So he has never. The first incident of him governing space would be the president of Nigeria. He has no antecedents in governance. Is that not alarming?
I mean, I don't know. Is it the fact that he hasn't won any election or he hasn't governed?
Well, he has not governed.
He has won election, we can say, I mean, the election.
Yeah, but he has not governed. He
hasn't governed. I mean,
he has no track record of governance in Nigeria.
Well, I think when it comes to that number one seat, it doesn't really. I don't think it matters in. It matters in a way. But apart from even that, let me even give what's his name, Keyamo, credit first. He's doing his job. He's hitting them where he's hot most, where we more talked about. I think this is what it's all about, because one, it's not enough to disqualify him. We can only go back and forth over it. He's not going to amount to anything. But the fact that the PDP will take, they will not let it go, they will react to it. That is all. That is the whole point of Keyamu going that route, because as if the Wiki saga is the PDP has passed that. If you ask me, they moved on. When I listened to Enigmatic what he's saying, and I just laugh. Atiku has moved on. If you are in his shoe, you will do the same thing. There's no way you can use the wicked demand at this point. No way, unless you don't want to be president, unless you don't even want to even have success in your campaign day-to-day workings. That's why you will take that risk. It's never going to happen. If you yield to his demand, you are done. So
But
they have
can he win the presidency not yielding to Wike's demand?
no. See, one man, a PDP can do without. They can do without Wiki. You can say they cannot do without River State. But
Can they
not
win
Wiki.
without? Yeah, well, Wike is River State now.
No. Rivers no
All
be
right.
small state like that. We one person
Okay.
will just
All right.
we use and the bid whatever he wants. He's a good guy. I'm not saying but at this point, because all these food soldier will go leave them one by one. Already there's a reconciliation meeting going on between Autumn and IU, because they are
But
they are from the same.
if his foot soldiers are going to leave him, then why are they pausing the campaign of this one of the top two major parties in Nigeria just to go and appease Wike first? Why are they doing that if it's so
They are,
dispensable?
sorry, what campaign are they pausing? Sorry.
Well, maybe you didn't hear the readout. They've stopped the campaigns of it. Let me actually bring it to you. Let me bring it to you quickly. Hold on. PDP suspends campaign over article Wike Rift. The People's Democratic Party may have temporarily suspended its presidential campaign, apparently over the protracted rift between the presidential candidates and Rivers State Governor Yemsin Wike. It was learned that the campaign rally was suspended at the instance of Atiku, who, party sources said, had drafted 3 prominent PDP stakeholders to mediate in the standoff between him and the Rivers governor. Atiku was reported to have drafted a former Senate President David Mark, a former Rivers State Governor Peter Odili, and a former Delta Governor James Ibori as mediators. It goes on. It was further gathered that the campaign was suspended to give the 3 new arbitrators a chance to undertake and conclude their assignment. Consequently, the campaign rally, which was scheduled to hold in Kebbi on Wednesday, October the 12th, was cancelled. The rally slated for Zamfara for Thursday, October the 13th, and Kaduna on October the 15th have also been rescheduled. One of the PDP presidential campaign spokesperson, Kola Ologbodiyan, confirmed the cancellation of the rallies in the 3 states. So there it is right there. So so that's the impact. So if Wike did not have this cachet that you insist that he does not have, why are they, the top 2 parties in the country, he's held them on pause because he's not happy.
I will what you read. I will still stand by what I've been saying. I don't want this to throw me up to say that. As far as I know, and as far as I believe I'm concerned, Wiki matter is not an issue any longer. That they actually either make them pause the campaign, or I believe there are other reasons apart from what you just read out.
No, he set up a committee to go and beg Wike. So
but we'll see. But
David Mark Ibori and Odili.
Because there is also a reconciliation committee sent up in Benue, because what's his name, Ayu Native Man, and what's his name, the governor told me they are all from the same senatorial district. So the elite from that district are reaching out to them already, trying to reconcile them. Because either way, not them go see that better. So what I mean by that is that as time goes on, each one of them, because at this point of the game, one man you agree with me, it's all about personal interest. That's nothing to do with any other thing and individual interest. What is in for me? What is the next thing for me at this point? So as we draw closer to the election, when the actions, everybody, not the every goes on the day clearer for each every individual role, but don't envision the next government if they actually going to get it become clear. Because since everybody begin live wicked, because they have more to lose. Are you going to be with the minority or the majority at this point? So, of course, I don't expect Wiko to, at this point, to play any other game other than how it's going right now. Because what else is he going to hold on to if not that Southern presidency dichotomy that is holding on to? But the that chain no hold again. Everybody don't find what is more good for his political ambition. The train is gone. I don't know how you go. I'm more interested in what is going to happen to him at the end of the day. Is he going to be in the system or is he going to be left out? So yes, PDP can do without Wike, but they cannot do without Rivers State, and he's not the only man in Rivers State. If they don't consider the Omeya and the rest already, that means they are working with the guys because already there are men in Rivers who obtain senatorial ticket as of rep ticket, councillorship because under PDP. What are they going to do? And we should not forget that the presidential election is coming on first. That one refers to. So if you whatever where you put your energy is going to be known as soon as the presidential election is over, then that will not give them a pound to do whatever they want to do, either to actually say, yes, you've done a good job, you make sure your own boys win, or for going against our way, we will make sure everything is out for you. So I don't really see him, being growing stronger as the campaign train moves on.
All right, brilliant, well put. So well put. So thank you, Ovie. So for time, Ovie, let me go on from you to Ajale Koko, who hopefully is ready for us now. Ajale Koko, are you ready to go? All right, we don't seem to have Ajale Koko for the moment. Let's go to Playtown. Playtown, are you ready to go? All right, let's go to Thomas. Thomas, surely you are ready to go.
I'm ready.
All right. All right, then let's go to you then, Playtown. So sorry, Thomas, I think Playtown might well be ready. So let's come to you, Playtown, and I've been saving this space to kick it off with Ajale Koko, but I'll kick it off with you instead. So this is INEC now. You know, this if you set aside everything and just look at the raw figures, it is quite mind-boggling. 95 million voters to decide Buhari's successor. So those are the numbers of registered voters in Nigeria, registered and if they want to vote, eligible to vote. So just to give you context, in the West African region, there are 15 countries. Now, 14 of those 15, they have the totality of the registered voters in 14 of those 15 countries is 73 million voters. That is from Ghana to Togo to Cameroon, everywhere, 73 million voters in all of those countries, but completely eclipsed by just one country, Nigeria, with 95 million registered voters. So that's quite mind-boggling, and it's just just as an exercise, it is quite a piece of work that space is going to take on. 176,846 polling units. These are all polling units that has to be manned, staffed, and administered on that voting day. So it's just quite a thing. Countless 12,163 candidates from State House of Representatives all the way through to the presidency. So just as a piece of exercise, is quite a juggernaut, would you say, PlayStation?
Playtown.
Sorry, Playtown, yes.
All right, first of all, Good morning from the heart of Lagos, Ikoyi. Good morning, good night, good afternoon, according to where you are. And for our viewers, I urge you to subscribe and click the like button. All right. With the whole INEC issue, I mean that goes very far to tell you how much work INEC has on their hands, and also that goes a long way to tell my brothers and sisters, the obedience, actually indeed how much work we are talking about. Because when we're talking about structures and when we're talking about this polling unit level elections, no, I don't think it's a lot of people that get the whole picture of what is involved. You get what I'm saying? I mean, 90 million registered voters.
95
million. That's like, that's a lot of country put together.
You know the population of the United Kingdom is 60 million. Both man and up to both newborn all the way to grandpa. 60 million.
And we have 95 million voters in Nigeria.
Just voters.
That's crazy. First of all, I don't think, me personally, I've always not. I don't think this country should be one country. But again, on the flip side of the argument, I think that is also the reason why I think this country could be the most powerful black nation on earth. Powerful, not most populous. We are already the most populous. The most powerful black nation, because we have the access to labor and we have the manpower. But that aside, down to the 95 million registered voters. That's why when I was speaking the other day, there's something I wanted to mention. I didn't get to mention it. We have, okay, I think as at last election, we had 84. Am I right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I think we have 84 thereabout.
Yes, roughly. Yes.
And how many people decided who the president was going to be? Buhari, 15 million thereabout. Article 11, I think.
Yes, thereabout, yeah. About 35% turned up in the last election. So even though that 95 million is carry on.
So talking about 29 million Nigerians out of 80 something decided who the president was going to be. So, and that takes me to the obedience thing again. When people are talking about new registrants, they're talking about, okay, the youths that went to register for OB, how many are they? They're just a handful. I mean, they're not a lot. And even if up to 70% of them are for OB, they're not really enough. But people are not looking at, and I think I mentioned it the other day, I don't know if I did. People are not looking at those guys that have always had PVCs from time immemorial, that has never found it necessary for them to vote. Why? Because they feel the candidates that we've always been presented with are just these political guys, these politicians, the political class. There's no need to go use this PVC or whatever. And it's alarming, the rates. I mean, almost, okay, right now, if we're using the data from the last elections, okay, let's even give it 30 million. Right now, we have an extra 65 or 60 million of people that have PVCs. Or let me just use the data from the last election. If you take off 30 million, you still have around, give or take, 50 million.
The new entrants into the political space, they're about 10 million.
About 10 million, yeah.
Yes. But just as you are crunching the numbers, in the last cycle, about 30% thereabout voted out of that 80-something million that were registered to vote. And that is the antecedent, both in Nigeria and globally, voter apathy. But then the voter apathy is most profound within the demography that Peter Obi says he has his base in, which is amongst young people. The most apathetic to voting are globally in Nigeria and globally are young people.
Yeah. There are certain categories that are under that most apathetic voters. And one, you mentioned one, those are the young people, yeah? The young people are there, very strong there. Also, the Southeasterners, the Igbo population in Nigeria are there. That's their parlor. That's where they chill. That's where they've been chilling in the last 30 years. And basically, Southerners, because if you check the voter turnout of Lagos State and compare it with the registered voters in Lagos State, it's very, very funny. You get what I'm saying? So Southerners basically. So that's why I keep arguing this whole idea that the elections are decided in the North. Elections are decided in the North because most Southerners, election day are their chilling day. In the Southeast, where I come from, most times when I have my vacations, I go to Anambra because I love it there. Election days are the day traders stay back at home and tell their servants to go wash car, their kids play ball, then they sit and watch African Magic. And yes, rightly so, because these guys feel that most of these guys in the Southeast feel, come on, we're not necessarily part of this country. We're not part of this country. You know what I'm saying? So that idea of we're not part of this country, that's why they'll be like, okay, why votes? But I'm going to list for you 3 reasons why there's voter apathy over the years. 3 demographies: the youth, then Southerners, mostly Southeasterners, and then the idea that your vote does not count. If that's one of the biggest democratic or political fraud ever executed by the political class of Nigeria in history. The idea, the psychological programming that your votes do not count. Yes, before now, votes count, but not necessarily, at least to an extent, you know what I'm saying? But the whole psychological programming telling you that it doesn't even count at all. Whereas they are there mobilizing the Talakawas, mobilizing those in the north to come back, mobilizing people from Niger, mobilizing people to vote. Why are you making all those mobilization if the vote does not count? But because we in the south, we are woke generation. So if they say the vote does not count, if they make you believe that they can sit in their parlors and write down election results, those are revised psychology. They make you sit back at home, because if you really believe that someone can sit in the comfort of their office in Abuja and write the result of an election, I don't think you are going to leave your house and stay under the sun for hours to vote. It does not make any psychological sense. So they played that fast one on us for a very long time. You get what I'm saying? That is one. And then on the other side, also the irregularities of the elections that has preceded this election. Yeah. So I listed 4 things. This is both the apathy in the South, especially Southeast, because they feel excluded from the country. I listed the youth apathy because the youth feel that politics is for the elderly and is for older generation. Then 3, the belief that your vote does not count. And 4, the election irregularities, snatching of ballot boxes, and the stories we hear during elections. These are 4 things. Now, let me tell you why these things might not necessarily play out as much in 2023. 4 things. Let me start with the first one. The Southeastern voter apathy. These are guys that have a chunk of them registered in every 36 states of the country, but they don't vote. Those in the Southeast don't vote. Those in other states, they don't also vote. You get what I'm saying? So, first of all, the Southeast apathy is already attacked by the emergence of Obi. For the very first time, they have a candidate. For the very first time in the last 30, 40, a viable candidate. For the very first time in the last 30 years, probably. So I don't think this is like a one in a... how long do you have to live in Nigeria? What is the lifespan in Nigeria? Probably 50, 60 years. And if you are presented with an option of probably a president that will make you included in the contraption called Nigeria, for the very first time in 30 years, that means you probably have it for only once in your lifetime. You probably have it only once, give or take, calculating your lifespan in a Nigerian society. So the Southeasterner understands that this is probably the first and the last chance in my own lifetime. So I don't think with that kind of pressure that that apathy, that decade-old apathy is going to come again.
A lot of that is wishful thinking. A lot of that is wishful thinking.
No. I'm just analyzing from what I hear and from what I see and from what I see. You know what I'm saying? Since I've been around, these are Southeasterners that now I went to the Southeast. Immediately I came back some weeks ago, and my mom has shops in the market there, the market at Onitsha. So usually I'll visit the warehouses, maybe there's some offloads and stuff's happening. And then I know I used to go there before, and these guys, they don't discuss anything about politics in their shops. They are there discussing about money, about other things. But if you go to the Southeast generally now, the topic from morning till night is article this, Tinubu this, Obi this, politics that. From a child to a baby to Oga to servant, everybody's politics. In fact, right now, the Oga and servant margin they have been united. You cannot see Oga discussing with his servant in the shop about Okudili politics, Okudili Obi. It's like a part of them right now, from morning till night. It's politics. They can't wait for February to reach, and that is the reality on ground. You know, we that is on ground, we know what is going on. I'm like someone like me right now that is here. I'm not solely depending on the internet. For example, now, whether obedience do rally or not.
How far do you think the Southeastern vote can push, Peter Obi?
I'm coming. Southeastern votes cannot make you president. Even if all the entire Igbos in Nigeria votes, and you get, that might give you majority votes. The entire Igbo population, not registered voters, entire Igbo population, if they vote, it might give you a majority vote, but it can never take you to Aso Rock because you need the whole 25% thing going on. Yeah, but then what I talked about now is just one of the 4 things I listed. Now the apathy in the Southeast is really low, and it's going to go even lower as Obi continues to look like he has a chance. That is one. Then secondly, the youth apathy. The youth apathy, we know what's going on now with the mobilization in the youth demography right now. It has never happened. Personally, I've never seen it in my lifetime. The youth.
You can dissect that mobilization. A lot of it is pressured, because a lot of people, because there's a real push within the space for people to have their PVC. And it's almost a precondition now for you to access anything. So they'll say, what was it? Something Okoye that was saying that anybody that comes to his office, he will ask them if they have a PVC. And then I remember some international body working along with INEC organizing a concert in Lagos. They were not selling tickets. You have to come. Your entry will be your PVC. So there's a real pressure outside of your desire to vote to get the PVC.
No. I beg to differ. The pressure is not on the desire to get people to vote. The youth, the whole answer thing, youths are now desirous to vote. The pressure was there's a difference between me saying I want to have money and actually having the ginger to get out there and hustle and get money. That's 2 different things. Now, I might really want to really have money, but the urge to really go out to hustle is not there. So I might probably need a ginger. Someone will get me up in the morning and say, you know what? I know you really want to have money, but you need to get up and get out there to have money. Now, those people you say is pressuring, they're not pressuring them to be interested. They're already interested in the politics. But then they still have that you're interested, but you don't want to go stand in the store and get your PVC. So those people are coming in to bridge that gap, to push them. You're already interested, but then interest is not going to win you any votes. Interest is not going to vote on the election day. So you are interested. So let's cash into that interest you have already to tell you that for this your interest to manifest the way you want it, you must get outside there and get your PVC. And that is what you saw.
But
those
that's
people do.
coercion now. That's coercion. People are being coerced.
No, it's not coercion. It is helping them. It is helping
No,
them.
it's strong arming. They are being strong armed.
I didn't hear any story of anybody being whooped out of their homes to go get PVC.
Not literally, but metaphorically, they are being beaten to the INEC centers to collect. People are being beaten to their metaphorically being beaten to the INEC centers especially in the southeast.
Voter registrations and voter education and this whole organizing thing for people to vote is even a body under INEC that is their duty to try to mobilize young people, mobilize Nigerians to go get register for PVCs and after get the PVCs. They have been doing this over the years. You understand what I'm saying? Without response.
Later. If you don't mind, can I ask you a question?
Sure, come on.
Yeah, are you obedient?
Yes.
You see somebody with a name called Tochukwu and you're asking him if he's obedient. What else will he be?
It doesn't speak like obedience to me. It doesn't sound like obedience.
He's just an enlightened man, you know. He's an enlightened man, but he's a bit like Saki Father, who is also enlightened, but he's still an obedient.
Yeah. Go on, my brother. Go on.
Okay, thank you. So, what I'm saying is, those INEC has been doing these mobilizations in previous elections. These NGOs, they have been doing this mobilization in previous election with little or no results because there's so much you can really mobilize people that is not interested. Yes, why it yielded result in 2023 was because already the interest had already started existing. So immediately they did the normal thing they always did in previous elections. Turnout was all over the place because there was already a catalyst. There was already an interest. All they did was bring the normal catalyst they've always brought that never really worked. But this time it's working because there's something to catalyze. So that is why you saw those young people come out. Yeah, so I'm saying a lot of young people come out.
Take us to where you want us to be. What do you envisage for 2023? What do you envisage?
Yeah, that is where I'm going to. So I've already told you that the more P2B believes that he has a chance, the more the voter apathy of the Southeasterners across Nigeria will keep shrinking. That is one. Then for the youth apathy, obviously NSA solved that issue for us. And also the condition that APC has put Nigeria also solved that issue. Now the youths are. Can you imagine how the youths humiliated Big Brother Nigeria of 2022? Big Brother Nigeria was humiliated by Nigeria youths. You understand what I'm saying? Just because of elections. So right now the youth apathy is going down. It's really going down. That is two. That is number two. You understand what I'm saying? Now number three, I mentioned is your vote does not count mentality that has been installed in our head, that is living rent-free in our head over the years. Now, people, because of, and I give President Muhammad Buhari a lot of respect on that. I think, for me, I think that's his biggest achievement, the biggest achievement of his administration. The beavers, you get what I'm saying? Now, people are seeing elections like elections in Anambra, elections in Osun. People are seeing elections where people that are generally seen as people that should win this election are winning. You know what I'm saying? People are seeing an election process that is more. The Osun election, Channels TV called results far before INEC announced this because you could see Sheung was doing his calculation from his own portal. You understand what I'm saying? From the INEC portal. You know what I'm saying? So people are seeing these things and are saying, okay, does it mean these elections now count? Are we still in Nigeria? That is one. Then two, people because of this, the politicians have seen that they cannot snatch ballot boxes, that the probability of them rigging elections has been shrunk. Now they have resorted to only one single thing remaining, and that is vote buying. So they did the vote buying in Ekiti, in Osun, and in Anambra generally, even though Anambra people rejected it massively. But then, and people, those same youths are like, oh, okay, why are you guys buying votes with money? I thought you guys said you could sit in your offices and write the votes, and you are dishing out money to buy votes. So does it mean vote has always been counting? You get what I'm saying? So two things now, the beavers and the fact that politicians have exposed themselves that vote actually counts. Now the youths are like, oh, okay, that's why you can see them trooping out for B with all their full chests. On a normal good day, if they really believe that the election will be rigged, nobody will have that motivation. But now they're like, oh, INEC, see, you better continue like this. We think this thing is probably going to work. You get what I'm saying? That is number 3, crushed. And the last one I mentioned was okay. I think I said number 3 and 4. I put it together, which is the beavers. The beavers thanks to Buhari, and the whole psychology of election does not count. Now, these 4 things I mentioned is going to play a big role in that 60 million people that has never voted in Nigeria. No, just notice that I have not gone to the new registrants. I've not gone to the new registrants. I'm still talking about those that have always had voters card that has never seen a reason to vote, which is the South, most of the Southeasterners that feel that this thing is not for us. Most of the young people that feel that this game is a dirty game for old people, which is now gone. The fact that election is being rigged, I mean, it's this.
Do you think the space is reasoning it the way you are reasoning it? Because you are looking at it from your educated, intelligent prism, which is you are like a 1%er within the Nigerian space. The Nigerian electorate, they are not of your functioning. So you are making a real leap to attribute that the electoral space, they are able to function at your level of understanding. We are talking about Baba Mutiu, the meat seller. We're talking about Mama Utena that sells okrika. They don't have this level of analysis.
Should I answer that question? Let me take that question. The Baba Utena, the Mama, whatever you call them, those are not the people that this thing and analyze that are affecting right now. Those Baba has been voting. Those Mama have been voting.
Look, the middle class will never vote, no matter how much. The middle class, which is, I think, the space you are trying to describe, they would never vote under any circumstances.
No. I don't know. Did you listen to Madame Obiezekwesili's interview recently on channels?
No, I missed it.
So, maybe a week ago. Okay, so she made the point that the only thing that has been holding Nigeria from electing the right leaders is it's not the political class. They are not the corporates. Come on, if you're a businessman and if you're supposed to sell this cup for 100 naira and you can deceive somebody to buy 2,000, you will do it, even though it's not morally right. But you're a businessman, you want to make profit. So the problem is not the politician. If a politician see a loophole, if I'm a politician today and if I'm a core politician that is not really a value person or whatever, if I see a loophole, I will take advantage of it. So the problems are not the politicians. The problem, Madam Obi said, was the middle class of Nigeria has been the problem of Nigeria. And the whole myth that elections are decided in the north has always been caused by the inefficiency and the quietness of the middle class of the south, because they have stayed aloof in every election cycles, and they have given the ultimate power to those lower class in the north to make decisions for them, while they come back on TV and come back on the internet space like you and I and complain. So now, those same middle class, have you seen Obi's rally? Have you ever seen somebody that looks like a lower class there? No, it's that middle class. Did you ever believe that middle class person like you and I can go under the sun and be shouting Obi, politics, vote? Nobody ever thought that was going to happen, because middle class, we are jebo, we stay back. Politics is a dirty game. It's not these guys. Come on, we're not going to do this. But now it's changing.
There's a fault line in your analysis, which I don't think because you are looking at it from a logical point of view, but you have to look at it from a nuanced point of view. What restricts that mass that does not vote? It is, I don't believe that they necessarily are not voting because they feel that their vote would not count.
Why do you think they were?
I think they consider voting to be beneath them.
To be what?
To be beneath them.
Okay, so
you are talking about your bank managers, your reasonably successful lawyers, your successful traders, etc. So we're talking about people of a certain level of function who feel that it is beneath them to go and line up with the hoi pollois in the sun and interact with the great unwashed. So I don't think it's necessarily because they feel that their vote would not count. They feel that their voting is beneath them.
Two things, one man. Let me address that space you raised now. And I mean, I'll thank you so much. I'm going to add that to my 4 points. That makes it 5. Middle class, feeling voting is beneath them. But guess what is happening in Nigeria? You guys are not in Nigeria. Do you know I had a problem?
You are not in Nigeria. Don't pretend like you're in Nigeria. Ikoyi is not Nigeria. Also, forget all of us are not in Nigeria. Ikoyi is not Nigeria.
All the time. I just came back. My mother still lives there. We have our family house is there. Onitsha. It's a trackable distance from Peter Obi's house in GRA.
Look at that.
What's going down
look at that. You are living next to Peter Obi in Anambra, and you are living in Ikoyi in Lagos, and you claim you are in Nigeria. You are not in Nigeria, but carry on.
Peter Obi is not necessarily in the highbrow area of Anambra. But that's by the way. For me, that space you raised right now, the reality in Nigeria is that big middle class is crying. Man, do you know the price of diesel in Nigeria? Do you know hotels are now running their hotel rooms and they will tell you, please, we are going to on gen only by 10 and off it by 7. I'm not telling you small hotels, hotel that is normally you can classify as a 4-star hotel. They're doing this without shame. They'll tell you, see, there's no big man again. If you had 100 million in Nigeria last year, you probably have 20 million left. The middle class is feeling the Buhari thing. The middle class is agitated that, see, poverty has never touched the middle class before. It has always touched the lower class. For the first time, the middle class is collecting it back to back. Diesel, and every other thing happening, the high cost of living, and then the traders, the business. Do you know how much dollar is? We have never seen it had it this bad before. Traders are agitated. Now, you can see, if it was as at last 2018, you cannot tell an Anambra man in Onitsha, living in Onitsha main market, to close his shop and come and do obedience rally. He's not going to listen to you. See, I'm even laughing at I'm laughing at obedience now. I'm telling you, see, obedience, you are doing this now because the country is messed up. Trust me, if it was as at 4-5 as at 2015.
I like the way you talk main market. I like the way
market. No, one man wanted to doubt me. I'm not an Anambra boy. I wanted to bring in some of the flavor for him. So, to spice up his day. But when, as at 2015, if Obedience wanted to do this rally in Anambra, in Onitsha, they might be disgraced. Because he might come out and call rally. And nobody will close the shop and come out. Nobody is Igbo man close shop. Do you know how many Igbo man cannot even leave this? In fact, if Igbo man has closed his shop and is on his way home and you see him at the bus stop and you call Okechukwu, I want to buy. He said, I've not closed, please, let's start going back. He'll go back and open his shop back. Now, Igbo man, I'm surprised at what is happening in Nigeria. Trust me. Igbo man, I went to Onitsha, they did obedient rally. I saw people close their shop, went out. I'm like, Igbo man, trader, close shop. He's not even reasoning. He's not even pressing the calculator in his head. Do you know the money I'm losing? 1 hour I'm losing this money. 2 hours that nobody's calculating it. Politics has occupied 70 to 80% of everybody's
Play
life.
town. So
Yeah.
what can you classify is happening to those Igbo guys? Are they following Obi because he's competent or because he's from their side? As you as a person, let me ask you a question. As you as a person now, why are you following Obi? Is why? Just tell us. Why are you following? Convince us. Maybe we will join you.
Okay, there's two questions you raised here. I'm going to address two of them. The first one you raised, you said those Igbo guys, are they following Obi because they're competent? I don't think I'm one of those people that will come to this platform and tell you that every Southeasterner that is following Obi is because he's competent. It's a lie. Let me tell you, almost 60 to 70% of people in Southeast that is following Obi are people that believe that for the very first time, we might just be part of this country. This is our person. This is our Igbo brother. Oh my God, we are going to vote him. Anybody that is telling you competence, the people that is in the, I'm not saying that the competence thing is people like me now, and I'm going to justify it for you. So it's not a blind thing. People like me now, competence is on a higher, and I cannot tell you that competence is 100% for me. There is still that level of tribalism, just that mine is lower. It must be there. As far as you're a Southeasterner, it must be there. For you to be a Southeasterner,
God bless you, my brother. God bless.
I said it is zero, that 100% support. There is no tribalism there. You're a liar.
But Saki Father has told us that 100% is competence. Nobody is thinking about tribalism.
No. It's not what I said. It's not what I said for me. I said for me as a person.
Look at this guy.
No, I said for me as a person.
We don't get your number from time. We don't get your number. Don't worry.
God bless you, my brother. Fire on. God bless you.
Where is Jewel?
Jewel would have been cursing him by now. You are lucky that he would have been cursing you by now. Both in Igbo and in English.
What I said for me as a person, I'm not supporting him because he's an Igbo man.
Yeah, of course.
For me.
I'm
very much educated.
We don't believe him.
No, we not only do we not believe him, it's not true. It is not true. But carry on, PlayStation. I think the audience are enjoying your analysis. Carry on, PlayStation.
Okay,
Playtown. Yeah.
So for me, I feel most of those guys in Southeast are supporting Obi because, and it's not a bad thing. These guys feel marginalized. They don't feel part of this country. They're not given the chance to feel part of. It's not necessarily that Obi is going to carry Nigeria's money and give them. They know Obi. Obi has served them as governor. They know they won't benefit from Obi. In fact, let me tell you, Southeasterners might benefit more from Atiku's government than from Obi's government. And that is the reality. They know they won't benefit from Obi. But it's just that sense of belonging, that sense of, for the very first time, let's feel like we're even part of this country. Okay, we have produced the president. Okay, perhaps this country is for all of us. And for me, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. But for someone to come and tell you that, oh my, I'm following Obi, is the Igbo guy, but no, I don't really. It's not the Igbo thing. No.
Playtown. Sorry, would you have supported someone like Ojozo?
Never.
Would you have supported someone like Uzo?
I was coming to the second question. I was coming to the question. He asked me two questions. He asked me about the guys in the Southeast, and he asked me about me. Yeah. So I have answered the question about the guys in the Southeast. Now about me. Before January, February, March, April. So as at January, February, March, if you go to my Twitter, I was the chief spokesperson of Osinbajo, Professor Osinbajo. Chief spokesperson, because that was as far back as 3-4 years ago. I've always been rooting for this guy. I've always been the one playing the videos.
Who is that professor?
Yeah, professor. I've always been the one playing videos
what is his political position in Nigeria, or what is his? Can you tell us? I'm trying to know who is that.
He said Oshibanjo. He said.
Oh, Oshibanjo.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, didn't hear me. Okay, so Professor Oshibanjo, yeah. Did I pronounce it well, my Yoruba brothers? Oshimbanjo.
No,
yeah?
no, you gave it your
Yeah,
best
yeah,
shot.
yeah. You
Carry
good,
on.
you good, my man. Yeah.
Okay, good. So, because I'm the one that will always go to YouTube and dig out all those videos. You know, there was when he was going around feeling presidential, addressing Harvard, you know, making all those tours with his wonderful, come on, that guy is a good orator. I will always go get those videos, play it to my colleagues, like, see, this guy, imagine this guy was president of Nigeria. Come on, guys. Like, why do the best guys always play second fiddle in Nigeria? You know what I'm saying? So I'm always the one that kept saying that maybe this guy, maybe they're, for the way he's going around making these speeches, maybe they're preparing for president, and I'm going to so throw my weight behind him. And my father also feels like that. Funny enough, I have left that feeling a long time ago. My father is still hanging up to that feeling, even with the Obi movement. My father is still saying that he prefers Osinbajo, which is, excuse me, okay, it's not going to happen. It's not in the race.
Just to pause you, hold on, let me pause you for a moment and just hold you to that space that you just entered. If Osinbajo had the APC ticket and the OB train is still as it is, where would your vote go? If it was
it's going to be problem for Obi. Do you know why? They share the same demography of Nigerians. The intellectuals or the woke people. You understand what I'm saying? So I said the best gift APC gave to Obi was not feuding Osinbajo. The best gift they gave to Obi was not feuding Ifayemi. You know what I'm saying? And the best gift, so those are the best gifts APC gave to Obi. You know what I'm saying? But for me, to the question you asked, if Osinbajo was running, and Obi was running, the same time I was canvassing for Osinbajo, I was also canvassing for Obi. I just felt he was the right guy for PDP to field. And for me, the perfect election in my head
On
was
election
APC.
day, on election day, who will you vote for?
That's a Jenny Coco, right? I was coming to answer that question. So if Obi and Osinbajo was on the ballot,
yes. On election day, who will you vote for?
I'm going to vote for Obi, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to vote for Obi because already I have a soft spot for the two guys. You get what I'm saying? And if you do economics, I'm coming. If you did economics, there's where you get to a level of where you have to bring in your table of scale of preference here. So now, the only thing that's going to make me choose Obi is what? The ethnic sentiments. That's all. Because already, with capacity and my soft spot for both of them, they're probably on the same ladder. Now, there has to be something that puts one person a little bit above, and that's ethnic sentiments.
All right. So, Playtown, with all of this, your permutation, does it sit Peter Obi on the Aso Rock seat? Because from everything that you have been saying, and I've been listening to you quite keenly all the way through, all that you are describing, it seems to me it sits Peter Obi on the Aso Rock seat. So do you see Peter Obi on the Aso Rock seat with your permutation?
Yes, with my permutation, I see him on Aso Rock seat. If the Labour Party does the grassroots work that they're supposed to do, if they don't go with the euphoria of Bloomberg and Anna Pose and what's the new one that just came out, Economist London and all of that stuff, you know, the euphoria, like, okay, you know what, come on, this is decided. If they actually shut their ears to anything positive and believe that they're starting from ground zero and go down to the grassroots and mobilize and convert through markets, through churches, through schools, through town halls, and through every small organization, even newspaper stands, anywhere where one or two Nigerians are gathered, infiltrate there and convince them the whole Obi narrative. If Labour Party does not do that, there's nothing. But if they do that,
sorry. I think Babati wants to come in, but before Babati comes in, let me throw.
It's a good question.
Oh yeah, let me just throw a piece of that. Let me throw some data at you, and then Babati comes in with this question, and then you wrap it up, and then I'll go on to Ajanle Koko. But with all that you have said, can the Obi space and by extension his party, the Labour Party, can they handle that piece of work that you are saying they necessarily have to undertake to become to get the Nigerian presidency? So let me throw some figures at you. The 95 million voters, they have to convince a sizable number of them, and that is spread right across from Lagos to Borno, as you know. And then, of course, they have to manifest in 176,846 polling units. They have to canvass in 774 local government areas, spanning the expanse of the country. So that body of work has to be undertaken by whoever is going to become the president in a free and fair election. So does the Obi space have that capacity to undertake what it takes? And then let Babati tag on his question and then wrap it up. And then,
okay. Okay, Playtown, thanks for this. This is my first time seeing you here, so I'm gonna keep my eye on you for a while. You know, and everybody's praising you, but let me keep my eye on you for a while before I say anything about your position. But my question to you is that can you please take us through Peter Obi's path to the presidency in terms of elections? Where do you see him winning and where do you see him losing? And do you see a possible runoff, or do you see him just winning the first time? So can you just take us through what state you think is going to win on his path to the presidency? Thank you.
Okay. One man, can you remind me your question? Let me start with you, sir.
No, I was asking the body of work that has to be undertaken to become the Nigerian president. Just looking at the figures, the 96 or 95 rather million voters, aside, not all of them has to be convinced, but certainly a significant number of them. And I'm just reminding you that those voters, they span the expanse from Lagos right to the tip in Borno. They have to be convinced. 176,846 polling units, they have to man those, and they have to go to the 700 and something local government areas to convince the people local to those spaces that Peter Obi is the man. And that again from Lagos to Borno. So the body of work that has to be undertaken to make Peter Obi the president, does the Peter Obi space and the Labour Party have the capacity for that?
Yes, I think they have the capacity, and I'm going to explain that. They have the capacity because I feel, for me, the moment Peter Obi chose the Labour Party, people did not know the thoughts processes that went into the choice of choosing Labour Party over the array of other parties he could have chosen. That the thought process that went into that choice is because out of all the parties that was there for him to choose, Labour Party was the only one that had the P, that is potential. Other parties were what? In an assemblage of a few group of people who are just political orphans, political alternatives where they just end up backing a candidate a few days to the election. Labour Party was playing the same role, even though they had a potential. But you know what Labour Party didn't have is what? The catalyst. They have never had the catalyst before. Now, Labour Party has the potential because Labour Party is the oldest out of all those alternative parties. And Labour Party was a brainchild of the NLC and the TUC, the Labour Movement of Nigeria. Now, when you have a potential like that, until you get a catalyst, you will keep playing contractors' jobs. That means you just be taking bread from people that are playing the game properly and just be there like a servant, yeah? Until the catalyst come. And sometimes it may never come in the next 100 years. Catalyst may never enter there. But luckily for the Labour Party, a catalyst comes on board. Now, people are telling me that the Labour Union and the TUC, they are there in every strata of Nigeria, federal, state, local governments, units, levels, in the innermost part of Boronu, Medugri. There are teachers there. In those days, there are Amajiri schools. There are teachers there. You understand what I'm saying? But the problem over the years is because if there's nobody to take advantage of that, to catalyze that, so everybody's on their own. You know what? Since we're not going to win anyway, so why don't we just collect the chunks from the winning guys and to sustain our life? But now a catalyst has come on board and say, you know what? You could win. All these things people are striking. Federal government, give us this. ASU, do this. Federal government will be telling you, if you like go on strike, they're battling.
Do you know what the labor union is, Playtown? Do you know what the labor union is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so just for the benefit of the conversation, the labor union is the umbrella pressure group organization for Nigerian workers.
Labor force.
Yes, for the labor force. And that labor force is a myriad of all political leanings. So
Yes.
within the labor union, you have the PDP, the APC, the Showore people, and everybody in between. So all political parties are part or are fully represented within the labor union. So you are making a leap then to attribute and to hand over the structure of that organization to a political party with pecuniary interest and an ambition that might not be the will of the Labour Party union members.
Okay, let me answer that real quick. Now, I'm going to make a caveat before I answer this question. I don't think no matter what P2B does today or the Labour Party does today, they're never really going to get the indulgence or the loyalty or the inclusiveness of the entire labor union value chain. They're never going to do that. But if they get only 20%, that is huge. Just 20% is huge. Now, a lot of people in the labor union, some of them are APC members, some of them are PDP members, some of them belong to other parties. You get what I'm saying? So, but then a chunk of them are apolitical. They're not necessarily having any loyalty to any party. You understand what I'm saying? Your secondary school teacher, one man, probably the one that taught you, the one that taught LVA, probably does not have any political lineage, but she's part of the labor union. You understand what I'm saying? So the ones that are probably never going to come on board on this is those ones that already have an attachment to existing parties, even though some of them might still change their mind. But let's not assume that all of them...
what I'm saying to you is that the labor union, by virtue of the diversity of their followership, they cannot commit themselves to a political party. What they can come up with is a political wish list, and to say that we want to see this and we will encourage our members to vote for whoever presents these.
You know, Labour Party has put out their list of their campaign organization. Have you analyzed the list?
Yeah, the NLC president is there. The NLC president.
The leadership of the labor unions.
The TUC is there.
They are all their names are all there, functional in the campaign
of the Labour Party.
So yes, of the Labour Party. That means they are doing it with their full chest. They know they fear people like who is the guy that accused them the other day? Ngige accused him of politicizing it. No, those guys have taken it with their full chest because they probably believe that this could work. This union, these guys have been lying on the fringes for years, begging governments for peanuts, begging the federal for peanuts, and now they have opportunity to seize the federal, and you're telling them not to give it their all. These guys are see, imagine ASU was in charge of the federal, by whether directly or indirectly, there won't be a strike for six. See, these guys have their own benefits too. You know, they have a charter demand, which is one of the things P2B is presenting now. They have their own demands. So if P2B gets to Aso Rock, they are one of the people in the first line of beneficiaries. And they don't know if this is going to happen even in the next 200 years. It's probably once in a lifetime. And this is what they are going to tell their members across value chains to convince them that, see, we are about to be the government. We were always the agitators. We were always the protesters. They were begging for peanuts. Give us 1 trillion. Government say, no, it's 1 billion we'll give you. It's 2 we'll give you. In fact, go on strike. Don't go on strike. But now, we could actually hijack the government. You know, I call what is happening now is a political hijacking that is coming from ordinary Nigerians, the middle class, and the labor force of Nigeria. You understand what I'm saying? So for me, I feel the only obstruction in Peter Obi's way is organization. Peter Obi has to unleash the organization skill of Asuwaju. He has to unleash Asuwaju is a master strategist. He has to employ strategists within the team, whether as part of the campaign organization or supporting committees. That is.
So you are talking. So are you referring to structure?
Yes.
Structure. But most obedient will say, oh, structure does not matter. We are the structure.
The people are the structure.
The people are the structure. Forget about their structure.
Naive people.
Huh?
No, and most of them are naive. But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean that they're not savvy. So the only problem now is if the obedient organization or the organization of Peter Obi's organization or Labour Party, if they cannot only depend on those naive youths. They have to understand that yes, we have them and they think they are the structure. Let's keep making them believe that they are the structure. They are occupying, they're serving their purpose there. But we also know that we need proper structures too by the side.
Do you think the obedient do you think the obedient space has the budget to run a presidential campaign? Do they have the budget?
Yes, I think yes, they do. I've been opportune to be. I mean,
the $5 that people are donating is $5?
You know, if INEC was checking the budget of campaign of every subgroups of obedience in Nigeria, by now they would have sanctioned the Labour Party. They have outspended already. See, people don't know what is going on in Nigeria. People are spending millions of their money. People are spending. See, obedient. I can comfortably tell you with my full chest that obedient groups and subgroups in Nigeria is probably up to 5,000. Anywhere, people are forming obedient group in their streets. They're forming obedient group in their school, in their classroom, in their departments because they're on strike. They are forming obedient group in estates. People don't know what is going on. It's a political revolution. But people don't understand why most of those guys
Babati, let me say this. Since you have been talking, you haven't abused anybody here.
Why would I need to abuse someone?
Well, does he have to abuse people?
No. You know where I'm going. You know where I'm going. My brother, kudos to you. Fire on.
Please, play down, please.
See, anybody abusing someone, I will say it again. If Obi does not win, Tinubu should please win. Last person I want to see there is Atiku.
Okay. Peter, can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah.
I haven't done everything you're talking about in terms of spending money and organizing. Let's keep that for now. I get the point. One man asked you, we're going to organize it. Okay, let's say you even do that. Show me the pathway to the presidency. I want numbers. Where is he going to win? Where is Obi going to win? Is my point. Let's just go there. Let's keep all this. Show me the pathway to the presidency, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay, let me try to take up. Obviously, I'm not some old Tachidoka, but let me try to invade that space a little bit. But I can't give you a certain pathway to the presidency for Obi, but let me try this. For now, even if you check, he has also released his calendar for the campaigns. I don't know if any of you have seen it too. He has released his rally calendars across the 36 states and FCT. He did that as at yesterday evening. And if you notice there, he started from Nasarawa, North Central. That is his
Okay.
area of strength right now in the north.
Okay. Sorry, Playtown. Just to make things easier, let's do it this way. I'll give you a run through of the Nigerian states, and you tell me how you think Peter Obi will do in them. So that's probably the easiest way to tackle this. So I had it up just now. So in Abia State, how is Obi going to perform in Abia State?
He's going to perform very well in southeastern states. He might win all the southeastern states. He might win all the states.
All right, Adamawa State. How is he going to perform, Adamawa?
No, it's a strong goal for Atiku now. I don't really think it's a strong hold for Atiku like that, because he barely won it in 2019. But come on, let's not disrespect Atiku.
Okay, if we give Adamawa to Atiku, who will take second place in Adamawa?
Well, give it to APC. APC also have a strong goal in Adamawa, I think. I think they made a pretty good showing.
All right, let's go to Akwa Ibom. How will Peter Obi perform in Akwa Ibom?
He's going to do very well in Akwa Ibom. He might win Akwa Ibom.
All right. Give strong percentages.
PDP,
yeah.
See, all the states that PDP has. That's why I'm pitying for Atiku in this election. See,
hold on. The governor, who is the chairman of the campaign, Atiku campaign team. He will defeat him at home. The PDP governor.
Udom does not have an antecedent of Enwike. He does not have antecedent of coercion, so to say. So I don't. If Akwa Ibons are really strong on obedience, I don't see an Udom derailing that.
All right. Let me take you through the states, but I want us to be rapid because there are 36 states. So we'll be rapid with it. So you are saying he will do well in Akwa Ibom. Anambra State.
Let's just.
Sorry, you're breaking up somewhat. Are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm with you. Can you hear me?
All right. Yes. Let's just wrap it through it because, yes, we often do this. So let's wrap it through it. Anambra, I think you'll give that to him. But how will he do in Bauchi State? Bauchi? Look at this guy.
Honestly, let me tell you. If I tell you,
it's very easy to say all these things. That's why I always bring up the states. It's very easy to say all these things until we start to put our figures to states. That is when it starts to
fall down. Can I help out with figures?
You can chime in, but I want us to be very rapid with it. Yeah.
Okay. He will do well in Bauchi State.
He will do well in Bauchi State. Who will vote for him in Bauchi State?
One man, let us concentrate on Playtown. Let's continue with Playtown.
Let him finish, please. Give him time. We are going somewhere with this.
Yes.
All right. So he cannot have Bauchi State, I don't think. But Bayelsa State, how strong will he be there?
He's very strong in south. He's very strong in south, I think.
Okay, and Benue State.
Yes, that's a strong goal for him as well.
Benue State.
Remember, we don't know what the G5 guys are going to do at the end of the day. So I feel it's really, really, really too early to make these state by state permutations.
No, we can speculate. We will not hold you hostage to it. But okay. Borno State.
I think Benue is predominantly. I think they have a high number of Northern Christians, right?
Well, right. I think they have majority Christians, I suspect.
Yeah. So I mean, it's a good place for him.
So he will defeat APC and PDP in Bauchi and Borno State.
He has the capacity.
And Borno State, Shettima's home state.
I don't think so. I don't think it's going to. I don't think so.
Surely he will wrestle Cross River.
Yeah, Golden Boy is on the tickets.
Surely, though, he will wrestle Cross River from Jensen Wike now, will he not?
Come on, even Wike knows that Cross River is obedient. He knows.
All right. and Delta State is obedient, of course, as well.
Let me tell you. Let me chip in something.
You forget Kano State and Katsina. They are also obedient.
One of the motivations why Wike is insisting on what he's doing is because he knows that he's almost losing control over people of Cross River with regards to obedience. Now, he wants to use this as an excuse that, why I didn't deliver to PDPs because you people didn't chase you away, so I stayed aloof and obedience took it over. He knows. He doesn't want to do that.
All right. I think we'll leave it there, but I think the point has been made. But if we start to go through it state by state, then you start to see where the struggle is.
It falls apart, one man. It falls apart.
Of course, because when we are talking about Nigeria, we're also talking about Zamfara, Yobe, Taraba, Sokoto. We're talking about Plateau. We're talking about Niger, Nasarawa. We're talking about Kogi, Kebbi. We're talking about Katsina, Kano. We're talking about Kaduna, Jigawa, and we're talking about Gombe, etc. We're talking about Ekiti. We're talking about Oyo. We're talking. So I mean, how is Peter Obi going to surmount all of that to land himself?
Peter Obi has.
One man, let me ask him this question. Do you think that Peter Obi will win any state in the West?
In Yoruba land.
In Yoruba land.
No,
let him talk now. Let him talk. Do you think he will win any state in Yoruba land in the whole of Southwest?
I'm trying so hard not to diminish the light of Tinubu.
No. Just say your mind. Just say your mind. Don't worry about Tinubu. Tinubu is. Just say your mind.
I mean, this guy is a Southwestern stable politician. For me, for now, my thoughts might change later. For now, I don't think Obi will win any Southwestern state. Win. I didn't say not show a good showing. I said win.
No, not good showing. I'm just saying at least win. Do you think it will win?
For now, I can't see him winning any. For now, I can't see him winning any South.
Why?
Tribalism now.
Why?
You say why?
Yes,
no,
why?
The Nigerian factor now, we all know now.
Okay, so you believe that it cannot win any state in the West, but you think it will win in the North.
Where
you think it will win in the North when it cannot win anyone in the West, where we have liberal people, where we have Christians, we have people that are more sophisticated in terms of education and all this. So it cannot win anything.
Ajale Koko, let me say this. If you don't win election in the Southwest, you can't be president in Nigeria. Do anyone do that?
So you think it will win in the North? In the entire North, because they're asking you, say it will win. Zaki was even saying we win in Bauchi, it win in all this. So it cannot win in the West, any state in the West, but it will go and win up North.
I didn't say he will win Bauchi. I said he will do well in Bauchi.
What do you mean well?
So
define well.
What did do well mean?
No, well means he will get
what is well in Nigeria that
you will get reasonable Bauchi state.
Well means 25%. Well means 25%.
20. Look, you have to win according to electoral. You have to win majority vote and 25% in 24 states of the federation.
Perfect.
That's why they said well means 25%.
Yeah, so we have to be realistic. Let us be realistic to ourselves. Don't let us be deceiving ourselves.
Can I ask you, Ajale Koko?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question, Ajale Koko?
Yes.
Can Tinubu win elections if he doesn't win in Southeast and South together?
Thank you.
Forget about South.
No. Can he win if he doesn't win South and South?
But he won't win Southeast now. So why are you saying if he doesn't?
Well, what's stopping him from winning South?
So where will he win in South right now?
No. Let us even forget about South and Southeast is talking about. If APC as a party put up a very good performance in that manner that Buhari played in 2019 or 2014 without winning any state in the Southeast and South, Tinubu will win the presidency. Because the strongest hold, of APC is the North.
And Southwest is done. And Southwest is done already.
Yes, the strongest hold of APC is in the North, particularly in the Northwest. So they can see if they put up a very good performance, they can still repeat the same victory.
Angelico, can I make a point?
Yes.
Can I make a point? Huh?
Yes.
Carry on.
Do you know that the entire of that APC stronghold they're talking about is embedded in Buhari's 15 million votes? That stronghold you're quoting now, do you know they're embedded in Buhari's 2019 15 million votes out of 85?
Yes.
There are people in the North that Buhari was on the ballot and still they didn't see any need to vote him. You get what I'm saying? There are people in the North, there are people in the AKA PDP stronghold of South and Southeast that their stronghold party PDP article was on the ballot in 2019 that still didn't feel any need to vote their stronghold PDP. So I feel that this time is a 3-horse race. We are making the analysis of 2-horse race that we have always known. Is it that Mr. A win and B lose, or B win and A lose? No, I think this election is going to be different.
We believe it's a 3-horse race, and that is why we have given Southeast to Obi. Before we will have said, okay, PDP we have the entire of Southeast, but now we are giving it the whole of Southeast to Obi. But saying that Obi will win any state in the North, he won't win one state in the North. You people do not deceive yourself, man.
Let me tell you.
You know, hold on, Saki Father, just to address what Playtown was saying. It is a 2-horse race, but Peter Obi will be the determining factor. That is what will happen. It's a race between Atiku and Tinubu, but the votes that Peter Obi will take will tilt the presidency in favor of one or the other of those two. But certainly it's not going to make Obi president. But Obi's votes will determine who will be the president.
I beg to differ one man.
Obi will win Southeast and South. Mark this and have peace.
One man. We have registered voter of 90 million. And 30 million has always decided our fate for the past years. For some reason. That reason is the reason Obi has to go for. What is the reason? Why is that 60 million not coming out? That is where Obi is heading to. That doesn't mean that he cannot take.
Wait. Okay, let's go to that 60 million. Where are they? Who are they? No, it's very important to establish who they are.
Yeah, let me finish, please. Let me finish. Yes, so 3 things here. 3. 1, 2, 3. 1 is the 60 million people that have never felt a need to vote. Okay, or let me say 50 from 84 of 2019. 50 million that have never felt the need to vote. 1, because they don't have interest in the whole political or whatever for some political reasons. Well, that's 1. Second demography is the new registrants, the 10 million you just talked about. We know most of them will be going for Obi. Yeah? Then the other one is that the inroads is going to make into the normal voters. That is inside that 30 million that's always decided for us. He's going to make some inroads. Some PDP voters are changing their mind to Labour. You know, some people are so.
You are making mistake, my brother. The new register and all of them are not voting for Obi. Why do you get that assertion for?
You say?
The new register, the 10 million new register. How do you know that they are voting for Obi?
I didn't tell you all of them are voting for Obi. That's not what I said.
No, you said most of them.
Most of them. Most of them.
Let me address something with you, Playtown, because
if I just finish this thing, you can address that with me. Okay, with these three things I raised now, yeah. In that new, you see that new registrants, yeah, those new registrants, if only 50%, I mean, we that are on ground in Nigeria knows in the new registrant is more than 50% OB. But let's say if OB only managed to gun down 50% of them, and then managed to make inroads 10% into the existing 30 million voting active voters, and then managed to squeeze out maybe 30% of those guys that never vote, and then the rest of the 70% also goes with voter apathy. So he's stopping.
All right, let me take you to that 60 million space that you seem to be fixated on. So you hold on. Let me take you to that 60 million apathetic voters that you are saying are going to be re-energized because they now have a belief in the system. So let's go to that space. So let's take that 60 million. We're just using 60 million for the purposes of the conversation. So that's not a categorical figure. But let's use that 60 million. But that's a demography. But let's now divide. Let's penetrate that demography and see who they are. Out of that 60 million, what is the attribution of them? How many of them are Southeasterners? How many of them are Southwesterners? How many of them are Central people? And how many of them belong to the North? So I'm saying the vast majority of that will be outside of the Southeast. And because of the way that the Nigerian politics works, which is usually...
That's not as very high.
Well, if we are using 60 million, even the totality of Igbo people, they are not up to 60 million. So we cannot...
No. So at least let's give them maybe 10-15% of the 60 million. So continue.
All right. So let's give them 10-15. Okay, I'll go with that. So the rest of those people that you are saying they are re-energized now.
15% is million already.
All right. So if you are saying that 60 million is re-energized because they now have a belief in the process, so their votes also come in. But
middle class.
Yes, but a lot of those votes, the vast majority of those votes are not coming to Labour Party. So it doesn't change anything if they are re-energized. Everybody still gets their slice of that. The traditional slices that this data that we have already.
What is energizing them? PDP and APC that failed to energize in 1999.
No, don't worry about what energizes them or not. People will still, because you know that this upcoming election is especially ethnic. It's very ethnic, this upcoming election, and people will be reticent to cross that ethnic line. And I don't think that people have confidence in Peter Obi sufficient enough to make them cross ethnic lines. Because it doesn't inspire confidence.
Okay, one man, what is more ethnic in 2015 election where the North is saying that it is our turn? What was their voter turnout? It is our turn. They want to take it over from Goodluck Jonathan. Still, what was the election turnout? Even when that was a very highly ethnic election, where people are saying this section of the country is saying it has to come back to the North. The Southerners are saying no, our president has to continue. That's a very high ethnic thing. No, I don't think it's ethnic thing. Those voters that are not voting are not necessarily super ethnic. Those voters are those that do not have confidence in the Nigerian electoral process and in politics in general.
Yes, but Peter Obi does not inspire.
They're using their PVC as ID card.
What I'm saying to you is that Peter Obi as an entity,
Obi has to go, and if he's able to convince only, I'm not even saying he should convince 100% of them. If he can convince just 30,
no, but he can't. He can't because hold on.
No, we already said 15%. We already saying 15. No, one man. So we already saying 15%. 15% Southeasterners. Maybe another 15% of young people. Apathetic.
No is the answer to where you are going. Because if you are saying that the people that are not voting are thinking people, that if they are thinking people, Peter Obi as an entity, he does not present in sufficient enough quantity to convince anybody of thinking to make a leap to place faith in him. It does not inspire confidence.
Should I respond
It
to
does
that?
not inspire confidence.
Should I respond to that?
Go on.
Okay. It is very, it's very confusing for me when people raise this kind of topic, because when polls were coming, Anna polls came, Bloomberg came, everybody came. People were saying, do you know the stance of the establishment parties? They were saying that these are polls conducted among elites, thinking people, educated people. Why that this poll is not reflective, that they should go to those uneducated people. You understand what I'm saying? They're saying why P2B won is because it was conducted among elites, among social media people, internet people, thinking people, educated people. That's why P2B won. And now you're telling me that it's no more thinking people that is supporting P2B. That does not make any sense. Because when people were discrediting these polls, they were doing that on the grounds that these polls are only reflective of urban Ajebo people, youths that went to school, people that has internet, people that are exposed to the world, diasporas that are smart, so that this poll is not reflective. This poll has to go to Zamfara to meet the Talakawas. This poll does not meet.
Should I tell you what happened in those polls?
So why is it that P2B is winning in polls that are saying it's concentrated only on educated and elite people, and then you are coming with the counter argument of the same thing, saying that
should I tell you why P2B are winning in those polls? In the polls that he has won. Should I tell you why?
Yeah.
Because those polls were attacked by the obedience in an organized fashion. Those polls were attacked by the obedience in an organized fashion.
Which polls were attacked by obedience?
All these online polls.
No.
They were attacked. They were attacked.
They were not all online polls. They were not all online polls. These guys say they use telephones. They call people randomly across geopolitical zones. Were there people waiting for the call and organizing themselves and saying, you know what, we know that these people are conducting polls. Let's by our phones and attack them obediently. That's not true. I'm telling you the arguments of APC spokespeople, PDP spokespeople, and including you and so many people in this platform arguing that Obi won because these polls are concentrated on educated people, on elites, and on people on the internet, and people that have access, and on diaspora people. Obviously, diaspora people are not ignorant, and we know that most of them are following. So that is why we are discussing this poll. It's not including the market man, it's not including the bricklayer, Obi will not win. But since it's on the elite,
as opinion poll work in the past election in Nigeria.
I think it's can't hear you properly.
I said as anytime opinion poll. Can you hear me now?
No, you have to check is someone else hearing him properly?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We can hear you both.
Okay. I said, can as opinion poll work for election victory in the past in Nigeria past election?
I really can't hear. Someone else.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, no. Let me tell you. Can you hear me? Playtown. Can you hear me? No, I think your system is starting to falter somewhat. Playtown.
Yeah, I think his system is acting up.
All right. Thank you, Playtown. You certainly illuminated of the. You certainly illuminated of the conversation. Yeah, he's dipped out. I think the system.
I was really enjoying him, man.
No, he's well presented. He's well presented. Yeah. So that's the quality we want, rather than people coming here to call my panelists more.
One man, he really shut you up.
That's for sure.
How so? He didn't shut me up. He
I can
presented
see
a.
you.
No, nobody can shut
No,
me
no,
up.
no, it didn't. No, no,
If
no,
not,
it didn't.
though.
Woman,
No, maybe.
the guy presented a good argument. That is what he did.
And that
And
is
I
what
give
we
him
invite.
kudos.
Yeah, yes,
That's what we invite.
yes.
Woman, he spoke for almost minutes. He doesn't abuse anybody.
No,
This is my
not
best
everybody
obedience.
abuses. No, not
No.
everybody abuses
The
everybody. Oh.
problem is when people come here and say a very bad words and unverified stuff. It becomes a provocable statement, and everybody wants to like attack it. The guy didn't say anything provocable. We like say that Tinubu is this person or Article is this person. You know, he didn't say anything. But when you come here and attack someone's principle, it becomes very argumentative, which is why he didn't insult nobody. That's just the truth.
No, I think it's just because he's a gentleman. That's really the real reason for my understanding. But thank you, Playtown. Just join us next time you are able to. So that's our correspondence from Ikoyi. So let's go on from Playtown. Let's go to Thomas. So Thomas, you are up next, and let me take you to the space. Then, which space should I take you? Let me take you to this space. Tinubu has not sidelined Oshibanjo. This is Senator Gaya answering that question. So this is one of the main friends and acolytes of Yemi Oshibanjo. Is a senator from Kano. He has always been on Oshibanjo's team, and he comes out frontally to address that there's no beef between Tinubu and Oshibanjo. And he went on to say that just as soon as the primaries was over, one of the first places that Tinubu came to was Oshibanjo's home. He was there, this Senator Gaya, and he was saying then they had like quite a long convivial conversation about how Tinubu wanted him to support his ambition. So nothing to say here is what he's saying. But do you believe him? Do you accept that, Thomas?
Oh, thank you, woman. Good evening to everyone. Like, share, and subscribe. I don't believe what the man say. I don't believe it. The last time we spoke endlessly on Oshibajo. I have called him traitor. I've called him Judas Iscariot so many times. People argue that as a citizen of Nigeria, he has the right to come out to vie for any post that he deemed fit, that he wanted for his life. But to me, I think what's the most important thing in politics is loyalty. You have to be loyal to anybody you think brought you up to the limelight. We can categorically say that it's only when Tinubu picked Oshibajo as the vice president. That's why when I know who is Oshibajo, popularly know Oshibajo. Even though I'm close to their family, I don't even hear that name, Oshibajo, until they Tinubu brought him out. So I think they should have some sense of loyalty to Tinubu. But I think he went to the other side, and some people are giving him maybe some cabals are giving him the assurance that he can overtake his principal, which is Tinubu. And woman, Tinubu, Oshibajo will never work for Tinubu, in my opinion. All these, what this guy is saying is just to pacify the masses that there's no rift in between Oshibajo and Tinubu. If you could remember the day of the primaries, Buhari was sitting here, the wife was sitting there, Oshibajo was sitting beside Buhari, and Baba Tinubu, he let Oshibajo, he went and greets Buhari he greeted the wife, he turned. He did as if Oshibajo is not even existing. Even Oshibajo was even trying to look at him eyeball to eyeball to greet him, but he just snubbed him, and he took the Senate, Femi Gbajabiamila to signal to Tinubu that the vice president is there. Why don't you greet him? Before he went back and greet him. So one man is. I can't fault Tinubu for anything he's holding against Oshibajo, because I think Oshibajo should be the last person to counter Tinubu in any presidency. To me, in my opinion, I could be wrong, but to me, I think he should be more loyal. But if people, the guy is telling us now that there's no rift between them, that's a blatant lie. Because we haven't seen Oshibajo speaking on Tinubu's campaign or saying anything or speaking for him in any capacity or anything. So they are just deceiving us. They are just trying to paint a white color to us out there so that people won't think they have problem in their internal party. There is nothing it can. Tinubu, people say that Tinubu normally forgive. Maybe if Tinubu finally win the election, maybe he may forgive him. But for now, in my opinion, I may be wrong. No, there's still fight in between them. Oshibajo will Tinubu visiting him. That doesn't mean that he has forgiven him. To me, in my opinion, he visited almost all the candidates. Even for those ones that stepped down for him, those ones that didn't step down for him, he visited all of them to canvass for their support. But to me, Oshibajo is the worst person to me to Tinubu coming out. So the fight is still there, one man. Don't let them deceive us. The fight is still there until I see Oshibajo speaking for Tinubu, campaigning for him. That is when I will know that they've settled the rift between them. But if I didn't see that, I don't agree with the man, one man. I don't agree with the man.
All right, brilliant. And to this space, 95 million registered voters in Nigeria. So that's not to say that 95 million people will vote to decide who becomes president. But what percentage of that do you expect to see at the polling booths? And how do you expect INEC? Do you expect them to prepare for 95 million people, or do you expect them to prepare for a percentage of that? And how do you expect them to be able to handle that volume of people? 100 and something thousand polling units, over 12,000 candidates, 774 local government areas, just that piece of work, Thomas.
One man, Nigeria is a great country. I was when you read when you read it earlier, I was just thinking we surpass all the West African, even in our voting. I will tell you this, one man. That is why we are not having any runoff. Anybody that is telling you that there will be runoff, they are deceiving you. It won't happen. The person that will win landslide. The poll is going to be once and for all. Do you know how much that will cost them to run this election? This is billions. I can even say trillions of naira to run this election. All the local governments, all the ward, everything, all the polling booths. So it came down to me now that this election is going to be once and for all. And the person that will win landslide. There's no runoff at all. But this 95 million, I will give 50 million people will come out, in my opinion. 50 million people will turn out. And why did I say that? This awakening, that is the only thing I will give to Peter Obi. The awakening, the sensitization, the conscientization of people that You have to vote. You have to come out. Young people, you have to vote. You have to come out. One man, I'm in my 40s. I've never voted in Nigeria because I never believe election in Nigeria. Never. My mom, my father, and my mother told me the last time they voted. Maybe Shagari. I can't even remember. People are not voting in that country. The vote apathy is too much. You can imagine 15 million determine who is going to be a president of 220 million people. That's what Buhari got last time. So the vote apathy will still be there. People registering for INEC
But
today.
Thomas, you have to add all the votes to know. It doesn't matter who won. All the totality of the votes.
Oh, yes, the totality and the small party as well. Oh, you are right. Yeah, you are right.
And the other,
But it's under 30 million. Ajale Koko. All the votes. I don't even think it reached 30 million because Buhari got 15 million. Atiku got 11 million plus together 26 million. And even the rest, I don't even think the rest of them even share 1 million votes. So it's less than
30,000. No, Shore got 30,000.
One man. Why are you trying? What are you insinuating?
We have to add all the numbers now. We have to add everybody now.
What are you insinuating? I know, Ajale Koko. So all the votes across all the party, 73 candidates, everything is under 27 million. So what are we saying? Out of Nigerians, out of 80 million registered votes, and out of 220 million people as purported, what they call it, the census they are giving us. So the vote apathy will still be there. There are some people that is registering now for ID card. There are some people that is registering on the day of election. They will just feel tired. They will not go out. There are some of our youth, they will still be playing ball on the street of Lagos, on the street of Anambra, on the street of Oyo State, on the day of election. So the vote apathy will still be there. But I give obedience the kudos of this sensitization. So maybe 50 million max. That is the max. If it beyond that, I will give Nigerian kudos. So the vote apathy will still be there come 2023, but there's nothing changing, one man. I will end by this so that the rest people can talk. Obi, Kwakwaso, they are just joking. PDP and APC will become your president come 2023. I listened to the deputy governor of Sokoto on channels. He said Obi approached him to become his running mate, and he declined. And they asked him, why did you decline? He said he asked them, who is running for House of Rep in Labour Party? Who is running for Senate in Labour Party? Who is your governor chief candidate in my state? Who is the local government? He asked them, and they can't give them a cogent answer. That is what boils down to structure that we are saying on this platform every day. You need structure to win election in Nigeria. It's those people that will go to the grassroots and work for you. Your Senate, your House of Rep, House of Representative, the House of Assembly in your state. Those are the people that will work for you. In the Southwest today, no Labour Party in all the states in the Southwest. I can't even point to one. So that is who will work for you in an election. So
But
all
he's
these
not talking that based on structure. He wasn't saying that based on structure, because those are not elected already. Those are still gonna be elected. That's what he was talking about. Because when you're talking about structure, are the elected people already? He wasn't talking about it based on the elected people, which are the structure you're talking about. So continue.
But my brother, I understand what you're saying, but are you dismissing what he said outrightly?
No, he's
That
saying it
question that
based
he
on
asked
good
them.
governance. He's saying it based on good governance. Based
Oh,
on
come
if
on,
Obi.
brother.
No, that's what he's saying. If Obi comes in, who's gonna be the governor? Who's gonna be the based on because party is based on like it's a group something. We do it together. So he's not asking if we're doing it together. Who is this? Who is this? Who is this? So he's saying it based on good governance. He's not saying it based on if you. I mean, are you gonna win or not? That's not what he's saying.
Is
No.
that
Hold
is
on,
your
hold on. Let us
that's your
define the
translation.
let us define the structure well. It doesn't really mean that those people that are in the office, but a party that is well structured, that have bases across the state, every state of the federation, every part, every nook and cranny of the country. So in that state, Sokoto State in particular, when that man was asking the question, who is the person contesting for Senate, rep, local government, they don't have, that shows that it's a party that have no structure, no organizational structure, nobody contesting
No,
for
you
the
guys are
election.
confusing it.
No, you don't understand. I am telling you. Look, okay, PDP.
Say what
Okay,
you
hold
wanna
on.
say, please.
Hold on. Let me enlighten you. PDP in Lagos State does not have any elective position. But do you want to define PDP in Lagos as a party that does not have structure?
No.
They have structures. They have their presence in every local government, every ward, every polling booth, everywhere in Lagos State. But they
Despite
don't
the
win election.
Jagaban,
Yes, they
despite
don't
the
win
Jagaban
election.
issue.
Yes, they don't win election, but they have presence in every nook and cranny in Lagos State. So when you have a party that doesn't have anybody to work for them in the state, that tells you it's a party, it's a structureless party. And that is what structure means. But it is those people that are contesting for the election, be it local government, ward, what do you call it, councillors and
House of Assembly.
House of Assembly. Those are the people that will structure the party and mobilize people out to come and vote for their party and their candidate on election day. So
on the next election, are you guys you're still making a mistake on this? When Shagari was talking, he wasn't saying it based on the possibility of P2B winning the presidency. He was saying, I'm telling you what he was saying it based on, which what this guy is saying now is wrong with what Shagari was saying it based on. I'm just saying, stating that fact, because he's stating that Shagari was saying, who is this, who is the best, because of those are the people that was necessarily gonna, grassroots gonna win him the election. He wasn't saying it based on that. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it wasn't specific that they don't have structure, but that is statement that when he asked them who are the people contesting for this, for that, and that position in the state, and they don't have anything, that tells him that no, it's a party that cannot win.
And even going towards that, even going towards that, Shagari has come out and said his own. How are we sure? As in, who has come out and has P2B or any person come out and said that they offered Shagari vice president? Nobody has come out.
It will not go on national television and lie.
We only know about a lot of politicians lie. We know that they lie through their tooth. If they lie, we know that politicians are liars. That's what they are born to do.
No, okay. So since yesterday or a day before yesterday, Labour Party and their people have nobody have debunked what they said.
This was yesterday. This was yesterday.
It's going to 3 days now, not yesterday.
Not 3
it's
days.
Day before yesterday.
Yesterday.
It was a day before. It's going to 3 days now.
I don't know if you're in Japan.
Still,
are you in Japan?
Don't worry about where I am. So, okay, even if it's yesterday, let's say it is over
I don't
40,
think
it's going to over 48 hours now. So, your people haven't come out to say, oh, No, he's lying. But you are the one who doesn't even have no presence in the party. You are the one saying that the guy is lying.
Can I comment on that?
He's not lying. He's not lying.
No. Can I comment on that? The guy came yesterday. Shagari of a person came yesterday. It was on national TV, yes. But the issue is that as at the time he was speaking, it's called initial conditions. As at that time, Labour Party don't have these people we are talking about, But right now, they have people scattered in these elective positions right now, as at today. As of today, they have people that are going for governorship in Sokoto, in Bauchi. They have people that are going for House of Reps as of today. But that very time the guy was talking about, on the initial conditions, they may not have had those people by then. But right now, they have a lot of people going for elective positions.
What we should understand is that, okay, Datti Ahmed is the running mate. So they have Datti Ahmed running for an office. Does it mean he's going to win his polling unit? So that's what you all need to put into consideration too. So what that guy was saying yesterday, there's no equivocation about
no
what
equivocation,
it was very, very factual. So there's no reason to be turning things up and down when we listen to it. It is just fact.
All right. Thomas, round up that space, and then I'll go on to Ajale Koko for reasons of time.
Yeah, thank you, Waman. Enigmatic God, thank you so much. The man was even, if you saw the man body language, that's high, we go sweep so low to go and be a vice president candidate of a party that can win election. The man before, he wanted to opt out of PDP. They have to call him back to PDP. The man is back in PDP now. He said he has been in PDP since 98. So Peter Obi, I've said it thousands of times. Peter Obi is a good candidate. He's a good person. If Peter Obi win election in Nigeria, I will not be mad. He's still my brother. But the party is associated himself with, they can't win election in this present Nigeria. PDP and APC, I told you every nooks and cranny of that nation, these two parties have their secretariats across the whole federation. You can't deny this.
But Thomas, you are making a mistake.
Hold on. Sorry. Let Thomas round off. It's just the time.
Maybe.
All right. So round off that space, Thomas.
So PDP and APC, they have everything on ground that will work for them, that will do this, that everything is there. The structure is there. But Labour Party, in my own local government, I don't see any local Labour Party's secretariat there. So how do you canvass for votes? How do you sensitize people? How do you conscientize people if there is no people on ground to work? So that is my submission, one man, so that other people can speak. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Welcome, Thomas.
What's your local government? Tomorrow we'll see us rallying in your local government.
Kajola, local
everybody knows that Thomas is from Kajola, local government.
Kajola, local government. Yeah.
Thank you, Thomas. So let me go on to Ajane Koko. But before I go on to Ajane Koko, just a very quick question to Playtown. Playtown, are you a musician? Are you a musician? Playtown.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a recording artist, songwriter.
All right. Have you done anything that we could have heard of, or we should have heard of?
Yeah. I just completed school, so I'm working on my EP right now. I'm working with I don't know if you guys are in Nigeria, but Sydney Talker is a comedian in Nigeria. Is an online comedian.
Yes.
We just floated the label. Yeah.
All right, we'll certainly look out for you, because I was checking you and I saw Playtown Vivo, and it's usually people that in music that have Vivo on there.
Yeah.
So good luck with that. If you want share your track with us, we certainly will play it. But thank you. Yes,
Well,
stay with us. Let me go on to
okay.
Ajanle Koko, and let me take Ajanle Koko to that space that where Thomas just left. We were talking about the size, because it's quite that's more than the population of most countries in the world. They're just the registered voters in Nigeria, and the polling units. It's just unbelievable. But just in terms of the logistics, how many of those 18 parties that we have in Nigeria do you think actually have the logistics to carry out a successful presidential run? Just based on the logistics, it's quite alarming. Some of these figures, 176,846 polling units. How many 774 local government areas, just in terms of the logistics of running a presidential campaign. How many of the 18 political parties do you think we have has the capacity to undertake that endeavor, Ajanle Koko?
Yeah, greetings to our leaders around the world. Click on the like button, share, subscribe. If you haven't done so. Look, one man to cover those logistics around the country, it requires huge money, billions upon billions of naira. And only two parties have that capacity to do that today. Because the number of polling booths to cover, I think, 16,000 plus. And when you have 16,000 polling booths, polling units around the country.
Did you say 16,000? Sorry, did you say 16,000?
I'm saying like maybe 16,000.
Don't say that in front of Mahmoud Yakubu. He was in America telling them that it's 176,846 polling units. 176,846 polling units. The logistics, my goodness me.
I can barely hear you. It seems like your system, I don't know whether it's coming from me, maybe it's from you. It's,
can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm hearing you, but that scratchy voice coming along is not. It's not.
All right. It's raining heavily where I am, so maybe that's influencing somewhat how the audio is.
But I'm hearing you. So, if you what did you say about America? You say America is what?
No. I was saying you were saying about 16,000 polling units, and I was saying don't let Mahmoud Yakubu hear you say that, because he's in America delivering a speech, and is telling them there that there are 176,846 polling units.
It might be right. Maybe my own figure is wrong. It might be right.
Yeah, well, he will be right because he's the INEC chairman.
Think, it might be right. Maybe I'm misplacing the figure or somehow. So
but I'm saying just the logistics of that. Because to win, you have to attend to those spaces. 176,000 polling units. I mean, the logistics of it. How many parties can carry it?
So this is where structure comes in. If you are a party that does not have that structure to man each polling unit across the country, then you are not serious for presidential election. And each polling unit must have minimum of 2 persons attached to it. 2, if not more, if not 3, at least 2. And those persons attached to each polling unit must be a reliable party member. A reliable party member that is recognized by the party, that be coming along with the party, be holding meetings for the party in that ward.
And those people that are attached to that each polling booth, each polling unit, must be able to identify the voters at each polling unit. If not 100%, it should be able to know about 80% of people that reside within that area that polling unit covers. These are people that, you know, that before the election, INEC will post out pre-election, how did they call it? Pre-registered voters names or something like that. It's just the name of registered voters before the election. I think they call it, I can't remember the name. They have a name they call it, but it's the list of all registered voters within that polling unit. They will paste it at that polling unit station where everybody will go and verify their names and be sure that their names their name among those names that are considered as registered voters on the voters list. So you have to go and check that to verify your name, to be sure that your name is there. And if your name is not there, you have to go and file a complaint with the INEC. Hey, the pre-election list that you pasted, I couldn't find my name. So what happened to it? And then they will check their record, and you know, if they have to do something, they have to do it to make sure that yes, they enlist you, make sure that your name is there. They verify your voters register, your voters card, and they will make sure that okay, your name will be included on the voters register. So those people that will be manning that place, that polling unit, can look through that list, and if they find some names suspicious on a particular address, they can pinpoint those names. Say, on this particular address, so this number 75, Aye Bambi Street, all these names does not live there. They can file complaint on behalf of their party against those names, that all these names are not, these people doesn't reside in that address, and they believe they are Jongbe names. So that is why structure really matter. The people that are agents for the party, they know the people in their area, and they are familiar with the people that lived in every house, if not all of them. At least they have people, because they are the people that goes out to mobilize people, to talk to their people in that area, and they know their people. So for a party to have agents across the country, how many do you call it? One man. How many polling units did you say Professor Mahmoud mentioned?
Over 176,000.
176,000. So 176,000 times 3, or let's say times 2. At least you will have 2.
You need at least 600,000 people just to man polling units. You need at least 600,000 people.
600,000 people across the country. So those ones are just to man the polling booth. We are not talking about those that are going to be in the local government area. In the
collation center.
The collation center at the ward level, and those that are going to be at the local government level, and those that are going to be at the state level, and those that are going to be at the... So this, you need maybe like 1 million or over 1 million people to do this job, or more than 1 million people to do this. That is the structure. And that, to have people do that, it is not for free. It is back with good pay, because those people on that day are doing a whole day job, and they must be well paid for that. So look at the number of people, look at amounts that they have to be paid according to their category. Those are the collation center, world collation center, local government level. Those ones, according to their level, they get more pay up to the state and the national. So when we are talking of the logistics and the amount involved, it is huge. And that is the structure right there. So you don't have the structure, you don't have people to man the collector center. What are you playing? What are you talking about? You are just joking. So it's Nigerian election, the logistic and the expenses and all these amounts to drive it is too much. That's why I don't like this system that we are running in that country. It's a corrupt electoral process, and no person, no group of people in a particular party can fund it except people that are already in position of authority, people in the position of government stealing the resources of the country that can do it. And those two political parties you have, APC and PDP, they are the only one that can do it in that country. They are the only one that can have number of people across the country on each polling unit and make sure that they function effectively. No other party can compete with them, except we are just deceiving ourselves. So that's where I see it, one man, man. It's just horrible, man. I don't know. It's a corrupt political process, and it's just the entire process is just corrupt, man.
Now, and they've made it unnecessarily expensive just to. You can never get anything productive out of it. But I think Babate wanted to come in. Babate, did you want to come in?
I was just adding to the point that even beyond having two people in the polling booth, you need people for to even coordinate that, to mobilize people to the crowds, to board people in doing the election. So feeding, accommodation, even forget corruption itself. Just even if you're not corrupt, it's still expensive. Regardless, you must spend money. So no shishi campaign thing is not going to work. You can't run a campaign based on goodwill only. Even what's his name, Barack Obama, he had to spend money eventually. The way he was talking, and he still had to spend money and raise funds. So, but I don't see Obi raising enough funds to combat APC and PDP. I mean, Tinubu is loaded, Atiku is loaded. There's no way he has enough money to raise funds to even tackle those two. And they have the media. And if you are paying close attention right now, Tinubu is coming back. You see the TVCs, you see your channels, they're coming back. Obi is going to go down in the media when it comes to that publicity. You will see more of him anymore. They will.
Can I address that? Can I answer you? Sorry.
Go ahead.
With the media, yeah. You know, I think I joined the program sometime maybe 3 months ago, where my good brother and friend Ovie was saying something. He said then that Obi should enjoy the publicity that month. That immediately that month finishes, that he's done. By the time the behemoths start bringing in their money into the media, that he's gone. And if I had chance to address Ovie, and which I'm doing, maybe I'm going to address him 3 months later. I wanted to. This is the same thing I would have said 3 months. Same thing I'm saying now. Same thing I would have said 3 months ago. I told him that that's not how the media works. I'm an entertainment person. I'm a content creator. So the media does not work like that. The media tows towards the direction where the content is coming from. You get what I'm saying? So if I'm channels, even today, if you wear Channels TV 6 months ago, 7 months ago. In fact, last year, Channels TV was so. In fact, as of 2019, if you can go back to YouTube and watch 2019 interviews between Peter Obi and Shehu Okumbaloye, right? I don't know if I pronounced that properly. Shehu, yeah, and Peter Obi, 2019, 2020, 2021. Check the body languages. You can see that Shehu is not really a fan of Peter Obi, or was not really a fan of Peter Obi for Channels TV generally. You understand what I'm saying? They had this bias in them. But check Channels TV today. If you watch recent interviews of Shehu with Labour Party people, you can see the bias. In fact, sometimes Shehu cut out 5 minutes from his interview to talk to Nigerian youth and say, "You can do this. I believe in you." Shehu has never done that in his political career before. Right. But you're not seeing Shehu exhibiting the.
So
I'm coming.
is an obedient too.
You stop me from my submission. Then you.
No. I was going to your submission. Sorry.
No, wait. Now you came up with an idea. Do you know what is called prime time? Prime time. You say a media person. You know what is called prime time, right?
Hello.
Do you know what's called prime time?
I know what you're talking about.
Exactly. So, you know it's paid for, right? It's not.
Of course, it is paid for.
Exactly. So that's my point when I speak of Tinubu and Atiku. They are going to own prime time. That is my point. Obi will still get his whole 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, but that prime spot will be for APC, PDP. So you can talk about them giving him all this talk and all this. You can do it. That's your story. When it comes to prime time coverage of elections, it's going to be PDP, APC. It's paid for. Money talk at the end of the day, not real money.
This is the reality on ground. If Obi does not bring out 1 naira and give Channels and Arise, they cannot avoid Obi. They will be doing themselves disservice. That's the problem. See, Obi. See, if you come on ground in Nigeria politics now and sit around politicians and discuss, Obi is like a boil in their balls. Have you listened to FFK speak recently? They are so annoyed. They can't understand. It's so annoying why this Anambra man is just spoiling everything. Like, how is he going to get the coverages without paying? How is he going to be able to get people out of the street without paying? We are not able to do this.
PlayStation.
How is he able to do? What the fuck? They are so annoyed. Like, if they can poison him, they can.
PlayStation.
Not even focus on
so others are paying. Only Obi doesn't pay.
PlayStation.
It's not paying
PlayStation.
It's not paying.
What did you say?
Vivo. Yeah, I thought now, Vivo, right? Vivo.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just call you Vivo. Let me cannot butcher your name. So I just have a very simple question, or maybe maybe I should seek a clarification from one man. So, or maybe I should just ask you. So, do you is a very frontal one, okay? And please, don't just go straight. Don't run around. Do you really think, right, that Obi will win this election?
With what is on ground, Obi can win this election.
So who is speaking, please? Can you zoom out so we know who it was? I can't say anybody's name. I only see. That's
a statement. That answer is. It carries a statement of uncertainty.
No.
That's your answer. Carries statement of uncertainty.
It will be very funny of me to come out and say Obi is going to win election of certain. In fact, it will be very, very funny of anybody with the situation on ground in Nigeria now to come and say that APC will win or PDP will win for certain.
That's why I say. That's why I said
that is certain. They can say that.
That's why I say they can say that question. Okay, and that's why I say, do you? Because if you ask me that question, right?
Okay.
On this platform, I think in April 27th, precisely, I made my own call, and that's I've made it, and that's it. My candidate is Sowore. You know, I hate the conviction of an hypocritical man believing in what is not possible. So I know Sowore will do his own best, but I don't see him going anywhere, and that's why I ask this question
on a very good day, if and this is with CC to one man, I would really, really, really trust me. I would really, really love to engage you on case of Showore.
Who?
Probably for maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Is it me?
Let me
okay. I'm just trying to know, because one thing that I know very well, right?
Yeah.
Is, of course, Showore is a factor, right? In the political in Nigeria as a whole. But when it comes to winning this presidency, I know he does not have that chance. Showore and
he's gonna get less vote than he got in 2019.
Most maybe probably.
So you are very sure. You are very sure.
Hold on, Papa. You get where they go. You get where they go. There's where I'm going.
One person at a time.
Okay, we started. It don't happen.
So now, why I'm saying this is because, why I'm saying this is because, you know, as you just said it now, that Showore we make less than what we gather, less than what he gathered in the last election.
30,000 votes.
30,000 votes. Maybe
33. 1 man. Sorry, not 30.
Okay, 33,000 votes. Maybe he will get maybe 1,000 or 3,000 now. I will take it as his supporter, right? I will take it. But one thing that I know that a lot of people have not really answered, especially those supporting Peter Obi, when you ask them this kind of question, they will go from the Atlantic, you know, to the Red Sea,
to the Pacific,
and then they come back and say, because I know for a fact one thing that is clear, and this is my opinion, right? This election, at the end of the day, is going to be between PDP and APC, and Peter Obi will not be president.
Ajani Koko, wait, you know it is very easier to say for a certain who is going to obviously lose than to say for a certain who is going to win in this country.
Who is obviously going to lose is what I just said. Obi is going to lose. He's not winning. That's a fact. So then, who is going to win between Atiku and Bat? That you know that belongs that is left for who can do the job. You know, the sagacity and that profundity of, you know, connecting at the end of the day. With what Atiku is doing now, that was how I was speaking to it earlier. But I want to allude that to what you just said. It is very, very easy to know who is going to lose. And Obi, to me, is not going anywhere at all.
Nobody is turning down money. When the money starts to flow, then let me hear the obedience.
And I know you are loaded. PlayStation, I know you are loaded. You can put a bet on this. Let's do it. One man will be our referee.
You want to go the route of Adebanjo?
No, forget that. No, between you and I, you are loaded now. Let's one man will be our referee. One man will hold the cash for us until after the election.
I've never seen a super chat from you, but let's get back to Ajale Koko. Let's get back to Ajale Koko, who has the floor. Ajale Koko, back to you.
I'm ready. PlayStation, I'm ready.
How much? I'm interested. How much?
Let's do 10K. Obi will not win the presidency.
We are talking about 1 million. You should start with 1 million naira. What's 10K?
10K, $10,000.
Okay, $10,000. Now
hold on. That's not a friendly bet. That's like an intimidation. If you want to bet $100, that's just a friendly.
I won't chop on him now.
No, it's a friendly.
One man. Are you an enemy of
one man?
One
man. I don't understand. Are you comparing? Are you saying
one
that
man? Enigmatic event you want to be there.
Enigmatic. Let's go for the bet.
All right, sir.
I can go for the bet with you.
Okay.
Wholeheartedly.
Okay. One man. You be the referee.
You can do 1K each. 1K, $1,000.
But I mean, when you're talking about 10,000.
Okay. I succumb to the panel. So PlayStation, let's do 1K.
Oh, I understand who is doing and who is not doing.
My stand is Obi will not win the presidency. He will not win the election.
The same thing with Ajani Koko.
No, leave Ajani Koko now. It's you and I. They say 10K too much. We'll do 1K. So Obi will not win the president. 1K.
Do you know?
Okay,
Do you know
okay.
why I
Look
might
at
not want to
that.
go into that bet?
Okay.
Bro,
You see,
Japa.
forget.
Oh,
No,
Japa.
You be big boy now,
we
my
bet
guy. You be big boy now.
$1,000.
This is a Japa
Enigmatic.
case. This is a
You
Japa
be
case.
big boy now, my guy.
I didn't say.
Enigmatic,
I
let's
didn't
bet
say. Listen to
$1,000.
me
I'm
again.
betting.
Listen to what I said again. Listen to
Yes,
what I
sir.
say. I didn't say Obi will win. I say Obi can win. And if you listen to me earlier when I spoke, I gave conditions what they have to do to win.
Anybody in the race
But I
can
said the
win now.
potential.
Anybody in the race can win.
Anyone who is in the race. Okay, you are going to an exam to pass. I believe you are not going to an exam hall to fail. So, and I say it now categorically. Categorically now, categorically.
That's not a fair bet, though. If you are asking him to commit $1,000 to Peter Obi,
he will win.
then you have to equally commit $1,000 to a candidate.
To someone.
To someone.
Yeah.
No, one man. It's just we did. At least I've done 3 already. I've done 3 already. I told my candidate. I cannot stake on my candidate now.
You're very smart.
I cannot stake on my candidate. My candidate is Jowore, so I'm not going to lie that he's going to win. I can't stake on my candidate.
You don't have to go for
No,
your
it's about candidates. It's about interest.
But my candidate will get more than your candidate.
Hold on.
No, I don't want that kind of. Now, for this guy, please, you get sense.
Can you hold on, please? It's not about candidates. It's about conviction. So it's about conviction now. So you prefer Shore, but of course Shore is not in the race. But your conviction has to be.
One man is in the race. How can you say it's not in the race?
No, it's not in the winning. It's in the race, but it's not in the winning.
Oh
but
my! One man just talked me of this.
Look at this guy. You want to look at this guy?
Let's commit $1,000. Enigmatic. Let's commit. I'm going to bet.
Okay, good job.
So tell me the person that is going to win. Then commit 1,000 on that person.
No, I say Obi is not going to win. That's my stand.
No,
my candidate is Jowore. You can bet on that.
No.
Just go with the safe pick now. Go APC or PDP.
I'm not APC or PDP. I am Jowore. So because full confidence. If you have the full confidence in your guy, I have the full confidence in my guy.
I don't understand.
One-on-one, I can bet that one-on-one on a debate, Jowore will beat Obi silly. I can bet on that. But when it comes to say, because all this rhetoric back and forth, let's just kill it once and for all.
Drop your account number.
No, the bet is not going anywhere now. If you are committing to a candidate, then he has to commit to a candidate for equibalance. And for balance now, there has to be balance.
One man, you don't spoil this thing. Let the man chop the money.
One man, that is not your own problem now.
That's not your problem now.
I say Obi go win. Obi no go win. That is the deal now.
Enigmatic, I would have taken it. I would have taken you up on this offer. Enigmatic, if the election was
you're getting me on progress. I'm lying.
One man. If the election was I just can't wait for that long to get my
step down.
It's too long. If the election was tomorrow, I would have bet you. But Duto is
forget that.
For my brother, everybody Ajale Koko. For your information, if Obi gather 2 million votes, Ekpaja for me. He will not gather 2 million votes. I'm very sure on that.
Are you saying it? Okay, can we bet on that?
Who's saying that one? I want to bet on that.
Can we bet on that?
You want to own Yahoo?
I want to bet on that. If we are doing Yahoo.
You want to bet on that, but you don't want to bet on the agreement.
One man. No, you don't do good for me, I beg.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. So Ajale Koko, round up that space, and then 4 time Ajale Koko. I'd like to go on to, because we still have so many people, but Ajale Koko, we were discussing now just the size of the election, which when Mahmoud Yakubu gives us the figures, it makes your eyes pop. Just the logistics of it is what you were talking us through, Ajale Koko.
Yeah, the logistic is too expensive, and like I said, we don't know what the Obi supporter, the obedient across the world. We don't know what they're going to do. They good enough for them that the electoral law allows candidates to raise money from any part of the world, as long as that money is not going into the political party bank account, if it's going to his own account. So maybe they could raise money to, to take care of the logistic. They could be able to raise it. And the maximum amount that each presidential candidate can spend, or let me say maybe the party, is 5 billion. So if they are able to raise the money, they could be able to, come out for a fight. But one thing for sure is that you can't come from nowhere and defeat political parties that have been in existence since the beginning of this dispensation, since 1998. Bola Tinubu, if we have to go back to history now, Bola Tinubu, they started with, Alliance for Democracy, transition to ACN, from ACN to APC, merger with Buhari. Buhari started with APP, and from APP, they voted out to, what's the name of CNC, or what is the name of their party? And then, from there, from a merger. So they've been in existence, they've been trying. Buhari has been trying since 2003, 2004. Buhari has been contesting for election from one party to the other. He has been building that machine, been building membership across the north, but he tried several times. He could not penetrate the south until when Tinubu formed a merger and some other like Habga and some other formed a merger with him. That was what gave him the history. But Labour Party that in 2019 had only 5,000 votes, 5,000 votes in presidential election. Showore had more votes than them. So for Labour Party, because of Obi and that, momentum that spread his name from the east, because we know all this noise on the internet, 98% of them are Easterner. Most of these people that you see demonstrating or protest or doing rally across the country, 90% of them are of Igbo extraction. We know that. So, and we know the reason why they are doing it. And they are not doing anything wrong. But to say that this party will just emerge overnight and take over from people, from political parties that control 22 governors across the country, that is APC, that control 22 governors, that control majority in the National Assembly, that control, have the majority of elective offices across the country. And the other one, PDP, that control 12 governors or 13 governors across the country. It doesn't happen like that, my brother. Don't let us deceive ourselves. So it doesn't happen. It's going to take a time. It might not happen for him this time. He might not win this time, but the result will tell us if he can continue the journey after 2023. If he perform well, that show that yes, he is a force to reckon with. He can build on that, for 2027. So, but to say from nowhere to come and then sweep everywhere, it's not going to happen. And we know who we are across the country. We are tribal people. Tribal people. Some of you agreed with me that Obi cannot win any state in the West. What gives you the confidence that he will win state in the North, where we have tribal people and they have their own song as well in the race, in the name of Atiku and Kwankwaso? So you believe they will jettison their own people, while Yoruba will not jettison their own son, and you are not going to jettison your own son, but you believe you're going to win up there. Do you see the Northerners talking? They don't talk. They just looking at the Southern, all the Southerners chanting all over the place and making noise over the internet, and so they are waiting. They are organizing. They are preparing for election day. And we know what drives out people to the poll. Money. Whether we like it or not, money will still play big role in this election. Other than the official logistic expenses, money to lure people, to pay people for their vote, they are ready to do it. So I don't know if Obi is ready to compete with them in that respect as well, to spend money to buy people's vote. So can anybody answer me that question? Is Obi ready? We know the way these people play the game. They pay people to vote, and it's still going to play out this time around because a lot of our people, the reliable voters who are the artisans, who are the poor people, they take money to vote. They know that is the system. They don't vote for free. So is Obi ready to pay people to vote? Can Zaki has me or somebody else has me? Then I will continue from there. Is Obi ready to pay them to come out and vote as well? Is he ready?
He's not ready. He's not ready.
He's not ready. And you think it's going to break the magic, right? This time, right?
Yes, I can tell you why.
Okay. So it's not ready. That's fine. So let us wait until election day. Then we will know who are the real politicians. Past politician.
Ajan Likoko, from an on-ground site, do you know in a plain, maybe sentence or phrases, let me tell you what's going on. Obi is not running for election.
Okay,
people are running for election. Let me tell you, do you know people are gathering themselves without any affiliation with the Labour Party and raising money to give to print things and to go and share to people in the market? Okay, let me give you an example.
Which part of Nigeria?
Listen.
I'm asking you a question. Which part of
that's
Nigeria?
what I'm saying now. I want to mention one to you. Okay. Last week, a group of Nollywood actors and actresses had a conference in Abuja, including the chairman, the president of the Actors Guild of. He just took this thing from Buhari yesterday. That's Emefiele rulers. They gathered and they launched an account. They called it 40BG something. They launched that account. They want to mobilize for funds to use in what they call what's it called? Mobilization, in terms of, they said, see, we know these guys, P2B and whatever they're doing, they don't give shishi. We are going to give the shishi on their behalf. We as celebrities.
Oh, they said they are going to give shishi.
No, not. They're talking about. They said, like, if you listen to Mike when he was talking yesterday, he said, "We know they give shishi, but when the time comes and we hit the street there, if Nagala, if Naminara, something like what they did in SARS, people have to eat something, people have to drink, people have to print clothes, people have to do this thing, and they're saying that P2B they don't have any link with him. What thing they do no concern them. They are doing their own. They are running for election. What the P2B is doing in Abuja is not their business. They are running for election. They are choosing their own demography. They are going to their own places. They have their own campaign organization within their own. And there are so many sprint groups like that has no affiliation with Labour Party. That's why I say that P2B is not running for this election. He is running.
Hold on. Those are not Nollywood artists. Those are Southeast artists.
No, it's just not Southeast. There are a lot of people there now. Bishop, man. There's a couple of guys from the north.
Do you have a screen in front of you?
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
You can
all
show,
right.
but I watched it now, so.
Oh, all right. Let me show you this. I'm telling you that those artists are Southeasterners.
Most of them are Southeasterners.
Well,
I will agree with you,
99%,
one man.
99% of them, and the Yoruba ones, they want Tinubu. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this.
Kò sí ẹni tí ó yẹ lásìkò yìí láti gbé àsíá ẹgbẹ́ APC bí kò ṣe ọmọ ológun ilẹ̀. Pẹ̀lú àtìlẹyìn náà tí àfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ Nàìjíríà rèé. Ipò ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà yìí. Wọ́n ti ṣe é ṣe ó jẹ́ ìjàmbá lórí ìdíje ọdún ọ̀gbọ́n adébó lórí wa. Aṣáájú kájẹ akíkanjú ni ọmọwé ni. Pẹ̀lú ìrírí tó péye. Ìmọ̀ àti òye. Láti darí àwa ọmọ Nàìjíríà. Pé ilẹ̀ ìlérí. Araba ní bàbá. Ẹni abálábà ní bàbá. Aṣíwájú Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu ni. Òun gangan ni. Ló kàn. Nítorí wípé òun ló tó gbangba sùn lóye. Aṣíwájú Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu. Akànbí ọmọ olódòdẹ.
So there you saw that.
One man, did you hear me counting? Did you hear me counting?
No, don't forget the counting. That was
no. I counted 6. Do you know what I was counting? Do you know what I was counting?
Let me just say this. That was a guild of the topmost Yoruba artists in the Nollywood space, declaring their support for their clansmen.
As far as I'm concerned,
you are now telling us that the majority of the people that came out for Peter Obi, they are of the Southeast extraction.
Yes, they are.
But when you started, you were saying Nollywood are. So they are not Nollywood, they are South.
No, that's not true. Yeah, one man, we know that in the Nollywood demography, the Southeast is dominating 70%.
Who told you that?
So it's only normal that when Nollywood people gather, where do
you get your data from? Where do you get your data from?
42% of Lagos is Igbo. 42% of Lagos.
PlayStation, you know Nollywood is divided, right? You have those ones that are in the southwest, those ones that are in the north, and the ones in the southeast. So they have where they belong. Just like you have
is okay, enigmatic.
Yeah, just sorry. Playtown. Why am I calling it PlayStation? I'm sorry about that.
It's because I did. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. What man said the president?
So when you check the entertainment industry now, where you belong, right? You see you have your
Nollywood.
You have your own demography, right? There are skit makers, those online comedians.
Dominated actually by Edo people. But continue.
Okay, good. So there are those that are seeing themselves as stand-up comedians, like a cappella, like Basket Mouth, Alibaba, all those ones, right? In the movie industry too, you have the ones like Osofia and all of them from the southeast. These ones that we just seen now, from those ones representing the Yoruba folks. And in the music industry too that you belong, we have the Fuji music musicians like K1, like Pasuma, all of them. And we have Wizkid, who are those ones too on the genre of music that you. So when you are talking Nollywood, you have to really specify. And
I use the word now. I use the word. I said mainstream Nollywood.
Mainstream.
Yeah.
Well, they are all mainstream.
That's the
Now, what for this guy? This guy, you be
Did you say? Oh, hold on. Did you say the woman from King of Boys on that clip?
I counted 6 people. You don't know. He didn't ask me why I counted 6 people. I just counted 6 mainstream.
Because you want to tell us that there were 30
that are just 6, Abi.
Mainstream.
You want to say they are just 6?
Mainstream.
Okay.
I counted out of everybody I saw there.
Did they
no. This is not about
play down.
So where do you belong? You belong to
mainstream. Let us learn about mainstream. What do you mean by mainstream?
No, yeah, that's what I'm going now.
Okay, tell us about mainstream now.
Let me talk. We all know that Nollywood began from Enugu now. This is not something. This is not about the Igbo versus Yoruba
where did they start from?
Alade Arumi that started.
No, wait. It's just like
Wait,
Playtown. Correct, you be correct, guys. You like
you guys allow him to talk, please.
Emefiele, let me talk, please. Yeah,
no problem.
If you come to Nigerian entertainment industry today, if you come to Nollywood, it is a general consensus that a movie called Living in Bondage and movies called the movie of what's this writer Okonkwo, Things Fall Apart. These are the movies that began video, the evolution of video from drama to video. Then
have you heard of Herbert Ogunde? Have you heard of Herbert Ogunde?
No, I'm not saying. See, I'm not saying you might not have some Yoruba this thing here. I mean, we watched Zebediah. We watched movies. We watched a series like
Bro, I'm not.
He doesn't know about Ogunde. He doesn't know about Ogunde.
He doesn't know
anything. We can talk to Ajale Koko about that. I'm really young for it.
No. See, listen.
He doesn't know about Ogunde.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying these things you are saying does not exist. I'm saying that it is normal when you come to Nigeria right now and you come into the entertainment industry and you come to Nollywood. It's the general consensus. Everybody knows the roots of Nollywood. Everybody that's why Kenneth Okonkwo can come out today and brag that he's a father of Nollywood. And nobody is going to attack him.
No, you know, Playtown. You know, Playtown.
Everybody.
You say?
You say everybody knows. Are we among those everybody? We are telling you that.
If you're not among the most people, that means you're ignorant of the situation. You don't know everything.
We are ignorant of the situation.
You don't know everything. That's the fact.
You know when you are speaking about when you are speaking about this movie industry or entertainment industry generally, right? I will not beat my chest to say Yoruba entertainment industry, gets its prominence before the ones in the southeast or in the north, because I don't know anybody in the north.
There's nothing like the ones in the north, the ones in Yoruba, the ones in southeast. There is a Nollywood. There's a standard Nollywood that
what is your definition of the standard Nollywood? That's what I want to know.
I'm coming now. Wait, let me address that. I am really very savvy with the whole movie thing. So let me address that. Nollywood started mainstream as into like what they call home video from 1989, 90, 91.
Very interesting.
Yes, what I'm saying. Home video. Before then, there was theater. You know what I'm saying?
What is in that red cup that you held up? Have you been drinking? What are you?
Someone is trying to teach you guys something.
Wait, let me continue.
He wants to teach us something.
He wants to teach us something. Are you serious?
Man, I can show you.
You don't know everything.
I can show you.
If he doesn't know about Ogunde, we are already laughing at him. If he doesn't know,
I will leave that conversation for maybe one man to and Dale Coco. I see your face. I see you are a very young guy, so I wouldn't be speaking to what I'm not really versed in. But what I want to let you understand is, look, and this is the misinformation and then misrepresentation of facts that actually we speak to most of the time. So there's no way you will say, because probably in your head you believe Nollywood belongs to the Igbos. Because
no. You see, you guys are.
No, hold on. Just let me land.
The sensitivities.
Let me land. It's the same thing. That's what you are saying.
That's what I'm saying.
You are saying that's what you are saying because you do not.
Mainstream.
It has nothing to do with the supremacy of whatever tribe over.
But that's what you are saying, and they are telling you
on ground.
Because people that I don't even with that like Herbert Ogunde now, I wasn't alive when he was doing his movies. Like all these folks that are saying now, I wasn't alive when they were doing their movies. But to say, because Kenneth Okonkwo or this very
smart brilliant man. Google, my brother, go to Google.
I don't need Google for this kind of thing.
Evolution of what they
what about the world? What about musicians in the north? What about filmmakers in the north? What are you talking about, bro?
Stop about going to Google. See, there was a guy, I'm struggling very hard to remember, that started this whole video before Alade Arumire of the blessed memory. So when you don't know, when you are talking of home video, the guy that made it popular very well was Alade Aromire. And when you are
It
talking of
started in
Nollywood
Yoruba
history,
land. Don't let us deceive ourselves.
and
Don't
when
say it started in somewhere.
when you are
Yes.
talking of Nollywood history in Nigeria that went back at 1960s, historically you'll be talking of Olabalogun, Obat Ogunde, Jabadu, and Moses Olaiya, Babasala. So where you got the story of all these things, I don't know. And don't forget that any industry in Nigeria, you have to
got it
consider
from
your
Radio
population, you have to
Biafra.
consider
Radio
the culture.
Biafra.
So what are you talking about? Lagos,
Look at that.
Those are my
You were doing so
one
well.
man,
You were
please
doing
don't
so well.
Radio Biafra. Those are my biggest enemies.
Look at that.
I
All
used to
right.
go.
Thank you.
I used to go back and forth with them.
Okay, do you know when they introduced Igbolodumori, for example? Did you watch what they call Irikoni Budo on TV series? And can
My
you still remember
brother.
Oh,
aye.
So when you say this thing, you are saying something that we have historical archive where this thing can easily be debunked easily. So see, misrepresentation of fact is not good for upcoming people that will learn from us. So when we are not sure of our fact, it is better we avoid and don't even project that thing publicly.
No.
Don't even see. If you continue this way, what I don't want to do, you will force me to do that, and I will debunk it totally. So when you argue, when you throw something online, be very careful because you are dealing with people that you don't know.
See,
you don't know the materials found with them. So
it's very funny that you are threatening me with feeding me with knowledge. I'm a learner. I like learning things.
Because
so
you are in that industry, that is why I'm even
I'm
catching you now.
wrong,
If you're in that industry and you are telling us this one, then it is even more dangerous.
All right.
It is even more dangerous if you are
if you are interested in you know that Herbert Ogunde, he acted with Ronald Reagan, who became the American president. You go and research the histories of these things.
Olu Jacob as well. Olu Jacob as well. He did a couple of Bollywood movies.
The Igbos were still beating drums in their villages when the Yorubas were doing Nollywood movies. So don't worry about all that.
The radio station that Awolowo created. What are you talking about? So when you want to trace Nollywood history, you will have some lectures to that TV station and radio station that Awolowo created in the Western region. So if your TV and this thing didn't start before Western region TV, where did you get the history of Hollywood? See, there are historical facts to this thing. It's just a click on your internet and you will get all those facts.
No. Trust me, if you engage into this argument with me, you won't win it. But then let's let it pass.
Let's just move on. Let's move on.
Don't ruin your good reputation here. You have a good reputation.
Yes, you started so well.
Good reputation.
You started so well. So for time, let me go from Ajan. Let me go to Des, who has been with us all the way through. So Des, you are hopefully still there.
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, brilliant. So there's to it then, and to the space. Let's go to your main man, Peter Obi. So Peter Obi, Baba Ahmed, absent at Labour Party as Labour Party unveils party campaign cancel. So this it might well be otherwise engaged, but if you look at the sort of backlash that Tinubu would have gotten. If Tinubu had not been at some event, of course, it would be head they shake, leg they shake. So what now excuse for Peter Obi not being present at his own party's unveiling of their campaign cancel?
I'm not really sure what the reason is, but what I can tell you is that Peter Obi is a very busy man. He's granting interviews everywhere. What I learned, he had like a conference today. So he's a very busy man. But let me probably go. I wanna talk about what Enigmatic said one time ago when he was speaking, and which got me. I need to debunk that because he can't just come in a space and utter something that it can be verified. He said that I think Peter Obi is a looter and the thief and all that shit. So I want to understand how this man that as of 2 years ago rejected 700 million naira that the state pension law that they were going to give all the governors, all the ex-governors, that they gave to some, but he rejected it. He said in his own words that it's not right for an ex-governor to collect 700 million naira as a pension for 1 year pension. And he went on saying that when a lot of people are not even being paid, a lot of people that need the money are not being paid. One man that has looted, I mean, he went on saying that if they have 700 million to give to governors, how much do you think they are paying to themselves when they are in seats? This is a man that you call a looter. A man that you call a looter. You can't go to Anambra State and see one single land that he allocated to himself when he was a governor, or they gave to him, direct or indirectly. And you're here calling him a looter. A man that can actually take away how much he kept in Anambra State when he was leaving Anambra State, billions of naira that he has the right to take away, and nobody would have questioned anything. And you're calling him a looter and a thief. I want to understand how someone will be here and seeing what this man, the humility this man has for Nigeria, the humility he has, and you're here in a platform calling him a looter without any verified. I'm telling you, all this thing I'm telling you is verifiable. Go to the banks, that he left all this money when he was in Anambra and verify it. All this thing I'm saying here is verifiable. You come here and say that P2B is a looter when you can't even verify. You just come here and name someone, because you're emotional. You have to say what you gotta say. So I just want to quickly debunk that. But anyway, as for P2B not being in unveiling in his campaign council, I think it's because he's a busy man. I haven't really watched it, so I can't really say much about it. Why and the reason why he didn't participate.
All right, and still staying with Peter Obi, there seems to be somewhat of trouble brewing in the House of Peace and Love. Uh, um, Peter Obi's presidential bid faces huge threat as Labour Party rejects Doyin Okokwe's campaign list. So they've launched their campaign council, but it looks as though they have excluded the party itself that they are running their ambition on. The National Publicity Secretary of Labour Party, Comrade Arabambi Abayomi, said the party was not involved in the campaign council composition. His words, "We are not involved in Dr. Okukwe's mischievous political shenanigans. That is not the party's program. He can't be talking about our party all the time. Which party? Is he the leader of the Labour Party now to announce himself as the DG? It is an anomaly. Who announced the DG of Atiku? Atiku did. When Tinubu announced his DG, the party did it. So this is the backlash now. It looks as though now they were now seeing the cracks. Where is Peter Obi? Okupe doesn't know what he's doing. I want to be quoted. The DG ought to go to the northeast or north central. We are not a sectional political party. Our presidential candidate is pan-Nigerian. How can we have a presidential candidate from the south and the campaign DG coming from the same south? So this is the hemorrhaging now. We knew they were going to implode from within, and implode from within they are doing this.
Okay, what I can tell you is that P2B is a very smart man, and I'm pretty sure very soon all this thing you're saying is gonna be sorted out. I can't really, I'm not really sure what is going on because I've not really verified what you're saying in a mainstream um interview today. I don't know when you're getting this information from, because sometimes I'm very skeptical whenever you say something if I don't see it in a mainstream video. So I don't know where you're getting it from, but if that is the case, um I'm sure that P2B is gonna come out and and clarify everything. And I don't like what you're saying. It's not right. Everybody is supposed to be included in a system, and P2B knows that, and I'm sure that he's gonna set these things right. And nobody is no system. I mean, if you feel like Labour Party is gonna clash from within with this little is a very minor situation to solve, and I don't see them, having a big misunderstanding that is gonna take a really long time to settle. I'm pretty sure before a day or two, all this shit is gonna sort out if it's true anyway.
All right. Okay. Okay. What is your anticipation for 2023? Des, are you looking at your man being the president, realistically, or are you just waiting? Are you just looking for him to have an impressive showing?
It's not only gonna have an impressive showing, like play Playtown have already like narrated how he's gonna win, how the demography right now, because we all are actually in diaspora. We don't know what is going on. Everything we say now is based on feeling. Someone that is in the grassroots knows what is going on, and he's basically come out and told you
It's
what is
not in the
going on.
grassroots. It's not. It's in
Yeah.
Ikoyi. It's in Ikoyi. It's not in the grassroots.
Whether it's in Ikoyi
Huh?
or whether it's in Ikoyi or Banana Island, he's in Nigeria.
That's not.
So
It's not in Nigeria.
compared
I don't. I
co-
don't consider anybody in Ikoyi in Nigeria anyway. But
compared to us in diaspora, he is in more position to say, stuff about who has the chances of winning. But to me, with what I'm seeing, I mean, the polls has already said it. If we can't take anything with the poll, because people are gonna be saying that this poll is this poll is that. Fine and good. I'm not God to come and start telling you that Peter B is gonna win in a landslide. I'm not saying that. What I can tell you is that I'm sure he's gonna win 95% of Southeast. You know, I'm gonna tell you that he's gonna win at least 25% in Lagos. He's gonna win at least he's gonna win in South South. I don't know how many percent he's gonna win, but he's gonna win in South South. Now, I don't know anything about the northern side, which I know that before the end of this campaign, we're gonna actually, take a book and analyze how the campaign has gone through and who is gonna win and in these places. That's just the fact and the truth.
all right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let me go from you, Des, for reasons of time, and let me take it in the direction of Saki Father. So we go in the direction of Saki Father, and to Saki Father will kick him off uh, from that space that you just left, the internal squabblings within the Labour Party, distancing themselves from Donyo Kokwe, who claims that he's attributing and allocating roles outside of his job description.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Carry on.
Yeah, just know that there is no squabble and there is no conflict in the Labour Party. Labour Party is trying to be very all-inclusive. Doyle Cookman released the list today, and he wrote to a lot of obedience, asking them to look at the list and see if there are concerns they can raise so that they will be able to make amendments within the next 24 hours. So it is more or less that the obedience are still like making their own input, Notably, there are obedience observed that 2 states were not represented the way it should be, Sokoto and Lagos. Lagos has an Igbo person who is the state coordinator in the campaign. 2 states. No, I'm coming. Can you hear me?
No, it's Sally B. She's been at the wine again. Have you been? Where's? But
Yeah,
carry on.
so
So I'm only joking, Sally. Carry on.
but you can all hear me, right?
Yes, we can.
So Lagos has Igbo person representing like as the state coordinator in the
One man, I have no wine. Or maybe you want to send me some wine. No, I've not had no wine. I've been sick. Well,
so in the presidential list. So the obedience commented on that they should look for a Yoruba person.
one man, I have no wine. Maybe you want to send me some wine. I've not had no wine. I've been sick. Well,
Can you still hear me?
We can still hear you. It's Sally's
Okay.
but
Yes.
carry on.
Then Sokoto State also has someone, an Igbo person from a boy state, who is representing the Sokoto State Coordinator in the Campaign Council. So these are the issues the obedient raised. They said that they should maybe they advised Doyin Okube to look at those two places, and then they also argued that women are not very well represented in the list, and they should also look at women in the list. Then, all in all, they talked about generally that the youths who are pouring the movement, that they can see most of uh, those support groups, you know.
But what are you making of Doyo Kupe arrogating the DG role to himself and appointing a nondescript non-entity as the spokesperson of the party?
Yeah,
The Labour Party is recoiling from that.
no, the spokesperson of the party is Tanko Yunusu Tanko somebody. He has already,
Okay, there it is. If you don't know him, Tanko somebody. Yeah, you see, that's it now.
yeah, no, I know he's Tanko. I know Tanko. Tanko has been speaking.
Tanko.
Yeah, he has been speaking before.
Are you sure it's not Dimka?
No. Tanko has been speaking before now. Actually, we were even expecting someone like Kenneth. If you ask the youth will say that they would have preferred Kenneth, but like Kenneth, but the problem is that Kenneth is from Igbo land. So if they have chosen Kenneth, it would have looked somehow. So
yeah, but it's an Igbo movement now. So why would they not choose an Igbo person?
No. Don't say that, please. You know. Yeah, then so that those are the things. So I think Doyin Okube just released that list and asked these questions, and they say they are open to, they will still make amendments after.
Zaki father, do you see you are even struggling?
No, I'm not
in your tone.
No, I'm not struggling. I'm explaining what is there now, like the issues raised, you know. So Doyin Okube said he's going to address those inputs, you know, within the next some hours, maybe 24 hours or 48 hours, but they are going to come with the final amendments, you know. So then again, someone, I think Ajale Koko was talking about challenge of where Obi is going to get money, whether Obi will be able to fund this campaign. Definitely, Obi will not be able to fund this campaign. The job is quite easy for him because the youth, the obedient movement, the youths that are part of this obedient movement, they are devoting so much resources to this. I will give you an example. Last 2 weeks, there is a department that is called a Twitter space. It is called Violence Space. They normally hold their space every Wednesdays and Saturdays, I think. So about last 2 weeks, the Up North ambassadors was launched. You know, there are these Up North ambassadors that are sensitized, that are going for grassroots sensitization at the North for P2B. They say that they want to, they need funds to they need fund to cater for what we call it, these radio stations and the traditional media. So they needed the fund urgently, And so they came to the space was held that last 2 weeks, and people started donating. And within for that very day, they raised about 6.2 million naira from that very space, and they gave it
6.2 million naira.
Yes, within that very day. No, in that space I'm talking about.
That's 2,000 pounds. That's 2,000
No,
pounds.
no. So they gave it out to those up north and tell them to use it for the radio, whatever. Like they want to be talking about P2B in the radio stations in some part of the north. So they now ask them to use it, and let's see where it goes. So what I'm trying to say in effect is that people are donating. Today now in Lagos, there is something they did in Lagos. It is called a food bank. Food bank for P2B. It's powered by the youth again. They contributed, they donated, and asked people to come out. Like I think I don't know where it is.
Is that shishi giving? Is that shishi? Shishi giving?
It's the youth that are doing it on their own. It's not P2B. P2B is not spending this money. That is what I'm trying to tell you. Then when Angelico was asking, how is he going to build a structure that we have 100 and something thousand polling units? How are people going to manage? Are they going to have agents? Already, the youths a lot of people are volunteering to be Labour Party agents in those places. They have been registered. You can even register. You can even go to that very site, obedientmovements.com. Go to that very site and see the number of people that have already registered to be volunteers to Labour Party to serve as their agents in those units.
Sorry. Hold on. What did you call the space? What did it obey?
Yeah, I think you go to obedient. I think it's obedientmovement.com. I'll get the proper website. I will be very sure. I think it's
Look, Zaki Fada. That is where the Labour Party is vulnerable, and that is where we are saying it's not organized. Hold on.
Let me tell you how they do it. Yeah, let me tell you how they do it.
Okay.
Let me tell you how they do it. Labour Party has many support groups. Each of these support groups has a head, and this very head is registered with P2B Support Network. I mean, Coalition for P2B, CPO. So they harmonized it under Coalition for P2B. So each of those said, you come and register, they verify you as the head of a support group. Then within that very support group, you bring people that registered under you as volunteers. Those people will also be verified by the CPO and Labour Party before they are assigned as people that are going to be used as agents. So that is the way they organize the whole thing. So they have a process of verification to see that actually this person is really working for our interest. They do KYC before they accept those people. So by so doing, you see that those people are not going to be paid. They are offering themselves. But then the only place Labour Party might be spending money and maybe other obedient movement is to contribute money to cater for their feed, because that very day on election, those people will be giving food. So they are not asking to be paid, but at least they will eat. So you see that with these things, they are having this mobilization. They don't need to go and begin to look for members of Labour Party to because if they are looking for members of Labour Party, there are not many. They cannot man all the polling booths, So and again, there is two support groups I want you to go and check out. Go and check out Super Volunteers for P2B. It's called Super Volunteers. He's headed by Boris Boy or somebody. Super Volunteers. They are in 36 states of Nigeria. Take Back Niger as a support group, verified. He's also in 36 state of the federation. So these people are mobilizing volunteers that will man the Labour Party, the polling booths in each of the states where they have strengths. So this is the way they are cutting costs for OB. These people are not actually going to be paid, but they are willing, they are committing themselves, to making sure that they are offering these services for Labour Party. So I think by that way, P2B is not going to spend that kind of money you think, that he
Exactly,
might.
Father.
Yeah.
You see the difference now between the OB structure you are talking about now and the structure of the party, the other party, the PDP and this thing.
Yes.
You are saying your people, so they are making an announcement, asking people to come.
No.
That is what.
No.
That is what you just said now.
No, he's
You
not
said
the
we
one.
can go online and register and do this. That is what you just said. If you want to be
No. I'm saying that
agent.
P2B is not the one announcing. I'm telling you that.
Who are the people?
The support groups.
Okay, so the support group.
Yeah.
Working in alliance with Labour Party, right?
Yeah.
And those support group are the one that will be among them the party agent and all the rest, right?
They
Is
are
that what you're saying?
Yeah, they are volunteering to work with Labour.
They are volunteer. The party, look, that party doesn't have nothing in place. We know that they don't have nothing before now. They don't have no structure. They don't have nobody. We saw the previous election in Ondo State and Osun State. They have nobody in all 98% of the polling booths. They don't have nobody. Yeah. So this volunteer you are saying, you are telling me anybody can just come and said, okay, we want to volunteer. Hold on now. Hold on.
Yes.
This verification, you have to, they're going to verify, they can do it is easy to penetrate them and then do serious damages and havoc on them. So, unlike the other party, what do you call it? APC and PDP.
Yeah.
You know their own. They have committed party members that are registered, that they have known for years, that they hold meeting for years together, reliable. Those are the people that are going to mount the polling station, going to represent them at the polling station. So you can see between people coming from nowhere that are not known, emergency people saying we love this man, we want to be part of him, and then they will register there and they will say, sit down there, look, it is not done like that.
No, let me explain this.
Party organization is not on the emergency, cannot emergency. You can't form organization emergency like that and think that it's going to achieve a purpose. It doesn't work like that.
Let me explain this.
Ajali Coco, it's even easy to infiltrate.
That is what I'm saying. They can infiltrate you.
It's very easy to infiltrate.
Let me explain this thing for you.
But people,
let me explain this.
A lot of you obedient will say, "Oh, structure does not matter. Structure does not matter. It doesn't matter. People are the structure."
Ajale Coco, let me explain this for you.
Yeah.
Of course, I've had the statement they always make. They say necessity is the mother of invention, right? Necessity is always mother of invention. So if you don't have the heavyweights, because Labour Party is a young party, of course, we know that. Everybody knows that. It's only this electoral cycle that they are burgeoning. Now, before this campaign started, a lot of support groups have aligned with the Labour Party. And these if you look at those presidential campaign council, if you look at that list, you will see that a lot of heads of support group are also part of that campaign council, So, and then Labour Party now, their membership is free, of course. Their membership card. If you want to become a member of Labour Party, you can go and register. You bring your card, they verify you, they go for KYC. So before they now select those people that will work as their polling unit agents, So they have to know you. They have to know you are the customer before they can accept you to work for the polling booth agents. But people are offering themselves already. So what I'm trying to say in effect is that you have been very much afraid whether P2B is going to have that enough money to take care of this structure. But organically, I'm trying to tell you that organically, these structures are built up from the free offerings of the youths. That's what I'm trying to tell you in effect. So that is the way they are mobilizing now. But they will verify you before you finally work with them as a polling booth agent. So that is what I'm trying to say in effect.
All right, that sounds somewhat convoluted. So the party and the campaign itself, they don't have structures. So they are relying then on these auxiliary people.
Yeah. That is what we are saying. That is what we are saying. It doesn't work like that in a party organization. Does not run like that.
On goodwill.
Yes, a party organization does not run like that.
It's too funny.
You don't put.
One man,
It just gets more bizarre and more
Tinubu
ridiculous.
will just send 5,000 people out there. They will just go there and dabaru everything.
So before you come as a person, you have to come through a support group. The head of this support group has to verify you because he's part of the
you keep
campaign.
saying verify as though it's
Verify.
some
What are they going to verify?
something.
What are they going to check on their social security or what?
Are they
verify your social security number?
Do they have a multi-factor authentication to verify
in
them?
Nigeria?
But Ajali Koko.
Quality is not a theory, brothers. Quality is not theory.
Look,
Ajali Koko.
In other parties,
can I
it is
you?
your commitment. Hold on. In other parties, in PDP, and it is your commitment that we earn you that position of party agent. Commitment for years in that party. Your activities, your mobilization capacity, that is what will earn you that position as this thing. It is not that you just come from anywhere. They don't trust people. Because they know that other party can plant,
but they verify them now. They verify them.
Yeah, because they know that PDP can send some people, plant it among them, who will come and
they're already planting them. What are you talking about, Baba? They're already planting them.
Agents that we hear every information, all their planning, and then we take it and then we go and counter them. Look, party organization is not run on an emergency order like this. It is well structured. It takes commitment. It takes people that are reliable to be agents of the party.
Obi should bring back his money from the tax havens and spend. No shishi, no women.
Hey, can we hear a woman's voice in this thing? Mr. One Man went to war.
Hold on, Saki. Yes, Solly. Yes, we hear your voice all the time, but we want to hear the voice of that young lady next to you.
This man or your man. You don't start to.
No.
Come, Elami, come and talk.
Oh yeah, Elami, you come and talk.
No, let me open the camera for her.
Nakwana.
Lafia
ko.
Lafia la wallahi.
To Mandala.
Hi, Mandala. My name is Elami. Actually,
Elami, assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Salam. Actually, I just arrived from Nigeria a few days ago, so I might be in a better position to give you the feel on ground.
Okay. So give us that. What is it?
I am, for starts, I am a PDP card holding member, but I must say, the OB movement has been overwhelming. And
is that in the south? Is that in the south?
Port Harcourt, in River State, Abua Odua local government, River State.
Yeah. Okay.
So that is Rivers West Senatorial District.
So Obi will win River.
I must say, the OB movement has been overwhelming. And, earlier on, I realized that it is not a Southeast movement in any way. It is, the best word I can use is dialectics. I don't know if you're familiar with the concept of dialectics, like when things go so wrong, it goes so wrong, and somehow, law of nature or whatever it is, or whatever indeed you believe in, it changes and it takes a U-turn. So this is going to be a U-turn for Nigeria. I haven't been out for any of the obedient campaigns, but I have watched with keen interest. And
article don't die.
Hold on.
I marveled. On October 1st, it was a different kind of celebration. People were not necessarily wearing the traditional green and white. I have friends who are clothiers, and usually they sell a lot of green and white clothes on the day. There was just a general carnival in support of Obi, a new thinking, a paradigm shift, new school, the youth wanting to take back.
But when you're saying the youth, you mean the rowdy Southeasterners?
Well, I wouldn't use that, and let's try not to be too sectional. Even if we want to use the even if we want to use the euphemism Southeast to mean Igbo, I don't want us to bring this into an ethnic. Yes, of course.
But a lot of people,
traditionally Nigerians, yes, we've always played ethnic politics, but I think this one has gone beyond ethnic. It's a movement, and I think it's the youths. I'm Rivers, actually, and we have some Hausa heritage as well, but it's the youths, and I don't think they are rowdy. I am a big commentator on Facebook, and I haven't had any rowdiness for them. I must be honest. When they were going for the Biafra struggle, sometimes they can be abusive, but that is different. I'm not going to put the two on par. They're two different movements. So this is the youths taking back their country. I mean, we've had this, how old are we?
Sorry, hold on. Can you hear my voice?
I can hear you clearly.
Let me just interject for a moment. You keep saying the youth, and people recoil from that phrase, the youth. Because if you're saying the youth, then you are sweeping the entirety of the whole country. Because the youth in Nigeria, they include very much to a large quantity people of Yoruba stock, people of Fulani stock, people of Hausa stock, etc., etc.
And all other ethnic groups, yes.
Yeah, and all other ethnic groups. And I am not hearing the Obi mantra from those spaces. I am hearing it predominantly
I don't know where you are,
Southeast.
I don't know where you are, but I have been in Nigeria, and incidentally, because I missed my flight and I had issues and I had to be in London for an appointment, I was in Abuja. I couldn't fly from Abuja, so I went to Lagos. So in the last few weeks, I've been in 3 major cities in Nigeria, and of course the federal capital. And the feel I get is from the youths. Now, let me make one thing clear. When I say the youths, it doesn't mean that older people are not in support, but the youths are driving it. They are driving it on the streets, on social media. And yes, across the demographic, there are people of all ages, all walks of life, fully in support of Obi. They want something new. They want to see a different Nigeria. They at least for starts, the team, Obi and DATTI, is that his name? They sound like people who are prepared to go back to the drawing board. Not continue Nigeria.
Sorry, can I ask you another question? Do you know what Damaturu is? Do you know where Damaturu is?
Damaturu is somewhere in the north, yeah.
Yes, that's the capital of Yobe State.
Yes.
What are the youth saying there?
Well, I can't speak specifically for Yobe State.
What about Maiduguri? What about the youth in Maiduguri?
I don't like it. If you're going to put me in that situation where I try to speak and then you know.
No.
It doesn't matter if I can speak for one northern state, or I think in Jos, or you want to call that middle belt or central, yes, but it's getting close. And yes, there have been obedient movements elsewhere. I can't remember what state exactly, but I know it was somewhere in the core north.
The point I am making, which I think you may have clocked on, is that this phrase, the youth, is a bit of a misnomer. It's a bit of a misdirection because the southeastern youths, they don't constitute the Nigerian youths. and the Obi movement is
and that is where I
predominantly.
disagree with you.
Yeah.
When you want to relegate it to southeastern,
It is a sectional thing. It is.
I'm Port Harcourt.
You don't know one man.
No, Port Harcourt is not southeast. Let's get that clear.
Well, it's southeast-ish.
No, you cannot. You cannot tell me ish. Let's be clear about that.
Miss LB, let me ask you this question.
I'm
real
not
quick.
LB. I'm a sister speaking from her.
Okay,
My name is Elami.
Miss Elare.
Elami.
Okay, Elami. My question is, you were in PDP, right?
I am PDP.
Okay, you are still PDP.
Yes, I am PDP. So I am commenting from a neutral, from an observer. I haven't been for any Obi's campaign.
That's true.
But I take the information I get and what I see and I review it.
Okay, so now
about Nigeria.
Yeah. Now let's we now have an understanding that you are just sitting on the fence right now, right?
Well, I'm not sitting on the fence. I am observing and I am commenting as a political commentator, if you like.
Okay. If you were to vote today, who would you be voting for?
Without doubt, I'll be voting for Peter Obi.
Okay, that's where my question is coming from.
PDP member.
So, but you're a PDP member. What does that tell you?
Now, I think politics, let me tell you one fundamental thing, which I'm sure you know. Let's not deceive ourselves. There's nothing ideological about political parties in Nigeria. The closest we got to ideological politics was NRC and SDP, a little bit to the right, a little bit to the left. I mean, I think that was the best thing that could have happened to Nigeria.
You're wrong in that. You're wrong in that.
What's
the ideological basis of all the other parties?
Hold on, enigmatic.
Okay.
I mean, post the Second Republic.
You're wrong in that.
Post the Second Republic. I mean, I'm talking post the Second Republic, which is of course after the war.
Post whenever.
Okay, can you tell me the ideologies of any party, please?
Yeah, well, I can if you'll allow me. The Nigerian political space is no different from every other political space, and they fall along two ideological strap lines: left of center or right of center. So left of center, you have the APC, and right of center, you would have the PDP. So left of center will be the Labour Party in the United Kingdom. Right of center will be the Conservative. Right of center, the Republicans in America. Left of center is the Democrats. And those ideological...
I want to give you credit, but you know what? I'm sorry to say you scored 0 because at the same time, I have lived in the UK for over 30 years.
Wow.
And I've been politically active.
Right.
I have been a unionist.
Yes.
I have done the picket lines.
Right. So no, what are you disagreeing with?
I'm sorry, I like that. I wish that is wishful thinking.
What are you disagreeing with?
I saw you a big knot on that. Sorry.
No. On what? On what?
On your analysis that PDP is a little bit the Republic.
No. I'm talking. Sorry. No. Let us not. So let's then listen and understand.
Are you telling me that the people from PDP who moved 8 years ago suddenly moved from the right to the left ideologically in their minds? Nah, I don't think so.
No. You are conflating. But let me explain.
I think you're actually more conflicting in your trying to convince me that Nigeria we have ideological basis in our party system.
We do.
I am sorry. I am sorry, sir. I don't want to agree with you on that.
You don't have to agree, but that doesn't alter the fact that it is a fact.
I mean, let's agree to disagree. We're not playing. We do not play ideological.
I just have one question.
We do play.
One man, my sister, na international relations expert.
Don't worry, she can relate to it. Forget all of that. Forget all of that. So let me explain something to you.
But that was my point. But you didn't let me finish. You cut me. You picked up on one point.
No, I interjected. That we do that a lot here.
It be like this. They coach everybody where they come.
I don't know, man. Carry on.
So now I was lost. So haven't you said that? And you keep saying.
But please, I still have my question.
Hold on. Let go.
Okay, you speak. You speak. No, you speak.
No, it's a question for you. I'm not speaking. I just have some questions for you.
Who's that? Enigmatic.
Should I shoot the questions?
Yeah, go on. Just a question, not questions.
Yeah. So the question now is now I understand the fact that you are voting Obi.
I will wish to vote him. Yeah.
Okay, from PDP. So now
Even though I'm PDP.
Okay, yeah. So naturally, right? South and Southeast is a natural enclave of Atiku PDP. So if you are voting Obi as a PDP person, right? What I was trying to tell you earlier, that what does that mean? It means we are still saying the same thing because
and it has no structure.
No, I'm not even talking about structure now. I'm talking about Atiku's vote, right? Is what Obi is taking away, and who is benefiting from that?
You've answered your question. I mean.
Okay, Obi is taking all the Southeast votes. So
I'm not
if
Southeast, excuse me, sir. I am South.
Yeah, I'm saying South and Southeast. Naturally, they vote for PDP, right? So now, if PDP vote, so if PDP votes goes to Peter Obi now, right? Now it's not a new thing to people who can read politics. It's just like an old mix of PDP votes moving to a PDP pro-life, which is Labour Party. So at the end of the day, Buhari did not win anything in both Southeast and South in 2 elections, and he became the president. So let's assume now that all the votes from old PDP people like you they are going to Peter Obi. How does that make a difference?
Yes, you've made a point there, but I can also say in other parts of the country, I have seen the Obi movements making waves. All right. So you believe it? I mean, you want to take it or don't, but that is what I have seen.
Well, all right. Let me put one more question to you, and then we'll move on to Ola for reasons of time. You said you are going to vote for Peter Obi. So my question to you is why?
There's no comparison in terms of the other candidates. Like I was saying earlier, I think they seem like a team. Like I said earlier, they seem like, I mean, we can't continue with Nigeria the way it's going. Let's be honest. And they seem like a team that are ready to go back to the drawing board and say, what is it? Get to the root of the problem. And it's a sacrifice that all of us have to make, because the average Nigerian is not straightforward. I don't want to use that word corrupt. So there are lots of, I mean, he will have to crack a lot of heads to make this to make this omelet. And everybody, including myself, should be prepared for it. I mean, I do government contracts. I know it is overinflated, but I understand why it's overinflated. Sorry, let me not use the word government, some institutions, so to speak. And I know why it's overinflated, because you need to drop some money to get your payments and all that. Now, this is a team that I think, yes,
Yeah, you're not answering my question.
Sir, I am telling you that this simple answer, they look like the two. One, Obi said something. He said he chose DATTI because DATTI is kind of man that will look to his face and said, Oga, I'm sorry, I don't think you're right. One. And that is going to make a formidable team that needs, I think Nigeria, we need to go back to the drawing board. And those two, are not going to be status quo. They are prepared to go back to the drawing board.
Obi is not status quo. Obi is not status quo.
I said they won't be status quo.
But is this status quo? Is Obi status quo?
No. I do not think he's status quo, because the man who left government and is not collecting any entitlements as a former government
My God.
What's
my
God.
My
sister,
excuse me, sir.
Guys, can you allow her to talk?
If you look at the graph, he's a bit of an outliner. In my states now, we have an issue where a governor was reinstated or whatever, and was paid so much money and now has been asked to repay. I don't want to get into the details of that or grab, but this is somebody who left and it's not taking most other states. I can't say every because I don't have the statistics. They get something from government, gratuities, lump sum, housing in Abuja, this as a severage package. But this is a man that said, I don't need it for stats. And even if I was not a wealthy man, I'm sure I'll be able, I'm still a young man, I'll be able to work and earn a living.
Are you confident that
money for the state from the state's coffers when I've only worked for 8 years and there's civil servants who have worked for 35 years and they're not receiving their pension? So he's an outliner. If you draw the graph of Nigerian politicians,
sorry, can you hold on? I'm not asking you to hold on because those are well rehearsed answers. What they're saying, they are so well practiced. We hear it 10 times on this platform every single day. Those who didn't collect gratuity and all of these things that the talking points.
Well, that is the answer to your question. Do you want me to manufacture
No. It wasn't.
You interjected and said he was status quo, and I said no. He's an outliner. If you draw the graph of former governors, because he's done differently, so he's not status quo.
All right. Well, he is somewhat, but let's leave that space. Are you confident that Peter Obi can tackle the insecurity situation in Nigeria?
I believe so, and he has unraveled in a little bit, some of his strategies. And I'm the kind of person, my personal opinion, and if I were to comment on that, is I think insecurity in Nigeria will need to work from the outside, because I think the inside is infiltrated. And I mean, this is a man who a few months back jumped all the way to Egypt to see how they run their power generation. So this kind of man that will go to top security nations like Israel and all. Look, and there was a time, let me give another example, when biometrics came in and then people did not understand it was all computerized and people were trying to do the usual, if they reject your passport, you change name, and it wasn't working. What did the federal government do? What did the Interior Ministry do? They got this Irish company to do the passports. The immigration, our officers, they don't interface. They just take your details and you can't see the people doing it. And that is how we stop this, two-way what passports. So I think Obi is that kind. He has gone already for power to Egypt. So with things like security, I'm sure he will be able to go outside. I mean, these are international things. When it comes to security, he can't compromise your inner. He will go inside, and he wants to face it two ways. He said when he sees the natural resources of the north, the green fields, that is going to turn to money, and people have money. Why would they want to compromise their own system? I mean, it's going to be difficult, yes. The residual food, it's going to be difficult because I come from the South, and I know what this new money of bunkering and has done to it. To take time, but he has a strategy, and this he has given us a pivotal, into what he's going to do. One is he will not keep them hungry. Two, he looks like a man that will go outside and get international help from outside, because we all know the inside is infiltrated.
Please, Auntie, are you reading from a book?
Can you hold on, please, enigmatic?
So we need help from outside. People that's why I gave you the example of the Irish company that was running that the Interior Ministry employed or contracted to do the biometrics.
All right. Let me ask you another question. It's only really because we are under pressure for time, so that's why there is no history in his antecedents to suggest, but how do you think Peter Obi can manage a country as ethnically diverse as Nigeria?
Like he's been doing.
What do you mean like he has been doing? Well, he's managed a mono-ethnic...
Well, I think, but the man has been an employer of labor for the man to have sojourned in Lagos and I mean, he's been a successful businessman, so yes, I think he's that kind of person. I don't think he's a one-track minded person. Yes, he comes from Igbo extraction, but I don't think he looks just inside. I mean, even I don't care about the Panama Papers, but even look at the way he saved his money. He saved it in a modern international way, not like other politicians that will be digging graves and burying money. So, you know.
Sorry, Pandora Papers, you mean?
Sorry, Pandora, I said, sorry.
So you mean that was saving money? Is that your
It's his
interpretation?
personal money. He made money before he became governor. Fine. If you
Right.
want to say why he doesn't want to pay Nigerian taxes, that's a different matter. But yes, you can avoid taxes. You don't have to. I mean, that's a personal thing, you know.
Do you know the history? Oh, hold on. Do you know the history of that Pandora Papers?
If you like, you can tell me what you know. I'm listening.
Oh, he set it up midway through his 2-term administration. He set it up in the Jersey Islands under his daughter's name, and it was and the directors were proxies, European proxies, and the space that he set it up, which was in the Jersey Islands, is a notorious money laundering haven.
I know all that about Jesse, and you know that's.
You
may want to say notorious. Yes, it's a tax.
I'm telling you for fact, and this is well known. It's a money laundering.
It's not my
haven.
money. It's not government money. I don't care. It's private. It's private money. It's his private money.
Well, you can have a business there. That doesn't preclude.
No,
that
the money has
haven.
money been traced to any embezzled funds in Anambra State? No.
What do you mean? No. What about the 250 million naira that he took in cash to his apartment in Apapa?
Where's your evidence? From where? From the government?
The main thing is, where is the evidence? One man like bringing shit out without evidence.
Government money they lost. Where is the gap from where that money is missing in the government coffers?
From the local government coffers. That's where it came out of.
Where's the evidence?
What do you mean?
Where's the evidence? Woman, can you please let me on, please? This is ridiculous already.
All right. Thank you. Good to meet you. 4 times.
Good to meet you. We'll talk a bit more.
Yes. Join us tomorrow. We do it every day. If you come earlier, then we would like to hear even more from you.
Pay my bills. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Nice talking to you.
Don't run away. Don't run away.
No, I'm
one man don't see Shege today.
I don't see Shege. I just I see wonder now.
Intellects don't come.
When SLB brings somebody here, just know they've been
don't come.
They've been coached to speak to a playbook.
Fallacies from what my sister just said.
They have a playbook.
I'm sorry, Kulata, my sister, my other small sister. That one.
I pick a lot of fallacy.
Yeah, they speak through a playbook.
What do you mean? What do you mean? You pick a lot of fallacy? Everything she said was fallacious, but
that's a lie, one man. That's a lie, one man.
It was abstract, abstract.
Don't do that. One man don't agree now.
One man.
One man go turn this platform and speak to this platform.
One man. This one is not even a matter of no agree. Starting with that political party in Nigeria, they don't have ideology. No. You must separate.
No, that's the truth. There's no ideology there. That's the truth. No. It's the fact.
It's not the truth.
What are the different ideologies?
Look at it this way, my
brother. Where that boy? Where they always say that's the fact.
Human being from institution.
Oh, that's Charlie boy.
When you don't separate human being from the institution, we are looking at individual behavioral pattern, and you now link into the institution as from the EC. That's a total mismatch. As an institution, individual political party in Nigeria, they have the ideology. But when you are now talking of individual, it's another thing. So when you now trying to match individual and institution, that is where the error is coming, and all those fallacy will be coming that, they don't have ideology. Says who? These people funded their political party.
So what is it? What is the ideology? What is different ideology?
For example, if I ask you now, is Nigeria a country?
Can you tell me what is the different ideology between PDP and SPC? I want to know the difference. You don't even know. You don't even know, but you're saying they have different. What are you talking about? I should go to.
What is Nigeria?
Go to where? Now, when someone is telling you that my own ideology is economic nationalism, And you are saying there's no ideology. Our PDP is saying I'm a social conservatism, economic liberalism, and you are saying they don't have ideology. So this thing is, when we try to map individual and institution, that's where the problem is. Because a man with different.
When you're talking about ideology, when you're talking about when PDP brings out their manifesto and APC bring out the manifesto, where are the difference? What are the difference between both of them? What are you talking about?
Where is the difference?
Where is the difference?
The fact that you don't know the difference does not mean that you don't have, right?
Okay,
look at it this way. Look at it this way. Wait now, look at it this way. APC built their own ideology, but Buhari decided to.
Okay, can I just say something? Can I say something? I mean, looking at all that is actually transpiring, it is obvious, for one thing, that there is a disruption. The Shawore was trying to do some disruption and blah, 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 and I don't know, after they kept him for so long and all of that, basically he just kind of like simmered down. So what is going on in Nigeria, like she said earlier, is an action of a paradigm shift.
By the people.
By the people. So the prism has actually changed. Because when you guys talk about structure, I know you're looking at all the big Agbada people. I know, Nana. I know we will be Nigeria. But that is changing because people are beginning to see humility and some kind of sense in politics after all the suffering that people have actually gone through over the years.
People want to see substance. That's what they want to see.
That's what I'm saying. People want to see substance. And I think Peter Obi has actually changed the game.
He has not.
Of not just coming, no, because normally they would just wear Agbada come, they start dancing all rubbish. And that used to really annoy me. Even I did a lot of that. I went with them and all of it. But I used to make my own clothes so simple. I don't wear all those.
If I may ask a question, if I may ask a question, how many Nigerian youth are not well educated, for example? When you say you the other time, I keep asking question. Are Agbero, Amajiris, are they part of the youth system in Nigeria, for example?
Yes.
You want to carry everyone along.
Yes.
And so
the whole idea is to carry every community along.
How does Obi carry Almanjiri thoughts already within the ideology in the north along? How will Obi carry?
Why do you always talk about the north? It's like you have a complex. You have a complex about the north. No. Come. Let's say something. Let's do some analysis.
Looking to start a junction.
I don't want to answer your question. I don't want to answer that question, but I'm going to tell you what I've got to say. We have three, right? We have three front runners. Let's just put it that way, yeah. And then when we times it with each northern or southern.
We have two front runners and one outlier.
Okay, so and then they have their what do you call it? Their vice president running mates from the other side opposite. So really it kind of parries, it kind of like, yeah, because when you go to the north, when we talk about the north, there's three people there, key people there to share the votes. And when we come to the south, there's three key people to also share those votes, isn't it? So when we come to the south, we've got three key zones, yeah? And those three key zones are southwest, south-south, and southeast. Obi is almost guaranteed the southeast and the southwest, yeah? I mean, and the south-south. Am I right?
That's the fact. Southwest.
Yeah, because you have to also bring in the Wike factor. Do you really think Wike is going to work for Atiku? And Rivers State is
you said Obi is
Wike is never going to. No, she corrected herself, Ola.
Okay, sorry,
but Wike is never going to work for Peter Obi, Celibi. So
no. Let's say he's not going to work for Peter Obi. Do you think he's going to work for Atiku?
Yeah, it's going to work for Tinubu.
No, but River. Okay. Thank you for that answer. If that is his wish, like I heard Asari today talking about Tinubu and all that, Rivers will just look. We are the Rivers people. You see me, my sister, all of us. We are the Rivers people. There's another Rivers person over there.
No, you are the Ajabota Rivers people.
He doesn't want to come and talk. He was commenting earlier. His father is there. Our fathers are there. Our grandfathers and so on. Our people, our children are also there. Nobody, Rivers doesn't.
We've met your children. They are in London.
Oh no, I mean, I still have nephews. I still have nephews over there. I still have people there. I still have my whole village, my entire villages.
We all go back to vote in our village.
I vote in my village. I vote in my village, you know, so I can tell you, I mean, we're really, my family is really into politics. From my mom, my late mom, even my dad, even my brother was even, you know, in the House of Assembly and all that. So we're really a political family. And I know how this, in fact, I was the first person to join PDP in my family because they were even with, but right now, what is going on is that Wike cannot just move. The only reason we voted Wike was because of sympathy for Jonathan. And then he carried on, he got all this power. And you see how he's carrying on, the way he's been insulting a lot of the Rivers chiefs and everyone. And all. You think all that is just we're just gonna sleep with that, and then he will now tell us that we are going for Tinubu. That will not happen. I've already told you people this thing. Rivers will not, Tinubu will not get, it will be very difficult for Tinubu to get votes. In fact, one of our very, you know, some of our very good candidates for a very good candidate for APC. I just feel so bad because it's not going to be possible for me to work with him. And really, I should, but I cannot because it's APC. You see the dilemma that we're in. So you have to try and understand is that Rivers people are not people. We're not soft like that. We are not people. We are usually very, you know, we have our own minds.
Rivers State is not going to vote for Peter Obi's LEBs. No question.
I am telling you that Rivers State is already. You saw Hilda Dokubo. She's our friend. She's Labour. She's going for the. And she was the one that did the first match, not even the independence one. She was the one who did that match. That was all over Port Harcourt.
Celibi,
so if Wike is not
I got candidate who is the son of Chief Lulu Briggs, right?
Hold on, Talibi. So if Wike is not backing what do you call it, Labour Party, you think Labour Party will defeat Wike in Rivers State?
Yes, no.
I said, people, are you saying that if Wike was going to contest, he has no chance? He has a chance of always winning. Is that what you're saying? There was a reason
what I'm saying.
The only reason why people followed Wike was because of the APC factor, which was really they would not go there. So now they have an alternative, and they feel Rivers are decent people, you know. They're very, very calm and decent people. They like their enjoyment, they like their things, they like things to just be in place. They don't like to suffer and, you know, hustle and do all this, you know. They've seen somebody who can come down, you can have it. The good thing about Peter Obi is his communication. His communication is very good.
So they will defeat. So what you are saying is that Labour Party will defeat Wike at all levels, governorship, assembly.
Wike is not contesting Ajanle Koko. You're not getting it. You're not getting it.
We are talking. It is not Wike. We are talking about the party. I'm not talking about Wike contesting. I'm talking between PDP and APC. They are all your, and Labour, they are all your people. So are you saying that Labour Party will defeat all the candidates of PDP in Rivers State? Is that what you are saying?
We are not saying that all the candidates will go. There's arrangement going on. I'm telling you.
All right. Thank
you guys, a lot of you guys talking. You don't. No, let me make one point. A lot of you guys who are talking here, you don't even know your polling. Maybe you don't even like. We go to our village to vote. It's important to us. You know, everybody in Rivers goes to their village to vote. Okay, Port Harcourt, for the first time, I think I was able to do a bit of Port Harcourt for Wike. For Wike's GD, is it GDI or whatever, you know, when I was doing the Port Harcourt GRA women, you know. So what I'm trying to say is that the way the whole thing is flowing, these guys, Wike and DATTI, are flowing for Rivers State. We have other candidates, Accord, like Accord, you know, the Accord guy, you know, Lulu Briggs. He himself is working for Wike.
He adopted. No.
He has adopted Obi. Yeah, Obi. Sorry, he adopted Obi for presidency. So that is settled. But anybody who is outside that, we find it really difficult to support them.
Are you talking of SDP?
All right, I must round up. Sorry. Sorry. Can you hold on? Sorry, I must round up. We are approaching 6.5 hours, which is quite an unhealthy amount of time to spend online. It's not unhealthy. So I must start to round off. So to land on Ajanle Koko, of course, Apologies. I know the conversation still has a lot more to offer, but really, you must admit with me, 6.5 hours is unhealthy. In one stretch, not breaks in between.
We kidding. Obi, they purge you.
No, we don't purge me now. We will do a bit tomorrow again and the day after. So
you
we
know,
start to.
But wait, one man, you be here say when Atiku go campaign somewhere, everybody begin say Obi Obi fire. Obi.
Yeah, it's the Igbo people now. It's the Igbo people. It's the Igbo people doing
which
that
Igbo
now.
people? Me where they sing Aminko.
You are Igbo too now, somewhat.
No, I
Now
don't
we
even
are.
speak Igbo.
Now where that happen. Now where that happen.
For Akwa Ibom State.
All right. We start to round off and we kick it off with hold on. We start to round off and we kick it off with Ovie, who may well have left us. So Ovie, are you there? Closing remarks, but a very quick one, Ovie. All right. I think we've lost Ovie. So let's go on to Thomas. Just a rapid yes, to you, Thomas.
Oh, thank you, one man. Congratulations to Obi, the next president of Nigeria. Thank you, one man. God bless.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So congratulations to Obi, the next president of Nigeria. So thank you, Thomas. So we go on from Thomas to Playtown. So Playtown, we're taking closing remarks. Are you still there, Playtown? Our correspondent from Ikoyi.
Yeah. I'm here, one man.
Yes.
Place of my birth.
Shout out to my sisters, my beautiful sisters from Rivers State. Thank you very much.
Look at that. I see they switch them, they paint you, Abi. Look at that. You enjoy that one. You enjoy that one, Abi. It's a Rivers State something. Okay. Okay. Since you asked for it, just hold on right there. Hold on, don't say anything, no. Because if you ask for it, so you should get it. So hold on one quick second. Your sister from River State. Do you know them? All right, it's a River State something.
When did they paint them? When did they sweet us? They never say something. As in the sweet us, you go to paint them. As in the paint them, you go to sweet us. As in the sweet us, you go to paint them.
And there it is. It's a River State something. So closing remarks. Quickly through it. Playtown.
All right. Once again, if you are watching us from anywhere, please like, subscribe, and one man I must say, actually,
well, you must say, but you are not saying because your system has dipped out again. Are you there? All right. I'll come back to you because your system has dropped. But let me go on to Saki Father, and then we'll come back to you in the course of. So Saki Father, closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Has been a very powerful section today. The argument was so cerebral. Yeah, we must keep arguing, but let's be very objective in our argument. And I think it is time we stop. We find a way of thinking from other dynamics. We should avoid too much ethnic sentiments, in our judgments. So far so good. We'll come here again tomorrow and we'll continue the search for a good Nigeria. Thank you, everyone, for being with us today.
All right, thank you, Saki Father. So thank you, Saki Father. So let's attempt again with our Playtown, see if the system is up again. So Playtown, are you there now? Playtown. Yes, we still don't have you. I'll leave it just till as late as I can. So thank you, Saki Father. Let's go on from Saki Father to Des. Des, we're taking closing remarks. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. So I'm just gonna say that if you're watching, let's be guided and do what is right, because I believe that everybody has a conscience. Let's vote with our conscience, and like the other guy say, remove ethnic and vote right, because Nigeria is in such situation right now that, I mean, if we don't get it right this time around, I'm definitely not gonna be coming back to Nigeria ever again. So, and most of us won't. So let's basically get it right this time around. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. I can see you sound a bit tired, so I'll release you to go to bed. So thank you, Des. Join us again. So from Des, let's attempt Playtown again. So Playtown, are you there now? Playtown, your system dropped. Playtown. All right. I'm keen to hear from him, only because he's joined us from Nigeria and he stayed all the way through. But we'll still keep you there. Let's go on to Enigmatic Hindu. So Enigmatic, closing remarks.
Yeah. First, I want to appreciate everyone's presence today, and then for their opinion about this discussion. I will say that the hallmark of every objective idea is to ensure as much as possible to detach it from self-hallucination and then some kind of inconceivable conviction. This will speak to the fact that, the fact remains that we want a better way for Nigeria and we want Nigeria to progress. And in the course of trying to do that, we should understand the fact that we cannot align with those that ruined Nigeria or, contributed to the perfidy of Nigeria's commonwealth. One of these folks, all these folks, they are part of the system, the ruling class, the establishment, the looters, the criminals. When we're talking of them, we know them already. PDP and APC, the two legacy parties, whoever came out from them, whoever have been a party of the system, Atiku, Obi, Tinubu, Kwakwanso, they're all on the same ship. So we should do away with them and focus on the next paradigm, which is Sowore and then Adewale. If you are voting for conscience and a new paradigm, if you are not voting for those two guys, basically you are one of the problems too. I wish everybody well and have a nice sleep.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So always well put. Thank you, Enigmatic. Join us again. So that's Enigmatic Hyundai. So let's go on from Enigmatic. Let's again attempt Playtown. So Playtown, let's try again. Playtown, are you there now? Playtown. Okay. Let's go on from Playtown. Let's go to Ola. So, Ola, you are up next. And Ola, apologies, by the way. I know you've waited a good while and we did not get to you fully. And I know that happens every now and then. But just it's the nature of it. We're 6.5 hours in, and I'm minded to round off. So, apologies, Ola, but you are up next.
No problem at all, because I really enjoy the argument, especially Playtown. He has given us a lot. He gave me some kind of information just to challenge him, which is okay. Yeah, that said, I think we've actually achieved a very great impact tonight, and it would be nice if people can just stop up and share the group so that people will know about it. Then as we go toward the 2023, just let us talk about the facts and fact alone. Let us dwell on what the next president can offer. I keep telling people, governance is not about saving money. If it is all about saving money, then Yar'Adua will have been the best president Nigeria ever produced, and Buhari would have been the best. It's not about saving money. What are your economic? What do you have for us economically? How much job can you create? It's not about saving. Before you save, you have to get that money from somewhere. You don't save from nowhere. It's the money. Now, if you are saving money, if you are not creating jobs, you are not creating infrastructure, what exactly are you going to get? And thinking that someone will win an election without structure, okay. February 2023, if there will be election, we always see all our hypotheses, because sometimes beautiful speeches we never hear people. We never decide for the people. People will know what they want, and the capacity of the contestant will determine who is going to win. So whosoever do not have the capacity, start building your capacity for 2027. That's all I can say. Other than that, thank you, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So from Ola, we go on to Celibis and a rumbustious sidekick. So Celibis, a short closing remark, a short one. Unmute.
Yeah. Nice one, everyone. You know, we've been following you guys, all evening, just enjoying the conversation and chipping in on our own side.
Woke me up from sleep, actually.
So, let's just keep it up. But at the end of the day, let the best man win. And I think the best man will be Peter B. And the issue about structure, which people keep talking about, the structure is the people.
Exactly.
Right? So is the prism is the people, not just the rulers. We're too used to this ruler kind of thing. I think it's time for us to break out and be more modern, disrupt the system, and try and begin to grow with what all the resources that we have and all the damages going on in the Niger Delta, in the north. All of that must come to an end if there's going to be a Nigeria. But for me, Peter Obi is the last chance. If Peter Obi does not get there, Nigeria will be destroyed, I'm telling you, because the whole Biafra thing will come back in, and some of us, a lot of us, in fact, are going to sympathize with it and feel that, well, it's been unfair, because really the Southeast should actually take the leadership this time around, and that's really important. That's all I can say. Well, you want to say Lami, then you say,
I can just say.
We can't squeeze here.
I've just said, hello. It's been a vibrant discussion, listening to you people. Great. Value your views, value mine too. And I just think, we really need to move Nigeria on. We really need to. And if nothing else, at least the OB and the OB movement has, if nothing else, has been an enlightenment campaign, more than any government agency, MAMSA, whatever, has ever done. If we're going to appraise it, it's been a solve from the people. And the biggest problem with Nigeria is we are a democracy, but we think like a feudal state, if you know what I mean, But OB is trying to, the OB movement is getting people engaged, getting people enlightened, getting people know that government money is not free money, and government ought to have priorities. So he's not just saving money, but priorities. What is more important? Is it more important to pay one ex-governor 600 million, or to do 10 boreholes and provide basic amenities, blah, 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 and stimulate the place so that people can develop themselves and develop businesses? Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Make sure you join us again. So thank you. Good to meet you. So
good to meet you, sir.
So that's Celibis. So that's Celibis and
side chick, Elami.
Yeah,
her sidekick, like you said. Her sidekick.
No, this is the original sidekick here.
This is your. Why didn't you join us? We make sure you, Celibis, make sure you bring the whole crew for tomorrow's.
They're all going to be on their own phones, so I don't know how we're going to do it when we're together. Or we'll have to still do it on this.
You can join individually.
Okay, I'll bring it down the sofa so we can all sit and talk one after.
Yes, put it on your big screen and then you can all join in.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
All right.
Good night, one man.
All right, but call me one man. You can only come back if you don't call me sir again, Call me one man. Yeah.
He's from Nigeria now. That's what then they teach us.
No.
They do
Don't sir me.
Thank you, sir. One man.
All right, thank you. Good to meet you. So we got on from you, and of course, there's no other port of call. The mighty one himself, the daddy of the day, the silverback gorilla, that is Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, the final word.
Thank you, one man, and let me thank every contributors on this platform this evening. You've all done well. You contributed meaningfully, and I believe your contribution has enlightened a lot of Nigerians. It has educated a lot of Nigerians. It has informed a lot of Nigerians about the political situation in Nigeria. So I hope you will come back tomorrow and do another round with one man. So keep it in mind. Wait for the notification and come back to do another round tomorrow. So other than that, let me thank those behind the scene that have been chatting from the beginning to this time. You are the strength of the platform. Keep doing what you know to do best. I thank you all. Come back tomorrow as well and do another round with one man as well. And to our listeners around the world, if you have not clicked on the like button, please do that right now. Share and subscribe if you haven't done so. And to one man, thank you. It's been another long hours this evening, another 6.5 hours. Combined with 3.5 hours within the morning, that's about 10 hours a day. Oh my God. All for the interest we have in our country, because we want our country to work. You always bring us together. So thank you for that. And I hope tomorrow when you bring us another round of news, strongly believe we shall join with you and trash it out and continue the struggle from there. Thank you, one man, the eagle. See you tomorrow and have a good night over there in Britain. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So that was Ajanle Koko, of course. So, and when you hear Ajanle Koko's voice, then you know that the curtain is about to fall. So the curtain falls at this moment. We've ebbed and flowed all matters Nigeria. But did we really agree? We did not really fully agree, but we were civil in the tone of our disagreement. So that is really the main theme of it. That's the main stake. You know, we can disagree, but not be disagreeable, because it's not form, is it? It is not form when you cannot hold your composure just because people do not concur with how you stand. So we disagreed, but we were not disagreeable, which makes it a delight. So let's delight in it again tomorrow when we reconvene. It never stops. We're taking it all the way through to the election and beyond. I am here. Hope you will join me the next time. So I'll leave you here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.